Chapter 1, Chapter 1, Choking to the Death. Haoh Yorion was turning 25 years old today. As a virgin, he always laments his life for not managing to be successful like millions of others. He was coming back today after a small party with otakus where they trade many ideas and options for games, anime, novels, and those kinds of stuff. But he didn't have anything to offer as he was in love with the Anime DxD. If he could enter inside the screen, he would kill Issei for his naivety. Those girls are thirsty as fuck and searching for someone to fuck their cunts, anus, throats, and fill them again and again with semen. Rias and many others always sleep in his room, and the only thing he does is scream op hi op hi. Is this justice? No, it's not fair. Ho, sigh, no matter how much I scream in my mind and hope for me to go there, it's futile as I know it's fan fiction. Ho, how many times I've read of many heroes go there and doing whatever they wanted. Ho, even the newly author on the internet Cian is writing whatever he likes, man, that's freedom. As he was returning back, he entered a pastry and brought a cake and 2 candles in the shape of numbers. He walked outside from there and started moving in a deadly manner as if he didn't have a soul. After countless minutes, meaning almost an hour passed, he reached his apartment. He opened the door with his key and went inside. He placed the cake on the table and went to have a nice cold bath. 20 minutes later he got out, and after getting himself dressed he sat on the table and opened the small cake he had brought. He ripped the plastic where the candles were, and after that, he placed them on top of the cake. He lights them up with a lighter. Ho, happy birthday, to you. Happy birthday, to you. Happy birthday, dear jackass. Happy birthday, to you. Ho, as the legend goes, I wish for my 25th-year-old virgin self to be reborn as a mage, preferable in my favorite anime. As he made his wish, he started cutting the cake in pieces, 4 to be exactly, and started eating it. It took him 10 minutes to finish the first 3 and then started eating the last piece. It would be a lie to say he wasn't full because he was eating the last piece with great difficulty. Just as he took the last bite, he suddenly couldn't swallow it and starting coughing. Ho, ha, ha, cough, cough, cough. H-E-L-P. He tried to scream for help, but nothing came out of his mouth as his throat was clogged with cake. He rushed in the kitchen and tried to drink some water, but it did nothing at all. He pushed his fingers inside, but he couldn't reach that far inside. His strength started failing as he couldn't intake the air around him. The cake has clogged the spot in his throat that connects to the pathway of his nose, therefore he couldn't breathe at all. He took the keys, and as he was about to reach the door in order to get out and knock on the next door, he felt dizzy and collapsed in the floor. Ho, am I dying? Without having done anything at all? Ho, yes, then I won't have to suffer from this life anymore. His whole body became heavy and soon his eyes started closing up, indicating his incoming death. Chapter 2, Chapter 2, Reborn. Ho, all he could feel was endless darkness around him. He knew he died, and now he entered this place where he will probably stay for countless years. Ho, sigh, this sucks. Whoever stated that souls, when they die, go to paradise or hell is simply a huge dick. Ho, what the hell is this place? Ho, someone. Is anybody here? Answer, welcome to the world of nothingness. Ho, hi. Who said that? Answer, I'm the will responsible for those that wish to reincarnate. Answer, you have been chosen to be reincarnated in high school DxD. Question, would you like to be reincarnated? Y/N? Ho, E. Question, would you like to be reincarnated? Y/N? Ho, wait. For real? I can go and live there? No more like this world exists? Answer, yes, yes, yes. Question, would you like to be reincarnated? Y/N? Ho, hell yeah, bring me there. Answer, affirmative. Binding a system to soul's host. Question, in which timeline would host like to be sent? Ho, if I can be sent there as 15 to 6 years old, then send me 1 year before Issei became a demon. Otherwise send me 15 years back in the time. Answer, Affirmative. Searching for possible unharmed dead bodies. Answer, done. Male 15 years old, 6 months before storyline of Season 1, died by the hands of Rainare the fallen angel. Ho, Rainare? Oh, that's the girl with the alias Yuma Amano, she's the cause that Issei died and was reborn as a devil. Ho, great perfect. My first target. Miss Will? Is there a way to awaken at the same time I'm dying in her hands and somehow bound her like a soul contract or something? Answer, there is. However, except your sacred gear, you will lose your starter pack. Question, would you like to set it in such a way? Y/N? Ho, would I be later able to bind more people on me? Answer, yes. Question, would you like to set it in such a way? Y/N? Ho, yes, go ahead. Answer, affirmative. Continue with the binding process. Done. Answer, changing starter pack at host request into a binding soul contract with Rainare. Answer, done. Host is now ready to be integrated into the dead body. Warning 1, host will experience the pain of getting killed. Warning 2, host will get a headache as you absorb the memories of the previous host. Ho, anything else I should know? Answer, when host will wake up, you will be asked to name the system. The system has 4 functions: stats, quest, inventory, store. Answer, by calling each function, certain windows will open in your mind with the relative content. Ho, I see, then let's get over it. Answer, affirmative. Integrating host. Ho felt his whole body or soul fell heavy, and then from the darkness light started to appear. Before it engulfed him, he murmurs softly for the will to hear. Thank you. Then a blindly light covered him, at least that's how it felt for him. In the 4th plane, somewhere within the deepest part of the core, there was a huge screen monitoring everything after the update. It was responsible for auto-finding and guiding souls. There was a small message and countless windows trying to analyze the meaning behind it for the first time after its creation. Chapter 3, DxD System. Ho was floating and floating around, and as he did, he felt immense pain in his imaginary head as memories not belonging to him was drilling their way towards him. It was like he saw a movie, but this wasn't the reason why he was hurting, but because it wasn't just 10 minutes or 2 hours. He was freaking watching everything from when he was 1 year old up till his death. Even as a hardcore otaku, the most he could handle was 2 days without sleep watching anime in his screen. Although it wasn't the same, as many memories were vague, so the movie was of bad quality. After many gasping, he finally figured how to fast forward those incoming memories. After days of hellish pain down to the core of his soul, he finally finished viewing everything, and he knew what he should do. Turns out that she did the same with Issei, a lovely date, and after that she revealed to himself her true form and killed him. The only difference was that this guy managed to run a few meters away before making Rainare appear behind him and stab him. System, congratulations to host for bonding with the previous host memories and integrated with his body. System, I'm your guide in this world for supremacy and glory, helping you ascend higher that godhood. System, please input a name to the system. Ho, hi. I finish both. Ah, that must be why the pain lasted so long. Ho, well, a name, hi. Ho, oh, this might work, I'll call you DxD. System, registering the name DxD. Done. DxD, host has changed the starter gift into a soul binding contract. Ho, alright, I forgot, what is my scared gear? DxD, host's sacred gear has been altered slightly to match the host's desires upon reading your soul. DxD, the name of it is 16 Ri Sakubaku Sa Renis Rumato, the 16 boundless soulmates. Ho, hi. And what does it do? DxD, it is able to bind angels, humans, gods, devils, dragons, fallen angels, and at the same time raised them in higher ranks and also make them enter in the space inside. Ho, what was the original one? DxD, with the original one host could hold space in his bidding. Haoh was speechless. He actually had the mythical ability to that all otakus want to travel in space in hopes of entering their dream worlds, and he gave it up? Haoh, does that mean that I could travel here from Earth or from here to Earth? DxD, if the host had reached godhood, then yes, you could travel to other anime worlds. The anime realm closer to here is the Strike the Blood. Haoh, although I didn't like it as much as DxD. Please don't mind me for a bit. Haoh took a deep breath and then. This pain was far worse than the one he got from the memories of this guy. It took him at least 10 minutes to gather his broken otaku soul pieces and started talking normally. Haoh, oh right, what up with my appearance? Will I have my old one or this new one? Although I prefer this one. DxD, host can keep either one or alternate. Haoh, then let's go with my new one. Haoh, what about outside? What is happening? DxD, the moment of your death the area had entered in a freeze state, keeping Rainare there from leaving. Haoh, good. Now let's go and meet her, yet again. Chapter 4, Rainare. On the outside, Rainare had the appearance of her fallen angel form, which was consisting of black, strap-like objects, resembling leather, around and under her breasts, a thong-like piece held around her hips by 3 thin straps, gloves that ran right up her arms with small lengths of chains hanging from them, shoulder guard-like objects on her shoulders with 3 large spikes sprouting from her right shoulder, and black thigh-high heel boots. Rainare, This wasn't as much fun as other times, but his face was priceless when I turned into my true form. Rainare, anyway, since he treated me a bit well, I will at least leave his body to rot here. As she turned around and almost flapped her black wings to leave, she suddenly froze. Rainare, this. What's going on? She felt something behind her and turned with the corners of her eyes and saw the dead body who had a hole in his heart slowly getting up. And I liked our date, you could just reject me, you know. Rainare, that's impossible. You should be dead? Well, technically I'm not alive either. Rainare, then how? What's wrong? Why do you care so much about my well-being? Rainare. I'm not worried, I'm asking how are you still alive even though you have a Haoh? Gone, it's gone, the hole from when I stabbed you is gone. Well, honestly speaking, I don't have a heart. What you hit was something created by magic and now you'll pay for the price. Rainare looked again and again for the hole but nothing. All she could see was a smiling young man, and that wasn't a joyous smile but one filled with a premonition that something will happen to her. Rainare, what do you mean by that? I mean exactly what I said. Don't you know about sacred gears? Well, the thing you opened a hole to was my scared gear and its curse activated, binding you there. You can't move, can you? Neither use your magic. Rainare for the first time in her life was scared because the only thing she can do right now is speak. Rainare, well, isn't that good for you? You awakened your gear, therefore how about I date you officially? Can you drop the act please? Let me guess, we are going on a second date. Play a bit more with me this time, including some kind of skinship, and then kill me to take my gear. Rainare, how can you guess it so accurately? Well, aren't you the black angel that kills males in the last few months? Rainare almost passed out from fear. She wanted to run right now and report back to her superiors, but she couldn't move a finger. Oh right, it's not convenient for you to keep looking at me with the corners of your eyes, so choose. Do you want me to turn your body and face me face to face? Or want me to come in front of you? Rainare, I would prefer if you stayed there. That can't happen, you know, after all I need to carry out your punishment, therefore I'll turn you towards me. Haoh waved his hands and automatically Rainare turned around, but the weird part was that now she was hanging in the air. Her feet were 30 centimeters above ground and wide open, forming an M. Rainare instantly realized what the punishment will be and started sweating. Right now she was the same as a human girl with no power. Chapter 5, Punishment. Rain-a-ray, wait, you're pissed, I get that, there is no need to go there, right? Oh? And what do you suggest? Rain-a-ray, how about I'll be your girl for a couple of months? Actually if you didn't kill me and just shoo me away with painful memories or something, since you know that kind of magic, I might have considered it, as I was really smitten with you. But you know revenge is sweet. Rain-a-ray, it's not too late, right? You love me, I can see it in your eyes. And besides, don't you know that nothing goes according to the plan? Haoh started walking towards her and she started pleading more and more. How could she know that Haoh knew her attitude upside down from the way she treated many an Issei, and at the end fell on her knees for him to save her from Rias with pretty much the same conditions. When he reached face to face, she saw in her teary eyes fear, hate, disgust, killing intent and many more feelings. Why are you crying? Why do you fear? Why do you hate? Why do you kill? Rain-a-ray, please let me go. I'll do anything. Sigh, you don't get it, do you? You can't leave, you were bound to me and cursed to follow me for every little thing. You will become my girl? You will do anything? But you haven't realized that in both cases. Haoh went and hugged her waist as she struggled to break free. He fondles her ass, pulled her feathers which jolts her, and forcefully started kissing her. Rain-a-ray, As she couldn't shake this guy tongue, she suddenly felt something and opened her eyes wide open. Rain-a-ray, MMM. Haoh had ripped both her underwears and started pinching her nipples and fingering her pussy, making her scream in pain inwardly. Rain-a-ray, please, MMMMMMMGGGGGGRRRRRR. At that moment where she tried to speak, Haoh twisted his fingers, turning her womb upside down, which resulted in her climax, and fluids came out of her pussy along with her pee. Haoh, coming so fast, can it be you're a virgin? Che, always lie to others, it's not good, you know. Rain-a-ray, I'll kill you, I swear, I'll kill you. Haoh, now, didn't you said you will do anything or you'll be my girl? Rain-a-ray shut her mouth as she saw him taking his pants off and revealing his huge cock of 17 centimeters. She suddenly felt really stupid for saying these things, but more than that, couldn't she just cut his freaking head when she killed him? Rain-a-ray, come on, don't you know that we both need to love each other? Haoh, you are right. But you know I did love you at least before you killed me. You tried to take my life, then now I'll take yours. Haoh, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Evil for evil. Haoh kept going closer and closer to her and placed his cock under her pussy. When he finished speaking, he thrust it inside her as fast as he could. Rain-a-ray, we, jargarargargaragra mmmggg. GGGRGRTRT AAA GGRGRGGRGR. Haoh, oh. Yes, so tight, Rain-a-ray, stop no more. Trarug. Haoh, oh. Traces of blood, so you were a virgin, here, push. Rain-a-ray, I ignuug gay. Just as he was thrusting as harder as he could, occasionally his cock was hitting her womb directly, making her voice from a pained one become a pleasured one. Rain-a-ray was barely holding on with him ravaging her inside, but then he did something that made her pass the point of no return. Chapter 6, Punishment. 2. Haoh, as he was ravaging the insides of her pussy, he had an idea. He directly sucked and bite her nipples and kept pulling them in. At the same time he grabbed and squeezed one of her wings. When that happened, Rain-a-ray blacked out and Haoh could feel his legs getting wet again, meaning that she climaxed and came again. Haoh, aren't you embarrassed at this? You came twice while I haven't finished yet. Shame on you, you call yourself a woman? Haoh, and to think you wanted to become my girl, how? With what qualifications? You don't even know to please your own boyfriend, shame on you. Rain-a-ray had blacked out and could neither feel any pain or pleasure, but when she heard Haoh's scolding, it damaged her womanly side badly. That was when she snapped and her whole body, without her realizing it, started moving with her actions. She hugged him with her hands and shoved her lips to his as she started kissing him with a French kiss, spinning her tongue inside his mouth. At the same time, she locked her legs in her waist and both of them fell down on the ground. It was then that she started moving her hips on top of him at rapid speeds which made his cock twitch. Ho, ho 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 ho. He released all of his semen inside her pussy, jolting her awake as she squirted for the 3rd time. Ho, ha, ah ha ha. See, you can do it if you want, but the score is 1-3. You still lose, useless girlfriend. Rainare was still trying to figure out what happened as she had blacked out from both pain and pleasure. When she heard his words, she finally remembered bits and was shocked to finally remember what happened and what she did. Rainare, I'll kill you. How dare you treat me like that? Ho, you say that? But I'm the one in misery here. I can't believe I once loved a stupid girl who doesn't know how to please others. Boo, you suck. Rainare was totally pissed for many reasons, but this prick keeps saying I can't please him. Isn't it 1-3? I'll fix that. She stood up, making all his cum flow out of her pussy, which was kinda erotic, and his dick was twitching even more. She turned around, bending her face towards his dick, and put it in her mouth as she started sucking every last drop of his semen. Ho, ho 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 ho, not that easy. He grabbed her thighs and pierced her anus with his fingers, which made her choke on his dick, and if that wasn't enough, he grabbed the corner of one of her wings and started biting and licking it. She couldn't endure any more from this, making her lose her pace. She rolled down completely the skin of his dick and started sucking its head and licking it, which made MC trembled before coming in her mouth. Ho, ho 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 ho. As Rainare was about to get up from all the semen in her mouth she didn't expect. Ho, as a payback, he fisted completely her pussy, making her not only gasp, which in turn made swallow his cum, but also squirt in his face. Ho, ha ha ha, that was intense, but you still are useless. 2-4. Rainare wanted to retort back and cry, but her whole body gave in. She was hurting everywhere, especially her waist. Ho, from now on you are mine. Therefore please learn what you need to learn to at least please me. Number at dollar, number at percent dollar at, I'll show you. And then I'll kill you. I'll rip you to shreds. Chapter 7, The Binding. Both of them were down and unable to move for a while. After 20 to 30 minutes Rainare finally asked something that kept bugging her. Rainare, hey, rapist. Ho, hey. I'm your boyfriend. Furthermore, it was your fault in the first place and you did move on your own in the later part. Rainare, about that, how was I able to move? Ho, hey. You moved normally. Rainare, let's forget about that. Tell me, what was the curse placed on me? Ho, I don't know. Silence passed in the two as Rainare looked with a dumb face. Rainare, what do you mean you don't know? It's your gear. Rainare snapped again and went close to him, caught him from his neck and started shaking here and there. Ho, let me finish. Rainare, speak. Ho, somewhere around your body, a triangle mark with a pearl should have appeared. That's the mark of binding soul mates. Rainare, where is it? Ho, the only place I didn't look while doing the deed was the back of your neck. That mark you have can say enslaves all the races. Be it willingly or when you kill me. Rainare, what are the ups and down? Ho, I think obedience, as when you strongly refused to act or try to kill me you were frozen in space, and while I didn't order you to do something. When your feelings got hurt and you decided to act, let's say gently with me, you regained your movements. Rainare, in other words, this mark has bound my soul, my powers and thoughts, and it's connected to you. Rainare, a new gear? Then why didn't you use this from the start? Ho, I told you it's either willingly or by killing me. On the bright side it has a few perks you might like. Rainare, like what? Nothing can spark my interest except killing you. Ho, ha ha ha, well, when the time comes you will probably be the first who will wait for me with a lovely gaze and open legs. Ho, but for starters let me try something. Storying. When he said the command, Rainare felt a burning sensation in her neck, and then darkness covered her before finding herself in a vast space full of dark mountains and rich in magic, like 1,000 times more than where she was living. "Oh, so? How is it? It's the first time I'm trying this with someone bound on me, so I have no idea how's the space inside my gear." "Rainare, this is inside the gear? This dense magic power? Oh, hello? Anybody home?" Rainare was totally shocked to see this place. From the moment she stepped here she could feel her powers as a devil soar to greater heights. At that moment she was interrupted by Haoh as he was calling her. "Rainare, say, is this place exclusive for me?" "Haoh, yes, but there are 15 more spaces like that. I think the space was attuned when you were bound on me to match your future potential growth." "Rainare, you said 15 more, right? Then you will bind 15 more girls?" "Haoh, possible, as you know people like us live forever. Furthermore, I have no idea which crazy bitch is going to try and kill me again." "Rainare, ugh. Does that mean I'm your first girl?" "Haoh, you can say that. Why you want to leave me?" "Rainare, actually I was thinking seriously on becoming your girl." "Haoh, I think you might try hard for that, as you know many factions are already gathered and fighting here and there. I'll give them 7 to 8 months top, then a war will break out." "Haoh, when that happened, who else is going to be bound here is unknown." Chapter 8, Going Home. Rainare was shocked by this. She knew better than him, as she worked in the Grigori faction, that they were many times that had reached in a breaking point. How the hell can he predict something so accurate? Even she wasn't sure when the war will break out. She suddenly felt quite curious about him, and furthermore, what was his name again? She started sweating. She had zero experience in this except a bit of flirting here and there. Wouldn't he called her again useless? "Oh, right, you never paid any attention to my name, did you?" Sigh. "I can't believe I went on a date with such a useless girl like you." "Haoh, can't you do even the basics?" She was fuming with foams of anger inside the space, and the worst part is that he was right. She never bothered remembering the ones she got on a date. Was this karma? "Haoh, I know, karma is a bitch. My name is Haoh Yorion, nice to meet you, my useless girlfriend." "Rainare, number at $number ER, let me out, let me show you who's the useless one." After fighting for a bit, Haoh got up and left the place he was going in his home, where he stayed from his memories. It took him freaking 2 hours to reach there, and started raining curses to the previous soul for coming so far just to hook this deadly girl. It was then that he thought, technically, in theory, he did hook up with her, but does this count? As he was already long dead. He entered inside, and after relaxing a bit he turned towards his chest, where he saw his sacred gear. "Haoh, withdrawing." With his command, Rainare, who was bathing in that kind of density, came out and crashed on the table, smashing it to pieces. "Haoh, sorry about that. I think the commands needs a little work." "Rainare, yet? Who did you figure it out, genius?" "Haoh, do you want me to relieve your curse?" "Rainare, nuhuhu." Spheus, silence. "Haoh, hoh. Then my beautiful girlfriend? Would you like to take a bath? Or make something to eat? Or maybe you want a round too?" "Rainare, bath. She totally ignored the other 2 options he said, as she totally wanted to take a bath, but his next words made her flabbered. "Haoh, so doing it in the bath is what you like?" "Rainare, no, I want to take a bath, I'm all sticky from what you did to me." "Haoh, then cook something first so I can enter first and no looking." "Rainare, aren't I supposed to say that?" After a few hours, and with the normal flow of not fighting, both of them had cleaned their bodies and filled their stomachs. It was late at night and Haoh wanted to sleep, so did Rainare. Therefore, he kept bugging him where to sleep. "Haoh, there is only a double bed here, so either you will go inside the gear or you will return to your human form and sleep with me." "Haoh, after all, aren't you my girlfriend?" Rainare, ugh, do I have to sleep with you? Ho, trust me, I'm tired, I honestly want to sleep. Do you think activating the gear is not draining? Furthermore, you're bound to me so you can't kill me, the space will freeze you, remember. Rainare, if you try anything funny I'll smash your face. Ho, fine fine. Ho turned around and went towards his room along with her who had returned in her human form. They laid down and within almost a minute Ho fell asleep, leaving Rainare speechless. Chapter 9, A Meeting. Is this guy for real? A beautiful girl next to him and he fell asleep? Really? Ugh, turns out he really was tired. Haoh Yorion, I have never heard this name before, neither something about his gear. How old is he? Ho, ugh, why did you kill me? I really like your smile. Rainare next to him was jolted, she could feel that he's really sleeping, then what was that? Sleep talking? She bent a bit towards his face and was stunned to see 2 to 3 drops of tears in his eyes, making her open her eyes wide open. This guy really liked me? Having made Rainare feel shocked to her soul, Ho was looking inside his mind for his stats. Ho, stats. DxD, showing stats. Name, Haoh Yorion. Age, 15, 25. Health, 500. Magic, 500. Power, 30. Speed, 15. Defense, 20. Sacred Gear, 16 Ri Sakubaku sa Renis Rumato, the 16 Boundless Soulmates. Bound Mate, Rainare, Fallen Angel, 2 wings. Money, 0. Ho, ugh, and here folks is when life gave you a girl but no money to feed her. I wonder her reaction of when she learns I'm broke. Ho, sigh, well I'll deal with it tomorrow, for now, lights off. As he said that he entered in a deep sleeping mode without a caring in the world, but outside Rainare couldn't sleep for even a second. Countless hours later Ho waked up and saw Rainare with black eyes. He was puzzled, why the hell does she look like this? Ho, you didn't sleep? I thought I told you I'm tired and won't do anything to you. Rainare couldn't even respond to that as she was half awake half sleeping. Ho sighed and told her he will go out, therefore, she could sleep. He prepared himself and after 20 minutes he yelled at her, finally making her respond. Ho, I'm going out. Don't you dare leave this place. Rainare, oh. Oh, have fun. It was the last thing she said before she fell asleep in the bed. Ho saw this and was puzzled, how the hell a fallen angel can become like this? Was she that insecure as I was sleeping that I might do something to her? Or was it because I said that to her and the fake tears? Both maybe? Who knows? Anyway, I need to go to the school at the Haoh Academy this guy was. As he was walking he felt someone watching him again and again. He tried to speed walk and outrun the one, be it female or male, who was watching him. Ho, who the hell is it? My otaku stalker sense is tingling. Hello there. Ho, Yes, who called? Here in front. Ho turned around as he was looking back, and when he did he saw his dreams. It was a beautiful young woman with white skin, blue-green eyes. Her most distinctive feature is her long, beautiful crimson hair that reaches down to her thighs with a single hair strand sticking out from the top. Her hair also has loose bangs covering her forehead and side bangs framing her face. She wore the outfit of the Haoh Academy girls' school uniform, which consists of a white long-sleeved, button-down shirt, short sleeves for spring/summer. Along with a black ribbon on her shirt collar worn under a black shoulder cape and a matching button-down corset, a magenta skirt with white accents, and brown dress shoes over white crew-length socks. Ho, beautiful. Era? You think so? Ho, at the top newly refreshed list I have. Why newly refreshed? Ho, I made a few changes in my list the moment I saw your beautiful eyes. Giggle, giggle. My name is Gremory Rias, what is yours? Chapter 10, A Quest. Ho, Rias Gremory. Where have I heard this name before? Rias, you heard of me? Ho, I think so. Rias, are you asking me or answering me? Ho, now I remember. You entered Haoh Academy 2 years ago and along with a few others, you guys revived that abolished occult research club making you its president. Rias, oh. Yes, we did do that. And you are right, I am its president. In fact, I come here as... Ho, not interested. Rias, but I didn't say anything. Ho, still not interested, I never joined a club and I don't plan to join. Rias, but... Ho, thank you for your beautiful time seeing someone like me, now I need to go to the class. As Ho was saying his words he was also walking away from her. It wasn't that he didn't want to join there with Konako and Akeno plus the crimson beauty of the academy. But he wasn't an idiot either. Just when he used yesterday his gear she appears in the morning wanting him to join the club. Rias was watching him leave casually and was kinda in a state of shock. Another figure was behind her and Rias spoke up when she arrived. Rias, was I blatantly rejected? Akeno? Akeno, giggle, our great crimson princess of the academy is feeling down? Rias, ugh, he didn't even hear me out. Akeno, are you sure that's him? Rias, from the small bat familiars we had spread out, they saw him with Yuyuna who might be a fallen angel in the faraway park. Akeno, then all bats vanished to nothingness. Rias, that's right, but before that, they managed to send a trace of fallen angel magic back to me. I thought he would have died as the other cases we lost, but imagine my surprise when yesterday around 50 kilometers from there the remaining bats picked up his trace. Akeno, so either someone saved him, either the fallen angel killed him and took his form and this can be confirmed as Yuyuna isn't here today, or... Rias, he killed the fallen angel. But his magic is at normal levels of a mortal starting his training. Akeno, so it must be the two above. Rias, have all members get in contact with him including you. Akeno, hi. As both were talking Ho was also talking in his mind with his system in order to clarify something. Ho, DxD yesterday was any fluctuations in my gear was leaking? DxD, checking the log. Done. No signs of leaking were recorded. Ho, was there any possible familiar next to us? DxD, there were a few bats but with the activation of your gear the space wrapped or frozen sending them to nothingness. Ho, then that means she must have gotten traces of Raineray's signature when she killed me and lost connection with the bats before finding our location, therefore, she must have thought I died before managing to save me. Ho, then what? She saw me today and thought either I killed the fallen angel or Raineray took my form. Ho, ha, then doesn't that mean I can play with them? Ho, since I know Rias, her next move will be making her members make contact with me. DxD, quest triggered. Bind one girl of the occult. Rewards, 5.000 pervert points, double up stats. Ho, hi. Oi, DxD, are you trying to kill me? And why pervert points? Couldn't you say DxD points or something? Chapter 11, Meeting everyone. As the first period ended, everyone had half an hour break before the next one starts. Ho had a bit of trouble as he was being surrounded by many guys and to his surprise, the perverted trio was also present and asking him questions about Yuma Amano. All of them saw them yesterday leaving together and today Amano was missing. Having no choice on the matter he told them that she got drunk on their date and she is currently resting in her home. He could hear many girls go kai and also feel many hatred daggers staring at him for managing to eat up a Bella. He got up and left trying to explore the room left and right. After a few minutes of wandering around, he heard someone calling him. Curious as he turned around only to get blinded by the cuteness he was seeing. It was a petite girl with white hair and hazel eyes. The front of her hair has two long bangs going past her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over her forehead, while the back has a short bob cut. She also wore a black cat-shaped hair clip on both sides of her hair, and at the same time the Haoh Academy girls' school uniform, without the shoulder cape. Her height is 138 centimeters, making her incredibly short to pamper about. Excuse me. Ho, yes? Are you Ho-sama? Ho got a bit of a bad feeling as he knew who this little lowly girl was in front of him, but still answer with a nod. I'm Konako Tajao, member of the occult club. Ho, how can I help Konako-chan? Konako, pervert. Ho, I will admit I am. But why did you call me such? Konako, your face is sparkling and drooling. Ho, but I have such a cute little girl in front of me who resembles a little cat. It's a blasphemy, not to be sparkling. Ho was thinking, after all, in her Nikomata form, she grows a pair of white cat ears and a pair of matching white tails, and her eye pupils become more cat-like. Furthermore, in her Chiron mode that she used for the first time in Volume 16, Konako made herself grow older, which made her bust size grows significantly larger, similar to her sister Kurika. Konako, still pervert. Ho, sigh. Only Rias got the compliment of being a beauty. You need to have more confidence in you, Konako-chan. Ho, and you can call me that, but please avoid it when we are in public. So what do you want from me? Konako, our president wants to have tea with you in our club. Ho, sorry, can't, I'm not interested in joining any club. Well, then I'm glad I saw your beautiful hazel eyes. Bye bye. Ho left from there, leaving Konako in a daze, thinking everything they said. Konako, pervert weirdo. Konako, president, I failed. Rias, it's fine, you did a good job. Rias came from behind a corner as she was hiding herself to see what will happen and if it is necessary to intervene if a fight breaks out. Ho, who was walking away, was smiling and murmuring to himself. Konako-chan, Konako-chan. Then it struck him, would he be able to help her train in his gear, making her control her powers more easily? Ho, therefore my target is decided, Konako-chan it is. Somewhere far, far away from the academy, two figures were looking with long-distance magic. Damn, that bitch Rainare, where the hell did she vanish from? Then man might know something, therefore, it would be great if we could lure him without Rias Gremory realize it. Chapter 12, Meeting Everyone. 2. That man is incredibly weak, how can he best her? Then man might have gotten help from someone that killed Rainare, or he was a sacred gear that made it possible for him to kill her. Then what are we going to do? Call a Warner? Call a Warner, middled, we need to check if he is in possession of a gear, and if he is, we need to find its ability. Middled, no matter what, if both of us attacks him and strike his heart, he won't have his chance to activate his gear. As they spoke up of what they have to do, back on the academy, Ho was in his class and was talking to his system about something he thought. Ho, system, my gear can bind 16 people, right? Can it bind more than that? DxD, no it can't, its limit is 16 people of all kinds, fallen angels, devils, yokais, gods, humans, angels, vampires, dragons, Nikomata. Ho, then can I replace someone I have already bind? DxD, not at the moment. Ho, will I be able to change them when I achieve balance breaker? DxD, the host's balance breaker is a small world inside the core of your gear. Ho, wait, apart from the 16 jewels or stones or whatever, that become like spaces for those that have been bound, there is also the core, who is a separate space? DxD, correct. When achieving balance breaker, the core will open up, connecting to all 16, making a bridge and connect everyone within it. DxD, when they reached that space, host will be able to break the bind, releasing them outside, therefore freeing one spot. Ho, I see. What are the requirements to activated the gear, as I kinda scammed Rainare? DxD, host was partially correct, it indeed activates when you die or when someone wills you to bind them. However, host can choose if he wants to bind them when the time freezes or kill them within 2 hours. Furthermore, host can't bind guys. Ho, so you mean from when I came back to life I have 2 hours to do what I want to them and then either kill them or bind them. Ho, this can come in handy. Ding ding. The sound of the bell was heard, and just as Haoh was about to leave the classroom as the second period ended, someone came and called him. Yo, how are you, friend? Haoh was surprised when someone from the occult came this fast. Did he wait outside? He looked towards the figure who was smiling friendly at him. He was a handsome young man with short blonde hair, bluish-gray eyes and a mole underneath his left eye. He wore the Haoh Academy boys' school uniform, which consists of a black blazer with white accents over a white, long-sleeved dress shirt with a black ribbon on the collar, matching black pants, and brown dress shoes. Ho, just going a bit outside. You are? Oh, right, I'm Uado Kaiba. Ho, since you know my name already and I know why you came here. Tell Rias, who probably is standing outside, I'm busy. Kaiba, ugh, come on, don't be like that. Ho, if Konako-chan didn't work, you think you will do? Ho then started walking outside, and when he opened the door he was assaulted by something white and bouncy. Ho, I think I saw the light. Era. I believe you must mean my breasts you fell on. Ho took a few steps back and felt many hatred gazes from his fellow classmate who had stayed behind, as well a few disgusting looks from the girls. He ignored everything and saw the figure standing on the door. Inwardly he wanted to taste her, but outside he was still looking at her. Chapter 13, A Second Quest. In front of him was a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, very long black hair and violet eyes. Her hair is usually tied in a long ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs with 2 strands sticking out from the top and sloping backwards, with an orange ribbon keeping it in place. Like most of the girls at Haoh Academy, she wore the customary Haoh Academy girls' school uniform, along with black calf-length socks. Ho clearly remembers that in the anime, during battles, she often transforms her clothes into a traditional Miko attire, consisting of a white haori with red accents, a red hakama, and a pair of ziri with white tabi. When she first revealed herself as a fallen angel, she reveals 1 devil wing and 1 fallen angel wing. This later changes to 6 fallen angel wings with the aid of 2 bracelets given to her by Azazel. Ho, I did see the light, it was a beautiful one at that. Would this light perhaps have a name? I'm Akeno Jima, and you must be the only guy in the school who directly rejected Rias Gremory. Akeno, Ho, I believe? How the hell are these guys keep knowing my name? DxD, that's because the previous soul shared the same name with the host. Ho, that's me. Why you want me to reject you as well? Akeno, Era, how cruel. Foo. Akeno, how about we go somewhere to talk? As there are many eyes that keeps misunderstanding things. Ho, I can agree on the latter part, I disagree on the first part. Akeno, how so? Ho, told you I'm busy. Furthermore, I'm not interested in joining the occult club. Don't you know that no means no? Ho, now if you excuse me. Ho passed by from Akeno, and just as he was about to turn over he was assaulted by another pair of something white and bouncy. Ho, oh. Come on, give a break. Although I love the bouncing feeling of seeing the light, this is getting ridiculous. Rias, then what will I have to do for you to come with us? We just want to talk, you know. Ho, come on girls. Would you please stop it? It's like both of you are in love with me and stalking me. To make matters worse, I'm the one who gets the daggers of hatred and disgust. Ho, I told you I'm busy. Just as leaving the whole class with mouths wide open and them with surprised expressions, he tried to walk away, but fate really is a bitch. DxD, quest triggered. Meet with Rias Gremory and listen to what she has to say. Condition 1, only girls can participate. Condition 2, they can only be in their underwear in full exposure. Rewards, 10.000 pervert points, 50% stats up. Haoh, as he kept walking, he started slowing down and eventually stopped in his tracks before cursing in his mind for this wonderful god quest and his freaking luck, because he didn't want to mess the story that much. Haoh, you will not stop pestering me, will you? Rias, naturally. We may fail today, but we will try tomorrow, and if that doesn't work then the next day, and so on. Haoh, pen and paper. Rias, hey? What for? Haoh, you will read it later, not in here. So give me pen and paper. Kaiba, here. Haoh took the pen and paper and started writing about something, but because he had his back turned on them they couldn't see. After he finished he passed the paper to Rias and the pen back to Kaiba before walking off again and leaving them a few leftovers words. Haoh, don't bother me unless you want to talk. Chapter 14, Conditions. Haoh, don't bother me unless you want to talk. All of them watched him walk away as if nothing happened here. Rias was confused and pondered about his last words. At that time Kaiba approached and said, Kaiba, President, what did he wrote inside? Rias, I don't know, we will return to the club room and then I'll see our actions. Akeno, since that is the case, Kaiba, go and find Konako and let her know to come to our club. Kaiba, I'm on it. Rias, what do you think, Akeno? Akeno, his face showed no signs of expectation at all, so whatever he wrote there as conditions they must be specially made to make us unable to bother him. Rias, I thought that as well, but we must see what he placed as conditions and try to satisfy them. Akeno, if he has a completely new type of gear as we suspect, and if Yuma is a fallen angel, then with her death from his hands he will be hunted down. Rias, yes, when the hunt begins all factions will learn this and try to take him forcefully or even kill him and steal his gear. After finishing talking they both left and went towards their occult club. Somewhere within the school Haoh was talking to his system about something he did. Haoh, system, will I be awarded for the third condition I placed on them? DxD, only if they accept your third condition, otherwise you will be rewarded for the first two of them. Haoh, so with every quest generated that has conditions I can manually add more, and if they get accepted I will be rewarded. Haoh, I'm guessing I can only add condition when the quest can have room for variations. DxD, correct, if a quest, for example, had a condition kill all members of the Rias fraction, you can't add a condition save one of them or bind them. Haoh, but if that quest condition said defeat Rias, then I could add a condition, for example as you use only one hand or something. DxD, correct. Haoh, If I guess her reasoning and character, which I do, she never had a problem with showing her body to those she doesn't know, but that was it. Haoh, with ease, say almost from the beginning she was sleeping naked with him but never crossed her line to do it with him, not even when she fell for him. Haoh, she doesn't care if someone saw her, what she does care is that she doesn't want anyone to force her on stuff like marriage or in bed. Haoh, she was also extreme disgust at the whole game for her hand that happened. Haoh, well, I also wrote that they can only meet me today, so they will probably rush to discuss the conditions. As Haoh was having his own monologue inside the occult room, 4 people were sitting. Rias in her president chair and Kaiba, Konako, and Akeno were standing in front of her office. Rias, well, now I'll see the conditions he placed. When Rias opened the paper as it had been folded by Haoh, she saw the following. 1. No guys in the meeting. 2. All girls should be with their underwear sitting in visible positions, making it easier for the outlines of their boobs and pussies to be seen. 3. I'm only obligated to answer 3 questions. For every question above that, one of you will remove completely their underwears. P.S. As my girlfriend Yuma is sick from the hangover of alcohol, I need to leave early, therefore, you have 1 hour from the moment you see the conditions. Chapter 15, Exception. When Rias saw the conditions she didn't react much, in fact, she didn't say anything, she simply raised her brow a bit, making the others feel something amiss. Akeno, Rias. Kaiba, President. Konako, President. Rias was in deep thought, mainly because of the small part in the end. My girlfriend Yuma is sick from the hangover of alcohol. When she was called from the others, she snapped back in reality. Rias, Akeno, where did Yuma and Ho went after the school? Akeno, after school, they went for coffee, movie, for food, and then in the park. Rias, tell me something else, if we reveal our devil traits to a normal non-power human what will happen? Akeno, depending on the power of their soul. They might see them and scream or it will be like nothing is around them. Rias, you go for a bit outside and I'll call you in 5 minutes. Kaiba, yes. Rias saw the confused face of Kaiba but he still didn't question anything and got out leaving inside Konako, Akeno, and Rias. Konako, President did something happened? Rias, I've been had, that guy trapped me. Akeno, what do you mean? Rias, I shouldn't have let any of you go and meet him. Read this. Rias passed the paper to Akeno and then to Konako. After reading it both had frowning expressions and Konako kept saying he's a pervert in quite low voice. Akeno, he got us. He realized based on our following today that the club had 3 girls, he made it so that everyone in the class and hallway thinks that we are in love with him. Rias, I even buried myself as I said I will continue bothering him every day. Furthermore, he's baiting us. He never went for drinks with her. Konako, but doesn't he saying that she is sick? Rias, yes, therefore we have 2 options. 1. Go with the conditions and try to play him with only 3 questions. 2. As he ignored our so-called fake love from us, we can totally ignore him. Akeno, what if we discuss the 3rd method? Konako, what 3rd method? Akeno, discuss additional conditions with him to postpone the time from 1 hour to 24 hours in order to see if Yuma appears. Rias, I'm not sure this will work. Akeno, then we can only either let it go or go through it. Rias, but are you 2 willing to go through with him seeing you in your underwear? Not to mention he said no cover but full exposure. Konako, what does he mean by that? Akeno, you are not allowed to cross or close your thighs in order to cover somehow your crotch, or cover with your hands your boobs and crotch. Konako, pervert, pervert. Rias pondered over and finally decided after almost a minute being in deep thoughts. Rias, sorry you 2. Please bear it with me. I just hope he doesn't do anything extreme. Rias, you go and tell him we accept his terms and we are waiting here. When you guide him here only he can enter. You will have to bear this and stay outside. Kaiba, yes. Akeno, have you decided what you will ask him about? Rias, about Gears, his relationship with Yuma and his future plans. Akeno, let's hope the answers we will get will be enough to rope him in if he has a sacred gear. Konako, and if it's not enough we will take the hit first for President. Rias, Konako. Akeno, that's right, so instead of 3 we will have 5 questions, make them count. Rias, I will try not to take you down and finish it with 3 for no we should get ready. Chapter 16, Chapter 16, The Talk. After half an hour Yuado had brought Ho to the occult club where the others were. Yuado knocked on the door before hearing Rias saying to wait for a bit. Kaiba, I have no idea what kind of conditions you placed. But remember this, if you harm our president you'll be sorry. Ho, you guys are the one who pestered me, not the other way around. Rias, you don't make him come in but you stay outside. Kaiba, yes. Ho entered inside and was welcomed by Konako as she wore childish underwear, by Akeno who wore blue ones sitting on the head of the couch with her legs spread open enabling you to see directly her crotch through a small part of cloth. Then he turned towards Rias who was in front of her office desk sitting with her round ass on top of it as she wore black thin underwear as well with her legs open. All 3 of them had their hands either in free fall angle or on their knees. They had placed a chair in the middle with a small table with tea or coffee along with snacks for him. He sat down and then Rias started talking. Rias, I have to say that you truly deserve respect for trapping me like that and be in this appearance. Ho, Trapped you, how so? He waited for her but he noticed something before speaking again. Ho, this is my question so it will not count on both conditions. Rias breathed a bit of relief and told him how well his plan was. Haoh, as he was listening, became more confused and perplexed as the only thing he did was tell them the conditions where did this plan came from. Haoh, wait, I didn't trap anyone, didn't you guys read that Yuuma is my girl? Therefore I wrote impossible conditions that based on ethics you will not do it and leave me alone. Akeno, you might say that, but the school already contact her parents and she is not sick, in fact they are searching for her. Haoh, oh I forgot to notify them. Well, Yuuma is in my house and that caused this mess. All of them were stunned. They knew he had said that she is sick but he never said where she is resting. They were played again. Haoh, please wait for a bit. Haoh took out his cell phone and called his home. After a few minutes someone picked up. Haoh, Yuuma-chan, how are you feeling? Yuuma, painful, you don't know to hold back your dick a bit. Haoh, ahaha, leave that for a bit later, your lovely boyfriend. Yuuma, even though we did it, I'm not sure I can be yours yet. Haoh, leave it for later. Can you call your parents and tell them something? The whole school is trying to see your well-being. Yuuma, can you come back home earlier? I think I have a fever from being sleepless and from alcohol. Haoh, I'll try. Well, I'm in the middle of something, call you later. As he hanged up he turned to see their faces, which all of them were red as they heard every single thing. Haoh, now I'm sure I told you my soon-to-be the girl is sick and need to leave early. Haoh, I'm starting to believe that you girls, even if the conditions were for me to do you, perhaps you would have the guts to try and steal me from her. Rias, then why did you place 2 conditions? Haoh, because I thought one was not enough to stop you. Rias screwed up again and she realized too late as she wasted a question. At that moment all of them released their devil's wings and aura and stared at disbelief to see his eyes not moving at all. Chapter 17, Chapter 17, Questions and Answers. Rias, damn. Haoh, and you just wasted a question. Akeno, at least we got rid of a few doubts we had. Haoh, doubts? Like what? Rias and the rest were shocked to see him that no matter how they raised their magic he wasn't budging at all. It was like he couldn't see their wings at all. Akeno and Rias thought, can it be he really is a human with no powers at all? Haoh, hey, I asked a question that's mine so it doesn't count. Rias, it was nothing that important. Haoh, so you're telling me you brought me here what for? To show me a model contest with my conditions? Akeno, we wanted to invite you in order to become the vice president of the occult club. Haoh, and I kindly declined 4 times, as I'm not interested in any club activities. Haoh, if I wanted to join one then I would have gone to the swimming club or the water polo club where it is free for all looking and touching. Haoh, but since I'm not interested in anything I prefer to be free. Rias, then do you know that we have an activity called Sacred Gear? Haoh, Sacred Gear? What is that? Rias found her chance and threw her question at him in hopes to catch him off guard, but much to her disappointment she saw a light tilted head to the right along with his confused eyes that had question marks inside them. All 3 of them had opened their eyes as they retract their wings back from his confused state, and he seems to also wait for an explanation. Rias, since you haven't heard then there is no point is explaining to you the activity. Haoh, well then you have one more question of the 3 and I doubt you have others for the 3rd condition. Rias, I do have one, but it's a long one and in fact, it may be part of 2 questions. Haoh, let me hear the question first then we'll decide. Rias, when the people saw you yesterday leaving with Yuuma, a few students followed you too and saw you go for coffee, movie, for food, and then in the park. Haoh, that's right. Rias, then a few students saw you a few hours later 50 kilowatts away from the park. Rias, then how is it that since you split with Yuuma in the park, you got her to go for alcohol and then she ended up in your house 50 kilometers away? Haoh, This might count as 3 questions, you want me to answer? Haoh, scratch that, I will treat it as 2. First, we did private things in the park after drinking there 1 to 2 bottles and then we split up. And when I was in my house she called me as she was puking in an alley and didn't want to go in her home like that. Ho, therefore I went later in a taxi and fetched her up. Ho, having coffee, food, and 2 bottles and even more so as she said being ravaged by me in the park, it made her stomach upside down causing her to be in the situation you heard. Rias was shocked by his flawlessly answer as the truth was that the bats caught his image before entering his house, she had no idea what he did later on. Ho, well then, as you passed what we had agreed, one of you will take your underwear off. Akeno, then I'll do it. Rias, wait. Ho, Rias, I still have a question or 2 left. Chapter 18, Questions and Answers. 2. Rias, I still have a question or 2 left. Ho, oh. Don't tell me you're going to burn yourselves? Konako, we don't mind. Akeno, Rias, go ahead. Ho, hey girls. Isn't this for you to invite me to the club? Why try so hard? Rias, call it a girl's intuition. Ho was speechless by her answer, he started doubting if he had made a mistake somewhere. Before Kaiba had come and taken him, he had asked his system if it was possible to speak with Yuuma. The answer he got was positive, and when he did try, his ears buzzed from being scolded by that bitch as he had awakened her from her sweet little dreams. However, afterwards he started yelling at her in his mind and cursing at her, which in the end her voice and sobbing for some reason reminded him of a chibi throwing a tantrum. After calming her down he told her that he had to wake her up because of Rias that target him. Rainare wasn't an idiot, she knew that they were in her tail and immediately told him that she will come to school. Ho denied it as he had said that she was sick from handover and he needed her to play a small role when he calls her again, which will probably be about her parents that she had hypnotized. Everything played out perfectly. Where did he make a mistake? Interesting, let me see what you have in store. Ho, so what is it that you wish to ask me? Rias, how did you go on a date with Yuuma despite not knowing her? Ho dropped from the couch literally in the floor and stared in a daze. Rias. Not only him, even Konako and Akeno had their eyes twitched. Ho, hasn't anyone asked any of you out on a date? She asked me out and since she's pretty and cute I accept it. Ho, Rias, are you losing on purpose? Rias, but when I told you some people saw you go for coffee, movie, for food, and then in the park. You agreed, but when you retold us what happened you never mentioned a movie, not to mention the movie theater is towards your house direction. Rias, so how come someone who asks you out and you claim you went to all these forgotten to mention a romantic movie? Rias, now my last question. How can someone manage to go from the school for coffee and food, have a 3 hours movie break, then in the park and finally after an hour 50 kilometers away? Ho was cursing in his mind as he wasn't showing it outside. Damn, the freaking time gap is not enough. I got trapped on my own. But still, this is not enough to make me wield. At that moment his cell phone started ringing and when everyone looked they saw the name Yuuma. Ho, Yuuma, what's wrong? I'm in a meeting. Yuuma, they called me from the theater 2 minutes ago and told me to notify you that you have forgotten your credit card there. Ho, credit card? You sure? I have it in my wallet. As he was speaking with her through the loudspeaker of his cell phone, he took out his wallet and indeed his credit card was missing. Ho, Yuuma, now I would love to see how you're gonna withdraw money for the rest of the day. Ho, you do realize that if I don't have money I will have to walk home. That means I'll be late. Yuuma, Ho, oh yeah, where were we? To answer your question, in order to come and go faster I used my card to book a car and also close the tickets. Ho, I had to be a gentleman and treat to my best a beautiful girl. Chapter 19, died yet again. Ho, Yuuma wanted to see a movie that started way too soon, therefore in order to please her I booked a car for 3 hours going and returning. Ho, then we bought the bottles and you know the rest. Rias, just as she thought she had him, this came up covering her trap that actually worked on him at first glance, but failed on a second one. It's true that with a car 50 kilometers will be like 10 to 15 minutes instead of 1 to 2 hours walking. But how should she know that Haoh could talk to Yuma in his mind, and when this came up and started cursing Yuma, she heard him and came up with this as she informed him. Haoh, now is there something else? Rias, no, nothing. Haoh, in the end, what was this whole point? To spy on me? Rias, we. Haoh, yet, I'm sick of this. Haoh, a cult club this, sacred gear that activity. In the end, what is a sacred gear? This what I learned about the club you wanted me to join. Haoh, I really wonder what were your true motives. He kept going on and on and on for almost 10 minutes, making Rias have a pale face. Akeno was clenching her fists while Konako blazed with anger and couldn't stomach it down. Haoh, I'm leaving, I don't like girls like you at all prying at others' life. Konako, you've been babbling on and on. Swafuss. Konako vanished from her spot and appeared where he was with anger in her eyes as she punched towards his face. Just from her anger alone, Konako showed signs of becoming berserk. Haoh couldn't react at all. After all, with his tiny stats, what he could do? He watched the punch smashed his face in the wall before falling down unconscious. He didn't even manage to scream. Before they could speak at her as they had stood up to rush towards her, the space solidified and froze. Konako, what's going on? I can't move. Haoh, damn it. I can't believe your little punch killed me. Konako watched in horror as the deformed person who was unconscious on the ground from her punch starting to get up like nothing happened, and what's more, his face has healed. Haoh, system, is there a way for me not to get killed each time? DxD, unfortunately no. When the host dies, the sacred gear activated and draws magic from his already bound girls, in this case, to heal the damage and restore the host within 2 hours. Haoh, so you mean that if I turn to dust and I have enough girls for magic, my body will be restored? In the off-chance scenario that magic isn't enough, what will happen? DxD, host will really die. Furthermore, if the host hasn't recovered, you will be placed in a standby phase or in a coma for your girls to restore their magic as much as possible within 2 hours to finish the restoration. Haoh, and what will happen if I hadn't restore myself within 2 hours? DxD, depends. If the host has recovered everything except a hand or a leg, you will be revived, but Haoh, except that part, and if that part is the heart, organs, or even my head, I'm dead again. Haoh, so many ways to die. Konako, hey. I'm talking to you. Haoh, you just had to go ahead and punch me, I'm a normal human for the devil's sake. Konako, a normal human, can't freeze the space. Haoh, not my fault, okay? When you killed me, my sacred gear activated, and froze the space for me to heal. Konako, wait, you died? From that? But it was a weakly normal punch? Then how come you are alive? Haoh, you little sigh. I told you I'm human. The only way my gear can activate is when you kill me, then a curse is placed on the target that did kill me, drawing her magic power and reviving me. Chapter 20, completing 2 quests. Konako, you lied to Rias and us. Haoh, I didn't lie, I truly went on a date with Yuma. Only it ends up a bit bloody on her legs. Konako got confused, but as she kept watching him and then following his line of eyes that were glued on her crotch, she blushed and started murmuring, pervert. Haoh, on the contrary, you guys went back on your words and even attacked me, which caused this. Haoh, try and look a bit behind you. I believe you can move your head just fine. Konako tried to turn as she was told and was stunned to see Rias and Akeno frozen up as they had jumped trying to catch her and check on Haoh's body. Konako, you said something like a curse, what was that? Haoh, it means that right now I can do whatever I want to you without remorse. Haoh put an evil smile on his face and moved towards her. While in reality, they were a few steps away, Konako felt it was more than that. Konako, what are trying to do? Haoh, what you ask? Obviously, Punish you for attacking me. And in my pretty face no less. Konako, do I have to comment about your so-called face? Ho, you don't have to comment on something because you won't be able to. Ho had reached face to face with Konako, who had been frozen in a punching position as the space froze the moment he got flying and died. Konako watched him up close and was afraid as she couldn't move at all. She saw him opening his hands and hugged her as she was frozen. She opened her eyes wide open, not because of the hug but because she was petting her head with one hand while with the other was feeling her ass. Konako, what are you doing? Ho, trying to see if you have ears and a tail. Konako froze yet again and looked at him in disbelief when she heard his words. Konako, how do you know that? Ho, then moment the curse was placed on you by my gear I learnt you are a Nikomata and a few others. Konako, you mean you learned immediately my race? Ho, yep, damn, I was kinda excited to see an animal girl and pass time with her, but turns out you can't bring them in view as you have an unstable untrained senjutsu body. Ho, well no worries, since you were bound to me you will slowly practice inside my gear. Ho, but first. Konako, wait, not there. MMMGGGRRNNN. Ho, your spot here is quite nice. I will help myself later. Ho, system, by my sacred gear I bound thee. DxD, Konako had been bound. The host had completed 2 quests. DxD, quest completed. Meet with Rias Gremory and listen to what she has to say. Condition 1, only girls can participate. Condition 2, they can only be in their underwear in full exposure. Rewards, 10.000 pervert points, 50% stats up. DxD, quest completed. Bind one girl of the occult. Rewards, 5.000 pervert points, double up stats. Ho, stats. DxD, showing stats. Name, Haoh Yorion. Age, 15, 25. Health, 500,751,500. Magic, 500,751,500. Power, 30-45-90. Speed, 15-23-46. Defense, 20-30-60. Sacred Gear, 16 Ri Sakubaku sa Renis Rumato, the 16 Boundless Soulmates. Bound Mate 1, Rainare, Fallen Angel, 2 wings. Bound Mate 2, Konako Tajao, Nikomata / Devil, Non-Stage Sage. Money, 0. Ho, I became 3 times stronger than before. Konako, what was that? I felt a slight fluctuation in your body. Ho, by binding you I became a tad bit stronger. Let's just say that if you punch me again with the same force this time only my nose and a few teeth will break. Chapter 21, Chapter 21, A Cat in Heat. Ho, let me tell you 5 things. Konako, about what? Ho, one somewhere in your body, a triangle mark with a pearl should have appeared, that's the mark of binding soul mates. Ho, 2 you are not allowed to say anything to anyone. 3 you can never harm me as if you try the space will freeze again. Ho, 4 if you are willing to follow me you will be allowed to move inside the frozen space. Konako, wait, so I can't move and use magic because? Ho, because you deny this situation, if you accept it you will be able to move and use magic freely but you will never harm me. Konako closed her eyes and took a deep breath, after that she finally sighed and with that, she regained her movement again. Konako, I can't believe it was this easy. Ho, well, my gear has its ups and downs. I'm not planning to do what I did to Yuma to you as well, because under your cold and indifference attitude you care about others. Ho, therefore I'll slowly take it with you. Konako, what's the 5th? Ho, oh, right 5. I can't remove the curse. So even if Rias realize something when she most likely sees the mark, accept it and you will not regret it. Konako, I seriously doubt it, I already regret punching you in the head, pervert. Ho, ha ha ha, well, when I have a lovely girl in her underwears in front of me, do you think I won't stare? Ho, oh, right. Ho asked his system if he sent her inside her realm in the jewel, will space here be undone? DxD, no, unless you will it. Ho, be prepared for the biggest happiness you'll get. Storying. Before Konako even managed to say something, she was sucked inside his heart. When she opened her eyes, she was shocked by the sheer magic and sage energy that was flowing here. Unknowing to her, her ears and tail had come out, being called by the energy. She stood there with a shocked face and her cat eyes looking at the horizon. Ho, so, how is it? Konako, this place. Ho, it's your own place, customized within my gear as it binds you to me. Konako, this place is tailor-made for me. I can feel both powers inside me getting excited. Konako, can anyone use this? Ho, no, it's only for girls, as my gear took my desires as the basis when it awakened. Konako, if it's only for girls, then can't Rias and Akeno use it? Ho, again no, it will be possible if they get bound by this, they will have their own space. Ho, withdrawing. Konako vanished from where she was and appeared outside on her original post. When Ho saw her, he was stunned. She brought out her tail and ears, and even her eyes were slightly changed. Konako, Naya. Ho, Naya. Konako-chan, are you okay? Konako, why wouldn't I be Naya? Ho, because your eyes are kinda glittering, your ears are twitching and your tail is waging like hell. Ho finally remembers that when her body was exposed to a normal dose of senjutsu training, yet again she started acting like a cat and also entered countless times in mating mode, giving Rias quite a handful of problems. Konako started getting closer to him and Ho didn't know what to do. If she really entered in heat mode, he is so screwed, because in less than an hour the freezing space will be undone. Can he calm her down through sex till then? She was freaking exposed in a dose of 500 times the density in senjutsu. Ho, oh, fuck. Konako, Naya. Ho, Chapter 22, Chapter 22, Moans of a Cat. Konako, the moment she returned back, started seeing Ho with a different eye, and he seems sweeter, like a person. As time went by, she kept seeing him as much attractive as possible he could be, and her body was feeling hotter and hotter by the second. She knew what happened and tried a bit to resist it, but she couldn't, as it was her instinct from both her devil side and her Nikomata. She remembers what he said, that if she wills it, the space will not hold her, and it did just that. She was closely getting closer to him. When she saw his face full of concern for her, she stopped caring and jumped on him. Either way, he is my master now, in a way. She fell on his body as she locked her legs in his waist and started kissing him in his lips and twist her tongue inside his mouth. Ho could feel her little tongue trying to please him and threw every thought he had out of the window. He also caught her and started kissing her back as he removed her underwears. He pulled her tail from her back and started brushing it, making her twitch in pleasure. Konako took out his clothes and her pussy was getting hit by his erect dick. She didn't stop, on the contrary, she climbed a bit higher in his shoulder and then fell down, making his dick enter her pussy. Konako, nay. She screamed in pain as a red line formed in his dick before she started moving her body up and down as she moans in a cat voice. Ho was shocked at her aggressiveness and bit her small nipples, jolting her before she squirted in his legs. Konako, nay. She didn't even stop to blush as she was the first to climax. She kept moving her hips on his dick, before Ho caught her and started kissing her, and he was rubbing her ears, making her tremble even more. After a few seconds of messing with the sensitive ears and with the thrusting, she squirted again. Ho started sweating as the system had told him. He had 30 minutes left and Konako showed no signs of stopping. Therefore he caught her as he raised her body in the air and started thrusting even deeper as he hit her womb, making her scream. He kept going at it all the while kissing her and sucking her little tongue. 3 minutes later Ho started trembling and raised her body a bit before pushing her downwards while he thrust upwards with his dick and released his first load inside her. Konako, from the sudden pulling and pushing force, add his hot cum that burned her inside with his warmth started spasming as she squirted uncontrollably for the 3 time as they were connected. Her eyes from the pleasure and pain finally rolled back a bit indicating that she is reaching her. Konako's arms could barely hold Haoh's back. Haoh let her go and from her pussy white semen flowed out with her juices as well. Then he changed positions. He went from her back as she tried to get up and while he caught her tail he thrusted his dick in her anus a bit down from where her tail was making her sunk her nails in her skin from the pain. Konako, Niar. Nirg. Ergna. He kept thrusting in her anus twisting it with his dick as she was really tight and you could see her weakening with each minute. As they kept going Haoh started trembling indicating he will let loose the second one. He hugged her from behind as he was pinching her nipples and making saliva dripped from her mouth. He thrust one last time making his dick entered completely in her anus. Haoh, Konako, Chapter 23, Aftermath. As Konako felt her anus inside her warm up from his semen and through her sudden thrust she squirted a fourth time from her pussy making everything in front of them wet. Konako, half. Ugh. Haoh, ha, half, ha. Have you returned, ha, half, to your reasoning? Konako, I, half, never lost it, ha, ha. Usually, I'm just, resisting them, half. Konako, ugh, my body hurts, now I see, why she said you can't hold back. Haoh, are you kidding me? In almost 20 minutes this space will be undone. Konako opened her eyes wide opened when she heard that, even more so when she saw the floor full of his dripping cum and her squirt. She tried to get up only to moan because his dick was still locked in her anus. Haoh, if I were to leave you in your mating mode, what do you thought will happen? Haoh, although I'm thankful you didn't resist them and we did it. Konako, the dosage of senjutsu energy was too lethal on my body as I had stopped training in it and was starting to feel way too hot even with my devil powers balancing it. Haoh, therefore you would have attacked sexually anyone you saw. Konako, thinking like that and along with accepting the fact that since I'll be training there it will bound to happen again and again. Haoh, therefore. Konako, then since you are my master now and when I saw your concern I threw everything out of the window. Haoh, I prefer if you treat yourself not as a pawn for me but as my girlfriend. Konako trembled a bit with his words and got up making his dick leave her anus as his cum dripped down from her. Konako, how much time we have? Haoh, around 10 minutes. Konako, for now get dressed. I don't have much to wear thanks to a pervert's conditions. She didn't have to tell him. Haoh got up and started dressing. As he did he noticed something, his clothes were wet with her juice and that turned him on yet again. Haoh, System? Can you clean this place and fix my clothes? DxD, host can use 500 points for everything to be cleaned within the space. Haoh, Konako. Wear your underwear, I'll deal with the rest. Konako, wait Naya. Konako did as he told her and then Haoh said to his system to do it. DxD, major cleanup using 500 pervert points remaining ones 14.500. A blue light came out of his heart sweeping everything on the frozen space. Konako was shocked. Her underwear which was wet or her legs that were sticky no longer bothered her and she saw even the floor was clean. She looked towards Haoh and saw his clothes were fixed to their original state. Konako, how did you do that Naya? Haoh, later, can you hide your ears and tail? Konako calmed herself with a bit of difficulty and they disappeared. Haoh saw this and sighed in relief but then the system told him 1 minute remaining. Haoh, Konako punch me in the face with a bit lower force than before. Konako realized it was time and she did what he said. After getting punched by her he flew again and hit the wall where he was and was staying like that. Just before she could say something as he wasn't moving she heard Rias and Akeno behind her. Rias, Konako, why did you punch him? Konako, I lost my cool. Sorry President. Rias, Akeno how is he? Akeno, a broken nose and a few cracked teeth. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, You Owe Me. Haoh was roaring in his mind about the force that was behind her punch. It was exactly the same, not a tad bit weaker according to his system. If he hadn't become 3 times stronger, she would have crushed his skull again. Outside, Haoh was completely unconscious to them, and Konako started to worry because she didn't know if he died, would she die since she was cursed? Not to mention she did it with him, so killing him now would leave a bad aftertaste inside her, cause at first she did it to calm herself from the overdose of senjutsu energy, but later on, she enjoyed it. As Akeno was healing Haoh, Rias noticed a weird symbol on Konako's neck just a bit lower of her hair and was puzzled. Rias, Konako, did you always had this mark on your neck? Konako, not always, President. It appears occasionally when my body is unbalanced towards devil and senjutsu. Konako, it's just that because of my hair on the back of my neck it's not visible. Konako, you can see it now because I also don't wear any clothes and it's easier to spot it. Rias, I see. Does that mean that you will have to practice? Konako, I really don't know. Konako was thinking that even in the space of Haoh's gear she still has a bit of hesitation for what happened with her family and the grudges she had for her father. Haoh, ugh. Akeno, you too, he is awake. Haoh, what the hell happened? Rias, I'm really sorry about Konako hitting you. Haoh, you 3. Haoh, first you owe others for your own mistakes and then beat up people. Rias, I have no words to say. Haoh, sigh. Forget it, you girls will never move forward if you can't keep your part of the future deals you make. Rias, if it's about taking our underwear off we can do it now. Haoh, no, I learned your ways and therefore I will treat your last questions as you owning me. Rias and Akeno were speechless. He changed his conditions this fast? Can it be he doesn't like naked girls? But Konako sighed a bit of relief, as if she were to take her underwear off with her movements she will cause his semen to flow out of her pussy in front of them. Haoh was thinking the same, even though he dried her underwear with his system, inside her, she has 2 loads of his semen. If she were to bend down or make a sudden move it will cause it to flow out of her, and with no underwear they will see it. But if he knew the 2 treated him as being incapable and gay, then it might have been a different story. Rias, since you are doing us a favor of not completing letting us be naked, then we promise to help you when you need it. Haoh, just remember that for each question you owe me, I would have brushed it off, but your member made it worse. Konako, as she heard that, was thinking that she should have punched him with a tad bit more power, and Rias was perplexed as to what favors he would ask them. Based on what she has realized, he is dead set on conditions and payback. Assuming everything like that, then the conditions they owe him might aggravate to more than being naked in front of them. Rias sighed, and so did the other 2. They watched Haoh leaving from there before telling Yuto to stay for a bit outside in order for them to get dressed. Chapter 25, Chapter 25, Missing Pieces. As Haoh was leaving he saw Yuto look at him with weird eyes, which made him a bit alert. He tried to think of what could make him like that and nothing came on his mind. Haoh walked away as it was time to go home because he could hear a worried Rainare in his mind. Is she caring about me? Or losing the space if I die? Haoh, with her personality, I'll bet the second one. Yuto wanted to speak to him as he heard strange noises earlier, but he also felt a bit dizzy. He wasn't sure what happened inside and didn't want to act if he doesn't have enough evidence. After 5 minutes he entered inside as Rias called him, and when he saw the wall that had cracks he looks with a deadly glint in his eyes towards Haoh's direction. Rias, calm down. I'll fill you now on what happened. Rias starting telling him about the conditions making him speechless and everything that happened, which pointed him being clean and Yuma alive and well. Yuto, President, was all that everything that happened? Rias, Yes, why? Yuto, I thought I heard weird sounds and for some reason, I'm dizzy as I lost some memories. Rias, yes, there was nothing else. When Konako punched him we got up and rushed to him. Akeno, Rias went to Konako and I grab. Rias, what's wrong Akeno? Akeno, his body was in the wrong placement. I have 2 memories overlapping seeing him on the ground. Rias, that can't be, we both saw Konako punch him. Rias, you had different hands. Konako, What do you guys mean? Rias, what did you heard Yuto? Konako suddenly had a bad feeling, can it be they got found? How? He said the space freezes for 2 hours, what did go wrong there? As Konako was thinking this and Yuto starting telling the noise he was hearing, but to her surprise, it was nothing special, just noise. Haoh was thinking about something as well as he was speaking with his system. Haoh, system, how big range does the freezing has? DxD, it freezes around 100 meters with the host as its center. If someone is on the further end of the space, when it is undone they may be in a state of dizziness and think they heard something. Haoh, so with me in the center the space that freezes is like a domain of 200 m. During this the 2-hour time inside, how much time passes outside? DxD, 0,0001 second. Haoh, what would happen, if someone is outside of the 200 meters and walk inside the frozen zone? DxD, nothing, as the time frame for the freezing space is so small not even gods can realize the change. Haoh, so for them, it will be like nothing happened and walked inside normally, then why do I feel like some pieces are missing? He tried to think hard in order to find if he made after all these a loophole and he could think none. Back on the office where Rias was, both her and Akeno were looking at Konako, which made her a bit in discomfort. Rias, let's go to the extremes of this. Yuto, who was almost 80 to 100 meters away from us, was suddenly hit by dizziness and heard noises for a split second. Akeno, and us, we have some kind of time lapse with 2 memories, but we didn't feel anything, no dizziness, no noises. Rias, can it be the moment Konako punched him and he crashed in the wall he activated a magic formation or something? Konako, but with the exception of always my body becoming unstable I don't have any memories overlapping or feeling any weird like Yuto. Rias, this is a bit too weird. Yuto, President, do you mean to say something happened and we didn't realize it? Rias, yes, and we took the full brunt of this. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, In Death Kun Path again. Konako inside her started sweating bullets, but even her couldn't realize what was going on. After a bit of thinking, Rias dropped it for now in order to gather more information and dispersed everyone from their duties. Konako was murmuring in her mind about all this, and Haoh, who had left the school, heard her and started asking her about what happened. Haoh, Konako, what happened? Why are you murmuring like that? Konako, oh, we can speak in our minds? Haoh, yes, what happened? She told him what happened and he finally found his missing pieces and told her about it. Haoh, the space freezes for 2 hours for me and the person who got bind, but if others got trapped in it they will feel nothing unless they are at the border of the space. Haoh, they will feel a bit dizzy and think they heard everything that happened in these 2 hours as noises. Haoh, now on the case of these 2, they saw you punch me with your right hand at first and me being on the wall on the right side. Konako, but before the space was undone I used my left and you were on the left side, causing their memories of before and after overlap? Haoh, yeah kinda, even I didn't know of that. There is a chance they will monitor you just to be safe, as you didn't have any memories overlapping. After having finished his discussion with Konako, he also spoke to Rainare, assuring her that he was fine. After telling her what happened and getting an earful of scolding from her as he drained her magic, he entered inside a few alleys in order to reach his home much earlier. Look, what do we have here? A cornered human that Rainare failed to kill. Haoh stopped on his tracks and started sweating from meeting 2 fallen angels in front of him. His body trembled from fear, because this time he might really die. As he was contacting Rainare for her freaking past partners cornering him, Rainare on his house was speechless. He depleted 1/5 of her magic just because his skull cracked and died. If her partners shred him in pieces, will he survive with her magic and his other binding mate magic? Haoh, who are you guys? Who is Rainare? He doesn't know us. Didn't Rainare tell him anything? Don't tell me that bitch let him go because of a wonderful date or something. Haoh kept looking at them and he was trying to decide whether to kill them if he survives or makes them his dick slaves. One of them was a tall and buxom woman with brown eyes and long, navy blue hair that obscured her right eye. Her attire consisted of a maroon, trench coat-like top with a wide collar, a matching miniskirt, and black-heeled shoes. The trench coat top was open at her chest, giving view to her breasts and cleavage. She also wore a gold necklace around her neck. She also appears to wear a white shirt underneath her top. While the other one was a girl with blonde hair styled into twin tails and blue eyes. She wore a gothic Lolita attire, which consisted of a black Lolita dress with white frills, a large black bow on the front, and a green jewel embedded on the collar, white thigh-high socks, and black shoes. She also wore a large black bow on top of her hair. Either that or this guy killed her, and maybe someone saved him. Haoh, who are you two? How are you standing in the air? Wait, he can't see our wings? Is he truly a human? Is this why Rainiere let him off? No matter, I would love to see his dead body dripping with blood as his face is distorted with fear. Both of them raised their hands and created 2 spears of light out of nowhere and were surprised to see him not scared or anything. Haoh, why did you raise your hands? They saw him trembling with fear as he couldn't see the unknown around them and made them in ecstasy. At least one of them she loved playing with her cruel personality. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, Meeting Death Again. Haoh already bricked a few farts behind his ass. He was sweating inside and outside as he wasn't sure which attack will kill him first and which will shred him. His gear works only on one girl and not on 2, therefore, he will bind either the shorty or the mature one. Looking, it depends on which spear they are holding will kill him. Haoh, why are you raising your hands in the air? Haoh, who are you two? Hat, look at him ready to piss his pants on. Let's hurry up, we don't want to draw unnecessary attention to us. Both of them drew their hands even further as they had raised them and then launched the spears forward at incredible speeds. Haoh only saw 2 flashes and felt a weight lifting from him as if he had become lighter before passing out. At that point, he managed to hear in his head. DxD, host has taken critical damage. DxD, the host has died by both attacks. DxD, estimation of recovery 1 hour and 30 minutes. What the? I can't move. I can't move either. What happened? Calla Warner, do something. Calla Warner, I'm trying middled, but I can't even use magic. Middled, what the hell, we froze when we killed him? A ceiling space? Calla Warner, damn, then how long are we gonna stay here? Found you. Was it you? Fallen angels. Both of them heard a familiar voice and a non-familiar one. When they tried to look by turning a bit their heads, they saw 2 figures standing in the air as they looked at them with killing intent. Middled, Rainiere, where the hell have you been? Calla Warner, wait, something is not right. Her eyes, her killing intent is directed at us? Rainiere ignored them and saw Haoh's body and was speechless by the state he was in. A fist-size hole was blown in his chest and his head had been cut off. His heart has been crashed yet again, and his neck had vanished, removing his head as it had rolled far away. She then turned to see the other figure next to her and she turned to see Rainiere. Rainiere, you are his second one? How the hell did you kill him? Konako, I'm Tajao Konako of the Gremarias faction. I threw a weak little cat punch which broke his skull. Rainiere, _ PFFFFFTTTTTTTT ha 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 ha. Rainiere had gripped her stomach and laughed in the air, leaving everyone stunned, especially the 2 fallen angels being frozen in the space. They had never seen her laugh like that, like even again. Konako, this is no laughing matter. This guy might actually be even weaker than a baby, and for better or worse we got cursed by him. Rainiere, PFFFFTTT. Sigh. I rushed here the moment he told me he encounters these 2, but I got late. Konako, so am I, turns out we can move just fine in here. Rainiere, well, his curse binds us if we tried to harm him or disobey him, but if we are willing to do anything we can move and use magic. Konako, magic which he keeps draining to heal himself. I'm already down to my half. Rainare, ugh. Same here. Middled, you bitch. I'm talking to you. Rainare, shut up whore. Kala Warner was staying silent as she was more composed than Middled. She heard what they said and instead of brushing it away like Middled she thought hard on their words. Kala Warner, Rainare, your mission was to kill him and check to see if he has any sacred gear, why didn't you completed your mission? Rainare, this guy is a bit special for me to kill. Kala Warner, can it be you really fell for him? You? Who out of the countless fallen angels you enjoy playing with their feelings before killing as they try to kiss you? All of them kept staring at each other while a change was happening in Haoh's body. It looked like his blood became slimes and going back to his body healing him slowly. Chapter 28, Chapter 28, Alive. He's alive. Kala Warner, do you mean to betray all the fallen angels for something like a whim? Rainare, whether it's a whim or not you will see it in time. Konako, what you two should be worried about are your own lives. Middled, shut up your freaking mouth you bitch. Rainare ignored her and turned towards Konako's head glittering eyes as she watched Haoh's body and noticed that slowly his body is healing, his hole had been reduced in half and his neck had been recreated. Konako, should I call you Rainare or Yuuma? Rainare, either is fine. Konako, just a thought, what would happen if his head is not reconnected within the 2 hours limit of the space solidifying? Rainare had also noticed trace of his blood becoming like slimes in order to reduce the magic and focus on regenerating the destroyed parts, however where was his head? Konako, almost an hour passed and he is pretty much healed but my magic is at 1/5. Rainare, same to me. Split? Search for his head, walk or run avoid using your wings in order to spend less magic. Both of them descended on the ground and started running in front of them in order to find his head. Both Kala Warner and Middled were perplexed by their actions but then they noticed something in the dead body. The hole had almost closed itself and his neck being recreated, they opened their eyes wide open as they were seeing both of them turning everything upside down looking for something. Middled, Kala Warner, what are they looking? Kala Warner, I think his head. Middled, why, would they do that? Kala Warner, I think we trapped ourselves. Middled, what do you mean? Kala Warner, we picked the wrong target to mess up with. After searching for 10 minutes Konako finally found his head in a trash bin a bit further away from the alley. His face was white with closed eyes and dried blood, furthermore, his forehead seems to be deformed probably from the rebound in the GROU8ND towards the bin. She rushed back and when she placed the head in his body, the blood in a slime-like liquid fashion covered his head and slowly healed him. After 20 more minutes and depleting completely their magic he started moving his fingers and woke up trying to gasp for air. Ho, half. 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 She saw Konako and Rainare looking at him with a few worrying eyes and then he looked towards the two with blazing eyes. But before he could speak he heard his system in his mind. DxD, host has been restored, remaining time 30 minutes. Middled, this? How is this possible? I clearly cut his head off. Kala Warner, turns out he can revive himself, a new gear maybe? No, it can't be just this otherwise Rainare wouldn't follow him that easily. Haoh was in shock trying to figure out what the hell happened just before he saw some flashes then what? Rainare, we rushed as soon as you notify us and we barely managed to enter the radius of space freezing enabling us to get here. Konako, I don't believe your luck getting killed and losing your head like that, if we weren't here the time would have been up without connecting your head to your body. Haoh, half. 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 It wouldn't be a problem. Half. Half. As long you were to provide me with magic. Half. Half. Rainare, that was the problem, we don't have any left you sucked us dry, and I doubt we would be able to regain enough within 30 minutes to make your blood search for your head or create a new one. Konako, how was your trip to the underworld? Haoh, my friend Death started screaming. Alive! He's alive! Chapter 29, Chapter 29, Not letting them off. Ho, I can't believe I have a bit over than 20 minutes. Rainaray, it's your gear, you get the beauties while dying for them, isn't that romantic? Ho, sometime later I would love to crack your skull and see how well behaved you were as an angel. Rainaray, ugh, why so? Ho, 'cause that's for when people do when they are in love and they want to protect each other. Konako, you can argue later, the time is going down and running. Ho turned to look at both of them and revealed a cruel smile that made two veterans fallen angels feel the creeps. He started walking towards the Rainaray with Konako knew what he planned to do, at the same time he was talking to his system about a show he had in mind. Ho, system? Can I use points in order to make reality something in my mind? DxD, host should take note that the space will be undone in 25 minutes. Furthermore, host can use points to indeed execute what you have in your thoughts. Ho thought perfect and waved his hands in order to make them shift a bit their positions, and instead of being a bit above the ground he made them touch the ground. Middled, what? This creep has control of the space. Kala Warner, what are you going to do? Kala Warner was a bit calm as she had realized from what she had heard that it will be some kind of binding as it may have happened in Rainaray and Konako, while Middled was nervous and throwing insults at him. Ho, what to do? Since you are the calmest of the two you might have realized your position. Ho, then it's easy, from today forward and until the day I deemed it fit you will serve me in any way I like. As he was speaking he had a lustful look and his eyes were glittering while looking at Kala Warner, who had a bit of hesitation, but she knew that as she didn't accept it she will die. Kala Warner, fine. Ho smiled while Middled kept yelling traitor, traitor at her. He then turned towards Middled and got closer to her. When she saw him getting closer with those eyes she felt disgusted and started raining curses and treats at him with killing eyes. When he reached face to face with her, he raised his hand and started stripping her clothes, leaving her completely naked. Middled, what are you doing? I'll kill you, don't even try it. Ho, compared to the other three you suck. Not only that, it seems you don't know a bit of philosophy. Middled, the philosophy of you dying. Ho looked with cold eyes as he was using perverted points to make his face devoid of emotions and as cruel as possible, shocking everyone for his sudden change. DxD, remaining pervert points 14.400. Middled, what will you do? Middled started trembling as she saw his face, and then his hoarse voice resounded, scaring all of them before he did something that opened their eyes wide open. Ho, you kept forgetting that the cruelest race are us humans. Plug. He raised his hand by forming a blade and pierced her chest where he grabbed her hard inside, making her scream in pain. Ho smiled, sending shivers in everyone there while he spoke. Ho, what was it you said? You love to see my face being rolled and bathed in blood and despaired? Ho, now, let me hear your voice as your hearts gets crushed bits by bits with one hand while the other. He raised his hand and her body was hung in the air with her legs forming an M, just before she had started bearing the pain and felt another one of her waist. Middled, AI Chapter 30, Chapter 30, A Broken Bitch. Ho used his other hand and directly fisted her small pussy as blood flowed from there, and he didn't even stop as he pushed his hand even further ahead. Ho, I can't even tell if you were a virgin with all your bravado, or your insides got ripped. Middled, Ho, what's wrong? Where is your smug now? Rainaray and Konako along with Kala Warner had hugged themselves with their arms as they shivered, thinking that they got the easiest way out. Ho, still not enough, hey? Somewhere inside is your womb, I presume? Middled, when she heard that, she tried to plead for him to stop, but she wasn't fast enough and his hand entered all of it inside her, a little more than his wrist. At the same time his other hand squeezed her heart, making her blood flow backwards, and as she screamed she puked blood, making her cough a few times. Middled, no. GGGRRRRAAAAAAAA. Stop it. Please stop it. Middle couldn't handle the pain anymore and started calling for help. The others were in bad shape from watching all this. They had never seen someone in their lives do this, not even first-rate devils. Haoh, stop. You think you are in a position to ask this? Haoh twisted a bit his hands, making her heart felt like it was ripped off and her vagina twist upside down, and at that moment his fingers touched the walls of her womb, making her gasp. Middle, no. Anything but that. I'm still a girl in the end. Haoh, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. Just as he was about to move his hand, he felt 3 grabs on his arm, making him stop. He turned and saw a grave Rainare and similarly a grave Konako along with a pale Kala Warner. At this point, he also felt something warm in his hand leaking down, and when he looked he saw Middle passed out with tears in her eyes as she had felt his hand moving and ready to pull her womb out. Rainare, isn't that enough? Haoh, enough? On the contrary, it's far off than simply enough. If I let her off with simply this, do you think she won't come back to kill me? Haoh, furthermore I told you, if you accept the situation you are in, you have full reign of yourself with many bonuses, and I can even treat you as my girl. Kala Warner, yeah, but as girls, as women, we can't stand by without doing something. Haoh, oh. Now you remember you fallen angels are girls. How many people have you killed with this excuse? All 3 of them shut their mouths and couldn't retort back. At this time Middle came back to her senses and saw that he had pulled his hands out of her. She also barely managed to hear what Haoh asked them, which made her unable to speak. At this moment Haoh heard his system saying that only 5 minutes were left and looked at Kala Warner before speaking of binding her. Since she had accepted it been under him, even without the binding she could move as well, which when he saw her caught his hand it surprised him. Kala Warner was stunned by his words and then looked over his body to find the symbol, and she did on the right thigh next to her pussy. He then turned to see Middle, who had awakened and kept twitching in pain. When she saw his cold eyes she shivered and thought this will be the end of her. Haoh, 10 seconds. Decide whether you wish to live or die. Chapter 31, 2 New Binds. Haoh, 9 to 8, 7 to 6, 5 to 4, 3 to 2, 1. Middle, wait. I wanna live. When she was hearing about the countdown and seeing his cold eyes, she panicked and didn't have time to consider before blurting out her desire to live. Haoh, good, then from today on forward, you belong to me. With his declaration they could see his mark of mating appeared in the left side of her chest, which wasn't much developed. At the same time, the space unfroze itself, making Middle able to move. She hurriedly took her clothes and got dressed as Haoh turned towards Kala Warner. Haoh, you two should be happy you ended up like this, and you will realize how wise to accept this was. Just as he was about to send the 3 fallen angels in their spaces and stay here with Konako, he was interrupted by the system. DxD, Middle and Kala Warner have been bound. The host had completed 1 quests. DxD, hidden quest completed. Change the death fate of 1 or more canon character. Rewards, 10.000 pervert points, 50% stats up. Haoh, stats. DxD, showing stats. Name, Haoh Yorion. Age, 15, 25. Health, 1500 2250. Magic, 1500 2250. Power, 9135. Speed, 4669. Defense, 6090. Sacred Gear, 16 Ri Sakubaku sa Renis Rumato, the 16 Boundless Soulmates. Boundmate 1, Rainare, Fallen Angel, 2 wings. Boundmate 2, Konako Tajao, Nikomata / Devil, Non-Stage Sage. Boundmate 3, Middle, Fallen Angel, 2 wings. Boundmate 4, Kala Warner, Fallen Angel, 2 wings. Money, 0. Haoh, oh. I became a tad bit stronger. Rainare, yeah, we felt that small fluctuation in your body. Konako, it seems the more girls you bind the stronger you become. Ho, well, I haven't figured out everything about my gear. Rainare, what are you going to do with these two? Ho, for now I'm gonna send them and you for training. All this hassle made me realize that even if I bound you, if I can't restore myself later, then I have no idea what will happen. Ho, oh right Konako, I don't know if you want to continue practicing inside, therefore when you are ready you can tell me. Konako, either way I need to return as I suddenly vanished, it probably alerted Rias. Ho, no need to worry about that, I plan eventually to bind them both. So sooner or later it doesn't make any difference. Konako, and please find a way to do that without dying, it's unpleasant to see our future pervert getting killed each time. Ho, so, in the end, it doesn't even matter, I'm still a pervert. Middled, who had finished dressing herself, and Kala Warner threw his a few deep looks, and so did Rainare and Konako. Ho, through the looks he took a message saying obviously you are. Which in his own way he didn't deny. After saying, bye, bye, and watching Konako leaving, Ho turned towards the three and waved his hand as he said a command. Ho, storing. All three of them vanished and reappeared in an unknown place to them except Rainare, who had entered this place again. Middled and Kala Warner had been separated and went towards different spaces. When they opened their eyes they froze from the density of the magic in here. Middled, this. What is this place? Kala Warner, now it makes perfect sense, why Rainare chose to stay. As they were in awe about this phenomenon they heard Ho's voice explaining the space they had entered and was shocked to find that it was 1000 times the density and it belonged to his gear. Ho, this place has been attuned for you too. The moment I bind you, it's up to you whether you will use it or not. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, Puzzles. A few minutes before Ho sent them in their spaces, at the point where Ho was talking with Rainare and Konako, Rias, who was watching her in her own way, she could feel something is off with her. It was especially true when she left in a hurry with the excuse she wasn't feeling well. With Konako out of the picture, Rias looked at Akeno and she nodded at her before vanishing from the room. Kaiba, isn't this a bit too much? Rias, if it is I'll apologize later. However, how come she didn't have any memories overlapping? Rias, this is a problem that we must find out what really happened in case we might fall for a trap. Kaiba, then again we might have fallen into one right from the start. Rias, that's also true. Going back to the alley where everything returned to normal, Akeno was shocked to see from far away Konako with 3 fallen angels and Ho together. She was even more shocked when Konako left and Ho waved his hand, making the 3 of them vanish, leaving him all alone in the alley. She had kept a distance of 2000 meters away from Konako, therefore for her when Konako reached there she met with the others, nothing particular wrong. But to Konako it was 2 hours in that zone. Furthermore, she didn't even notice that she was being followed by her. She knew that perhaps a few familiars might monitor her but not Akeno herself. When she saw Ho alone for a bit before he started to move, he was in a dilemma to follow or not. In the end, she gave up the idea as she didn't want Konako to return and seize her missing from the club, therefore she turned and flew away. After a few minutes, Konako returned back with her usual tone that everyone knows and saw all 3 of them sitting there. She thought, can it be they didn't bother to send a familiar at all? Soon the bell rang that indicated the end of the school day and everyone returned to their homes. Konako wasn't an exception. She said goodbye and left. After making sure she really left, Akeno started speaking to Rias about what she saw, which made her eyes twitched as they had really fallen deep in his trap. Rias, I see, then I guess with that time formation he made Konako follow him, and it was the same for Yuma. Akeno, yes, not only that, it seems to contain part of the surroundings and the time flow in it, it's different. Kaiba, you mean like 1 second outside the range is like hours inside or something? Rias, furthermore it seems to work only for the people he wishes to court or something. Akeno, yes, otherwise we wouldn't have any memories overlap. It only happened because let's say our brain was active seeing a scene. Rias, then it froze and when we waked up we saw another scene. Kaiba, then I, who was far behind, managed to escape a tiny bit and heard noises when I waked up from it. Rias, yes, you can say that if we could somehow take those sounds and magnify their length we might have been able to find what happened. Akeno, but unfortunately no one in our knowledge can do or know someone to tamper with our memories and to that extent. Rias, therefore right now you can say we lost Konako, and we are trapped in the palm of his hands. Kaiba, President, I wouldn't say that we didn't lose Konako. If that guy controlled her for real, then he would have made her spill everything and killed her. Kaiba, no, doing so means that he must have entered some kind of give and take deal. Rias sighed as there were many puzzles to all this and couldn't find the right path now. If she knew that she was on the right path she would have probably rolled her eyes back. Chapter 33, Chapter 33, Money Issues. Haoh after all this started walking towards his home with a sullen expression to all this. He now had more mouths to feed and he had neither the stamina nor the money to do it. The only thing he had was pervert points. He had 14.500 and each time he wanted to place an evil deformed face he had to pay 100 for a limit of 1 minute. According to his system he used this for 25 minutes. Therefore he should have 12.000, but as he used his hand to phase through the skin of Middlet and catch her heart he used 10.000. He wanted to cry but had no tears, he could only cry blood from his 7 holes. If it wasn't his quest for giving 10.000 back as a reward he would be with a measly poorly 2.000, but now he had 12.000 points. Haoh, ugh, all these calculations made my head hurt. Haoh, if those bitches don't offer themselves in my bed I will kill them. Haoh, not to mention there is a chance that Rias might have gotten to the core of this which will make her even more pestered than before. Haoh, well if that were to happen I can screw her since now I hold her in my hands. After 1 hour or so he finally reached his home and opened with his keys the door. When he entered inside he felt a weird presence and asked his system if it's catching some kind of energy. DxD, nothing is detected in the vicinity. Haoh, what's the range of the scan? DxD, it can extend to the whole town with points, but usually is as the domain. Haoh, what if they are watching me from the gods or devil's realms? DxD, you will need 1 million to be able to scan in there. Haoh, fuck. DxD, do you wish to scan the whole town? Haoh, do I have the points for that? DxD, 2.000 perverted points. Haoh, why are you saying it in such a way as if I'm going to peek at a beauty's naked body? DxD, depends on who's spying on host, perhaps it's a guy. Haoh, blurg. Blurg. Haoh made a few puking movements but nothing came out of his mouth before turning and finally decided to pay the points and scan for any traces used to spy in this direction. Haoh, please be a beauty, please be a beauty. As much as he wished for it nothing came from the scan, leaving him in broken pieces as he had spent in vain 2.000 perverted points. He checked the fridge and the shelves and found a tiny few materials that if cooked together perhaps he can make from 2 plates for each of them. Haoh, I seriously need to think about the money issue. Haoh, oh, why I didn't think of that. Haoh, system, can you please tell me if I can convert points in money? DxD, it's possible, at the rate of 1 to 10. Haoh, that means 1.000 points will be 10.000 cash. It can last me I think 2 months. Haoh, fine, trade me half of my points. DxD, 50.000 cash obtained, remaining points 5.000. Haoh, withdraw. Clang clang clang. 3 figures crashed in front of him and were groaning in pain as they clashed in one on other without a warning. Haoh, I totally forgot my commands need some work. Rainaray, sometimes I wish you can just go and die. Middlet, ow, my head. Kala Warner, my legs hurt. Haoh, so did you manage to restore yourself? Rainaray, yeah, so I can kill you. Haoh, then my list of binding just changed. I will remove you and add someone else. Furthermore, no take orders tonight as I plan to order food. Chapter 34, Chapter 34, Ordering Food. Somewhere far away, almost at the edges or borders of the town, a figure could be seen panting and trying to catch her breath. How the hell did he realize I was spying on him? And that weird feeling I felt as I was leaving to avoid suspicion, it was like a tracing magic, but at the same time, it was not. Good thing I know a few flight and space spells and managed to leave by jumping over 10 times, but this drained me. And even then I was scared. It felt as if a lustful gaze was praying to see my body. After looking back for a bit since the feeling vanished, she pondered a bit before leaving through a portal. Back to Haoh's room, Rainare was raising a mayhem as she was hungry. Rainare, you useless boyfriend of mine, can't you treat me a bit better? Haoh, hey? You are the one who can't treat your boyfriend. You suck at the bed, you can't even remember my name even though we went on a date, you even tried to kill me. Rainare, ugh. No. Have mercy, don't disband me, aren't I your cute little girl? Next, to them, Middlet and Kala Warner were looking at them as if watching new married people fighting their first fight. Middlet, hey Kala Warner, it can't be that they really fell for each other, right? Kala Warner, with that kind of space, I'm also thinking of completely becoming his. Either way, up to this point I don't think he will let us off. Just before Middlet could say anything, she saw Haoh ordering, already ignoring the pleas of Rainare to order something for herself. As she had tears in her eyes, Haoh finally petted her in her head and gave her the phone to order. He turned towards the two who had complex eyes about him, and it wasn't long before he spoke up to them about their positions. Haoh, as one of you had realized so far, for now, your positions will be satisfying my needs. Therefore, to make it easier for you, don't make me order you do something forcefully. Kala Warner, isn't what you want from us sexual desires? Haoh, I'll admit I'm lustful about your bodies, but how many times do you think I can keep going with the three of you? Middlet, then why are we here? Haoh, first I can't break the binding and neither of us can kill each other, but there will be a time when I will be able to remove it. Kala Warner, so if we want to use the space, it will be best to obey you with our wills, otherwise many others like Rainare or that Gremory pawn will rise ranks at an alarming rate. Haoh, correct. So that means that occasionally you will have to satisfy me in bed, not just you, each of the future 16 girls that I can bind. Haoh, if you refuse to do even that, your rights to enter the space will be revoked and simply wandered as bound free in the human world I'm currently residing. Middlet, so that means we can leave from here and wander within the town but still be bound to you. Kala Warner, what will happen if we died during that time? Haoh was taken by surprise as he actually forgot to ask about this. Yes, what if they died? He asked his system and finally saw a bit of light in his problem of binding them. DxD, if the girls that have been bound to host are not within 200 meters for storing in the gear and accelerated their recovery, the binding breaks and after a month then jewel can be used again. When he heard that, he had a smile on his face, sending the creeps to them, but before he could say something more the bell sounded with the food coming and a drooling Rainare was waiting for Haoh to pay up. Chapter 35, Eating Slowly. As the food arrived from the stall across the street, it was hot and yummy, making everyone drool in the room. Rainare had already jumped and started devouring her share of the food, while Haoh was eating at a more normal pace. Haoh, aren't you two going to eat? Middles, who is gonna eat all those filthy stuff you ordered? Haoh, your saliva though says otherwise. Haoh, munch, munch, not that I care, the food is here so dig in if you see fit. Kala Warner, I have a question. Haoh, gulp, go ahead. Kala Warner, aren't you going to fuck us? Isn't that what you are after in the end? Haoh, pffftfttt. Middlet, what? Haoh, cough, cough, cough. If you go by the long run method, then yes, I do crave for sex, but I don't really like forcing people. Haoh, I'm not saying I won't force you, I just prefer not to. Kala Warner, you mean you forced Rainare? Haoh, yes, I did force her after killing me. It was payback. For Konako, she accepted it quite easily, I would say. Haoh, as for you two, especially Middlet, I was seriously thinking of killing you both. but I didn't. Now whether that is good or now be my guess. Kala Warner, earlier you said, that you are lustful about our bodies and if we want to use the space occasionally we would have to do it with you, correct? Ho, let me tell you in a way you would understand. Ho, in front of me you are little girls, if you want on your own or let me eat you, you will gain the pros. Ho, however if you don't want to, you will get the cons. Furthermore, how much do you think I can last in bed? Ho, there is no meaning in dwelling again and again, I already said everything you two need to know. Ho, oh wait, if you chose to walk away like this you are still bound to me and if you die then you die, unless you are in a dome of 200 meters from me as a center. Ho, now eat, I'm not completely uncivilized, I can see you are hungry. Kala Warner sat on the table and started eating, which made Middle throw glaring daggers at her as she was screaming softly, traitor, traitor. In the end, Middle didn't eat anything, but you could see from her expression she was hungry. Ho went inside and laid in his bed while waiting for anyone to come. The first one who arrived was Rainare in her fallen angel form, completely naked, but she erased her wings as she laid on him and started kissing him. Ho made a challenged accepted pose and started rubbing Rainare's pussy as he was sucking her breasts, making her moan more and more. Soon, when she wasn't expecting it, she was fingered by him with 3 fingers, making her roll her eyes back before groaning as she squirted her juices in the bed. Ho could no longer hold himself back and pierced her pussy with his dick right after she squirted, making her body feel weak before started pounding her pussy with his thighs. Inside the living room, Kala Warner and Middle could hear the pounding and Rainare's panting from moaning while they didn't know what to feel. After a bit of pondering, Kala Warner got up and walked towards his room as she slowly started to undress. Middle, wait, are you serious? Kala Warner, serious or not, where would I find such an opportunity again to rise in ranks? Kala Warner, if I can become a powerhouse like 8 wings or higher, then letting him pound my insides is really nothing. Chapter 36, Eating Slowly. 2. Middle, I don't believe this. Middle saw Kala Warner as she started taking her clothes off before entering his room, where Rainare's moans were louder and louder. Inside the room, Kala Warner was seeing Rainare sitting on top of Ho, but they weren't face to face, they were face to her back. She could see his dick clearly shoving up against her vagina as fluids came out from it, while he was groping her boobs from behind her and biting her ears. Just as both had realized someone was in the room, Ho thrust deeper and faster than before, causing Rainare to moan louder as she was hitting her womb before he started twitching and spasm inside her. Rainare rolled her eyes back as she opened her mouth and groaned from hitting her sensitive spots before a burning sensation made her spasm all over as she squirted as well. Ho then turned towards Kala Warner before saying to her, Ho, get over here and suck all the fluids of her vagina and my dick. Since she had decided to do it earlier, she went to Rainare, who was panting and had her vagina connected with his dick. Ho removed it, making his semen flew out as Kala Warner placed her mouth and tongue on her, sucking everything. Rainare, you. She came again, instantly making Kala Warner suck her fluids. She was way too sensitive there, and with the sucking, as her tongue entered her vagina, she came again. Kala Warner started feeling hot and placed her hands in her pussy as she continued rubbing, while this time he was cleaning Ho's dick with her tongue. Ho, Ho thrust his dick inside her mouth and came as she swallowed down everything while ending up fingering herself. She then got up and placed her pussy directly above his dick before sitting on it as it made her moan. Ho, oh, quite wet. Ho, okay, then. Ha ha. He started shoving it deeper and deeper, with each thrust he was giving her, as she moaned more and more. At the same time he was kissing with Rainare while Kala Warner was sucking her breasts. Outside the room, Middle was red all over, but at the same time, she was trying not to listen as she didn't want to give herself to him. But slowly she started getting into it and sweat was coming from her body as she was feeling hot with the whole atmosphere coming from the room. She gritted her teeth and pinched her leg as she made a twisted face to refuse her body horniness to go to his room and give herself up for power. Inside the room, Ho was at his limit before thrusting inside Kala Warner vagina as he hit and cummed inside her womb. Ho, Kala Warner, ugh hey. All three fell on top of each other as they were panting. Haoh had finished 2 times while Rainiray had finished 3 times. Kala Warner was on the losing side as she had finished once. Haoh got up as he was almost at his limit and went behind Kala Warner and shoved his dick inside her ass by doing it doggy style as he pulled her hair back, causing his semen flew out from her pussy. Kala Warner, arrg. Grrr. Haoh had caught her thighs and kept thrusting with more and more power inside her anus that made her tremble from the ravaging and pleasure. Rainiray being on her last, she went under Kala Warner and started fingering her, making her feel double penetration as she groaned even more. In her daze of pleasure, she opened her mouth and sunk her teeth in Rainar's pussy, biting her lips. At that moment all of the spasmed and came in each other part of the body. Haoh inside her ass, Rainiray drunk her squirt and the semen from Kala Warner pussy, and Kala Warner drunk the squirt from Rainiray before completely collapsing in the bed. Chapter 37, Pillows. In the next morning, Haoh waked up with 2 girls in his embrace, feeling sore all over his body. He got up and went to the kitchen where he saw Middle sleeping on the couch with her fingers deep in her pussy as the couch was wet. As both were naked, he suddenly had an impulse to destroy her insides and got closer to her. When he was close enough, he slowly removed her fingers and placed his dick inside her. Haoh, tight, is it because she is sleeping? Middled, not there. Haoh, is she watching a wet dream? Haoh started thrusting his dick inside her pussy deeper and deeper as he kept kissing her womb inside, making her moan more and more. Haoh, holy shit, her pussy has another feeling to it. Haoh, is it because her body is smaller? Haoh kept going with more power inside her, breaking her thighs, which caused her pain, and waked up and saw him connecting himself in her pussy. Middled, what the hell are you doing? Is what she wanted to say, but her lips were sealed with Haoh's own lips. He went thrusting her harder and harder without her being unable to escape. As her pussy felt a fire burning inside her, she jolted as she was sensitive from earlier. Haoh, Haoh released his hot semen inside her, and as she was sensitive from all the foreplay she did by herself, she orgasmed and started squirting. Just as he was about to get off her, she caught his neck and locked her legs in his waist, making him go at it again. Haoh, wait, I'm tired. Middled, leave the excuses after you turned me on. And so a battle for the conqueror of the couch began that ended 2 hours later. Was Rainiray and Kala Warner wake up to find the 2 panting in the couch. Haoh, god damn it, I only wanted to tease you since you played alone on the couch last night. Middled, you reap what you sow. I may not look like it, but I wasn't a virgin. Haoh, bitch. Haoh, ugh. I'm hungry, Rainiray, order, please. Rainiray had stars in her eyes. She was going to leech this bitch off his money with the most luxury breakfast ever laid in my eyes. Rainiray, where should I order? Haoh, the usual, restaurant Cliff Kun, ask for the delivery man Cian. Rainiray, yat, food. Haoh, you girls take what you need. As they girls banded together for a single purpose, make his dick bleed money. He was wondering since yesterday how the hell the name Cian of his favorite novels of bullshits appeared across the restaurant in his house called Cliff Kun. Haoh, must be a coincidence, even this realm wants to troll me. Haoh, well, as long as I bind 12 more girls in bed, I will be satisfied. Just as the girl finished closing the phone and looked at him with sparkling eyes, the doorbell rang, puzzling everyone, and Haoh, being in his own thought, he said loudly something that made the girls confusing as they didn't know the meaning of it. Haoh, what the hell? Even Cliffhanger Kun has its limits of being fast. Haoh, please wait for a moment. Haoh went back in his room and so did the girls to get dressed. After a minute of ultra-speed dressing, he went to open his door, and when he did, he got bumped into 2 soft pillows. Haoh, this clearly isn't the food I ordered. He raised his hands and caught the pillows. He was still glued and squeezed them a bit. When he did so, the girls came out, seeing Haoh on Ria's breasts, squeezing them, and her having a neutral face as if it wasn't much. Chapter 38, Chapter 38, Tricked. Haoh was still playing with Ria's pillows, or in the normal version as the girls were staring at each other, her boobs. Haoh, so it is Rias. Rias, you figures this just by fondling my breasts? Haoh, of course. I remember every pillow I bumped into them. Rias, they are this soft? Haoh, first rate. The girls behind him were fondling their breasts to see if they were that soft as he claimed Rias was, but Middle wanted to cry as they weren't this big as them. Haoh, what brings you here? Rias, a lot of reasons, but I see you had work last night. Haoh, yes, and we actually ordered food from across the street, so feel free to sit as well since you came. Rias, but I'm not alone. A friend came with me. Haoh, girl? Rias, yes. Haoh, girls, make a few changes in the order menu and add more, we have guests. Rias, come in. A figure appeared from behind Rias, making Haoh whistle at her. She was a young bespectacled woman with a slim figure, black hair styled in a short bob cut and violet eyes. Apart from that, she wore the mostly dressed in a Haoh Academy girls' school uniform. Haoh, oh. Aren't you? Greetings, I'm Sana Satrai, a childhood friend of Rias. Haoh, so it is the former president of Haoh Academy's student council and the third most popular girl at the academy, behind Rias and Akeno. Suddenly Haoh felt chills in the air and realized it was from the two girls in front of him. Rainaray, Middle and Kala Warner were shocked by the sheer amount of magic being released from them and almost instantly transformed in their devil's forms. Haoh now realized he had been had. Sana was very intelligent and her alias in the school was Sauna Shidori. He stopped having a happy-like face and looked towards Rias. Turns out that with Konako acting strange, he sought her out for a plan to set him up, and it actually worked. His body was being pressed by their magic while the girls tried to elevate his pressure, as they knew what will end up happening. Haoh, having been tricked, he was pissed and snapped his fingers before all three girls vanished in the air, stunning the two. When they looked at Haoh, they saw a nightmare in his face. Haoh, system, can I use my last 5.000 points to intimate them for a minute? DxD, host can indeed use them, and at the same time your aura will spike to the true devil level, at least that's how they will feel it. Haoh, so it will be like an illusion in their senses? DxD, correct. Keep in mind it will work only for a minute. Haoh, can I separate the time? For example 10 seconds now, a few later, and so on? DxD, I can set it this way until their signatures leave a 5 km perimeter. Haoh, do it. DxD, using 5.000 points. DxD, never pissed a pervert plan. As he finished, his face distorted into way worse than what he had used in Middle, and looked at them with cold eyes and spoke with a hoarse voice. Haoh, looks like last I didn't make myself clear enough. Rias. Both of them thought they were living a nightmare, sweating all over their bodies. Sana looked at Rias and saw her in the same condition she was. No, it would be safe to say she was worse, as most of his aura was directed at her. Who the hell did she piss off? How should he know that the one got tricked was one huge pervert and was planning something out of her imagination? Chapter 39, Chapter 39, Engagement. Haoh, didn't I tell you I have nothing to do with your club? Haoh, furthermore you brought your love problems into her. Sana thought something was wrong from the beginning that Rias went to find her and explained the situation. She was stunned to see that from the way she was told that this guy was 100% pure human. At the same time, both of them, when they were talking, kept feeling that it was not the case and decided to trick him with her identity. Who knew they fell right into a gold mine that had a protector worse than a dragon. Rias gritted her teeth and tried to use her magic, but her senses refused to listen and stayed there frozen. She looked up to him and started speaking. Rias, you might say that. Sir, but there were many gaps I needed to figure out. At that moment his system rang, telling him he had 45 seconds left, and stopped in order to keep it for later. Haoh, and what does that have to do with you coming here with the intent to kill? Sana, we are truly sorry, sir, for this misbehavior of us. Rias, I wanted to learn what you did with Konako. Oh, that I used a spell on her to help her adapt to the natural energy faster. This caused the space to freeze around us, but I didn't count she will go berserk because of this. Rias, I kinda can imagine that. Sana, so then you battled and empowered Konako on your own? Ho thought yeah in bed, but he didn't say it and simply nodded, making the two stun at his confirmation. Ho, at the same time when she reverted back, ironically we were placed in a similar situation of when space froze, therefore, you might have some gaps in memory, or memories overlapping. Rias, that explains why Kaiba was having a sense of hearing noises. Ho, and was so goddamn hard trying to fight while making sure the room wasn't destroyed or your bodies ripped to shreds. Sana, I can't really imagine someone fighting like that inside a room. Technically we fought on the floor and couch, but still I can't say that now, can I? Ho, and here comes my question, why are you two here? Ho, I'm sure that even if Konako acted weirdly later on it wouldn't gather this much attention. From the two heiresses such as you two, especially you. Ho looked towards Sana, who started sweating as she got trapped herself. This got turned into a problem of Konako, and in turn, Rias owed him a favor for this. Rias saw this and felt guilty that she mixed her best friend in this mess. Ho, well, no matter, I'll let this slide. But remember this, both of you owe me. Especially you Rias, this is the second favor you owe me. Sana, what kind of it will be? If we can repay you now we will do it. Ho, let's see. If I remember correctly, as it's been a long time. Rias, from what I heard you are engaged, right? Ho, and so are you, right Sana? Both of them felt puzzled but nodded anyway, since this guy here knows a lot it wasn't a big deal. Ho, good, then from now on forward you two are engaged to me. As he said that, he released his fake aura again, and this time it was directed in every corner of 5 kilometers, scaring a few rats that were watching, messing up with their senses. Rias and Sana were puzzled as they felt nothing, and it was then that it hit them, many others factions might watching the two of them speaking to a human like him. Chapter 40, Changes. Rias and Sana were shocked he could control his magic pressure so well, enabling him to target all the hidden figures within 5 kilometers. How should they know that it was only a trick messing with their senses, and he only had now 35 or so seconds and kept going down at an alarming pace. Ho heard his system saying that he has 30 seconds now and stopped as he needed to use the rest and confuse these two. Rias, you are telling me to abandon my current forceful marriage with him and enter in one with you? Sana, you may not know this, sir, but... Ho, I know you only have eyes for someone smarter than you, and you had plans on beating him in a chess game. Ho, as for you Rias, I'm simply giving you a way to decide yourself and not be controlled by your family. Ho, furthermore, I can help you control that particular attribute you have. Rias, I refuse. Even if I offend you to no end, sir, I'm not gonna be a pawn. Ho, who said something about a pawn? Sana, weren't those 3 fallen angels pawns? Ho, I may have treated one of them today as a pawn and forced her, but believe it or not, with a bit food she will be fine. Ho then clapped his hands and all 3 fallen angels appeared in their true setup and appearance with their wings wide open. Ho, furthermore those 3 are my girlfriends and may become my wives in the future. All 3 angels raised an eyebrow at his words. They all thought, wait, this guy wasn't joking all along, treating us as girlfriends? Even though they had somewhat believed him, they still had doubts. Even Rainare wasn't an exception to this. Ho, so what will it be? Sana, for me it's quite simple, prove you are smarter than me. And if sir can handle the wrath behind the family. Rias, for me, I want the truth. I refuse to believe you simply helped Konako out of kindness. Ho, very well. Then as you heard Konako come in. Rias and Sana were stunned. Where the hell was Konako listening to them? They felt someone approaching from behind them, and when they turned slowly they saw Konako with cat ears and a tail from her butt. Konako, President. Rias, when did you come? Konako, the same time you came, President. Ho, sorry to interrupt. But Konako, let's finish this, shall we? Konako nodded at him before getting closer and giving him a kiss in his lips, stunning the two, and at the same time, she went back where the three fallen angels were. What surprised Rias and Sana was that they didn't raise a look or an insult something towards her. It was then that they learned why. "Ho, she is my girlfriend as well." Both looked at him with eyes wide open, and his next words stunned them even more in disbelief. "Ho," and the sounds Kaiba was hearing was a private moment when she went in heat from the natural energy that entered inside her. "Ho, is that enough?" "Rias, Konako, is that true?" Konako blushed before lightly nodded her head, shocking the two of them greatly. Rias didn't even know what to say, but then she came to a sudden thought. Then the reason he didn't let us strip was for us not to see his semen dripping for her? "Ho, now what it will be?" As Ho asked, Sana started laughing as she had turned towards Rias and said with a smile on her face. "Sana, pfffttt. Someone took a member from your club for his harem and you didn't even know it?" "Sana, I'm in. I accept. I will see firsthand what you can do." "Rias, fine. I will not let this pass. I want to see how you will face everyone." DxD. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, Troll at its finest. DxD, Hidden Quest completed. Change the engagement of the two heiresses that connects with the story. Rewards, 10.000 pervert points, triple stats up. Ho, stats. DxD, showing stats. Name, Haoh Yorion. Age, 15, 25. Health, 2,256,750. Magic, 2,256,750. Power, 135,405. Speed, 69,207. Defense, 90,270. Sacred Gear, 16 Ri Sakubaku sa Renisrumato, the 16 Boundless Soulmates. Boundmate 1, Rainare, Fallen Angel, 2 wings. Boundmate 2, Konako Tajao, Nikomata/Devil, Non-Stage Sage. Boundmate 3, Middled, Fallen Angel, 2 wings. Boundmate 4, Kala Warner, Fallen Angel, 2 wings. Money, 40.000 cash. Ho, holy shit! I'm quite powerful. Yet. DxD, the 16 Ri Sakubaku sa Renisrumato, the 16 Boundless Soulmates has met one of the two hidden conditions and is now evolving. Ho, ha! This is not Pokemon. DxD, still it's evolving. Ho, fuck. DxD, Pokemon evolving music intensified. Ho, oh come on, are you for real? Ho was forced to hear the song about evolution that lasted 3 minutes in his mind, while in reality only a second passed, and when the song finished he heard his system yet again. DxD, evolution was done. Hikari Toyami number 32 no Hashira. Ho, what the heck? It's a completely new name. DxD, it means 32 pillars of light and darkness. Ho, oh. So I can bind more girls. DxD, not quite. DxD, this sacred gear has the same functions as before and that didn't change. Ho, then what the hell was all that? DxD, the people you bind with your death are the darkness pillars, while the people that accept to be bound to you even through marriage are the light pillars. DxD, on the first pillars the tattoo remained as is it, while on the light pillar a similar tattoo appeared, only white in color. DxD, at the same time, now the 16 jewels are able to alternate between people. Ho, what do you mean? DxD, for example 4 jewels have been customized for the 4 bound girls. However, if you send Rias inside one of the already occupied ones, it will be recustomized to match her future needs. Ho, so you mean that now I can send anyone I want and the space will be ever changing for they need? DxD, correct. However, each change that occurs on them needs 1 day before it can be changed again. At the same time, when you die you draw magic from all of them to recover, so faster recovery for you. DxD, apart from that balance breaker has changed. Ho, let me guess. When I achieve it, I will be able to release anyone from being bound either light or darkness and possible switch between the two members. DxD, the system bows to you. Ho, did another thing changed? Like me obtaining a few of their powers? DxD, no, for that you need to complete the second condition which is unknown, even I don't know. Ho had a sad face, he really wanted to wield magic in its finest. He didn't sulk for long as he returned to reality where Rias and Sana were looking at him with confused eyes. Rias, what happened? We felt your energy spike slightly. Ho, ah. About that, you can check each other's neck. There will be a mark on it, a white one to be precise. The four behind him were shocked as they thought that he trapped them, but then they were confused. A white one? Not a black one like them? Both girls did as they were told, and they did found a white triangle mark in behind their necks, shocking them. Sana, what did you do? Ho, since now you two belong to me I will tell you, but first let me give a warning to those rats. Ho used the rest of his time in the messing of their senses aura, which now was more overbearing as he had become 3 times stronger. For him it was nothing, but for them, it was like the difference between the heaven and earth. Chapter 42, Explaining. The hidden rats couldn't handle this and started scramming from the 5 kilometers vicinity he could mess with. At the same time, he asked his system something that came to him while he was doing that. Ho, so now how many girls I can bind in the end? DxD, 16. That will be made for the darkness pillars. Ho, so the other 16 will be those that will not get bound upon my death but follow me willfully? Ho, isn't it the same? DxD, depend on how you see it. With your perverted mind, all girls should be bound to you. Ho, number at number percent dollar percent number ER. DxD, time UPS. Ho, fuck. As the system gave him the final verdict that his messing aura stops working, his aura returned back to that of a normal human, albeit a bit stronger. Ho, now then, since those rats got away, we are left all alone. Both Sana and Rias had their eyes wide open and their mouths fall on the ground. His aura returned instantly, it was like it never existed in the first place. Rias, you. Sana, you are human? Ho, greetings ladies. I'm 100% bona fide human down to my bones. PFFFTFTTT. The girls behind him started laughing, and even Konako, who was always serious, let out a few giggles by seeing her president's face. Rainaray, ha 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 ha, those looks were priceless. Middled, damn right. Konako, president. I haven't seen you so surprised like never. Ho, so Sana dear. How does it feel to be partially tricked by a smarter guy than you? Sana, ugh. Bitter. Kala Warner, even though you are human, you have knowledge and tricks to make us pull out our hats if we had any. Ho, well, technically without my gear it wouldn't be this easy to bring all of you together. Which, now that I think about it, I need to tell you the few changes that happened in my gear. All of them raised an eyebrow and at the same time perked their ears so they could digest the info they were about to learn. Rias and Sana had from the start a hunch that he might have some kind of gear, but when they listened to the requirements in order to activate it, the ups and downs of it, they were shocked once again. Rainaray, wait. Why are they going to be the light pillars? I found you first. Rainaray, by right, I should be your first wife. Ho, not my fault, okay? Furthermore, if you hadn't killed me back then, even if I knew I had a sacred gear, I wouldn't know how to activate it. Sana, so the luckiest turns out to be the unluckiest person, and vice versa. Rainaray, I demand another change. Rias, wait, if that's how it worked then, in reality, you died from a weakly punch of Konako? Ho, ugh. Everyone looked at Konako, who made a serious but innocent face saying it wasn't my fault he was weaker than an ant. Sana, I really feel like you had told us versions upon versions of truth to cover your true gear. Ho, what do you know? Turns out you have quite a nice brain along with your figure. Ho, which idiot will tell everything about his gear to others? I obviously hide a few things or changed their meaning. Sana, so it's safe to say that the rules of it being strict are true. Ho, yeah, for darkness pillars, if they die outside of a dome of 200 meters or 400 with me in the center, you are dead. For the light, this doesn't apply. Ho, when I die I'm recovering by drawing your magic, and depending on the situation there is a chance I'll be 100% fine or maybe still dead after 2 hours. Ho, the space thing is true, they have tested it. None of you can attack me as the space will freeze, and then even if you are a god I can kill you. Chapter 43, Chapter 43, Food Wars. Sana and Rias, though their minds blew up from how his gear worked, they continue to hear the final explanation of his gear, but they knew he will never tell them its true capabilities. It wasn't his fault, it was because he himself doesn't know. Ho, now that everything has returned to normal, I have a simple question that's been bothering me. Rias, what question? Ho, where the fuck is the food? It was at that moment everyone remembered they had ordered food, and despite how many minutes passed, almost half an hour, Cian the delivery man was missing. His growling stomach made all girls burst in laughter, and it wasn't long that a second one was heard. Everyone turned to the source of it and saw a drooling Rainare with a red face trying to kill herself at this moment. Ho, what do you know now? That's cuteness overload. Rainare, shut up or I'll eat you. Ho was stunned, Sana and Rias were stunned, Kala Warner with Middlet and Konako looked at her with half-suspicious eyes. Rainare now had done it, which caused Ho to grin at her before saying, Ho, didn't you eat me yesterday? Rainare now was both blushing and angered to the point she was oozing out steams from her face. During her anger state she blurted out something that later made her sulk in a corner on the room while putting with her finger on the floor. Rainare, I'm your girlfriend, so of course I'll eat you. Everyone stayed silent at her and saw her mind being blown away with steams as she sat down and was scratching with her finger the floor. There was awkwardness between all of them, and then magically the doorbell rang. Ho, oh! Thank the god! Ho went to open the door, and there a young man with spiky black hairs was standing having a few bags. Did you guys ordered? Ho, you are late, Cian. We are freaking hungry here. Cian, sorry. It's not my fault. Cian, your girl that gave the order, ordered way too much. Ho, what do you mean way too much? Cian, I mean like literally 4 bags of food. Cian, 20 chicken wings, 20 meat steaks, 20 meatballs, 20 chicken rolls. Ho started sweating with all the food that his girls ordered. He thought, what the hell, will I feed an army or what? Cian didn't finish there and started adding more. Cian, 10 salads, 10 packs of potato fries and 20 beers. Ho had long drenched the whole place with his sweat that was still oozing and asked with a trembling voice. Ho, Aram, how much is all that? Cian, it would be around 10,000 cash, but since you are a regular customer to the Cliff Series restaurant you have 30% discount. Even with the discount, although he had the money, he still bleeds internally. He gave a long sigh and thought, I reap what I sow. Ho, here man. No need for the discount, you remind me of someone that had a hobby and many wanted to support him. Ho, I couldn't then, but take them for his place, you have the same name I think. Cian, thanks pal. After Ho took the bags from him he re-entered inside, and the smell of warm food awakened all demonic girls that had one thought, to devout the food before it gets cold. Even Sana and Rias had stars in their eyes hoping to get some. Ho, Rainare, since you are my first girlfriend, then be a good one and set the table. Ho, and be fast about it cause it's going to get cold. Rainare dashed towards the kitchen with her fastest speed and cleared everything within seconds. Ho called everyone inside to sit as he places the plates in front of them. The moment the plates entered their sights, they smelled all the aroma of them and raised their forks to taste them. When they did, a fighting intent was raised as Haoh thought he saw their cloths burst open. Chapter 44, Chapter 44, The Red Dragon Emperor. Haoh was speechless. He could see as they ate the food their imagination. With each bite they took their clothes burst, the scenery changed and they were orgasming from the state. Why the hell, I don't think it's this good. Does it target only girls? Or girls prefer this more to their taste? What was it? Their gourmet cells was it? At the same time, he could feel a fighting intent from each one to eat more than the other. The table had turned into a war zone of glares and he was a poor victim of all this. Almost an hour passed, and all the girls smiled as they reached nirvana. Haoh then remembered something and asked Rias and Sana about it, making them and the girls who listened to gasp. Haoh, by the way Rias, I have some news for you. Rias, for me? Haoh, yes. It turns out that someone awakened the red dragon. Ping, ting, pang, all spoons and forks that were in their hands as they played with them as they finished their food fell to the ground, making everyone open their jaws. Haoh, I even know who it is. But before you say anything, when I said awakened I meant he manifested his gear inside him. Sana, you mean that he has no idea he is holding inside him a ticking bomb? Rainaray, unbelievable. Haoh, correct, but he is lucky as he hasn't even the shred amount of magic to even connect with it. Rias, wait, he is human? Haoh, yep. Sana, I've been meaning to ask you. How do you know so much even though you are human? Haoh, you really think I will answer you? Sana, ugh. Rias, it's not that you won't casually answer us, it's just that you want something. Haoh, no, actually this time I'm not aftering anything, I really won't answer. All the girls sulked in the kitchen by his answer. Haoh totally ignored them and continued speaking to them about the Red Emperor. Haoh, Drake is one of the two heavenly dragons and the arch-rival of Albion. He is called the Red Dragon, known as the Welsh Dragon, Dragon Gotch, Red Dragon Emperor and Red Dragon Emperor of Domination, who resides within the Longinus, boosted gear. Haoh, he is feared among the angels, fallen angels, devils, and the various other factions in the world for his destructive powers, which are said to be able to kill both gods and satans. Haoh, did I got something wrong? Rias and Sana stared at him with a surprised expression. As this guy seems to know everything, they suddenly feel that their decision to willingly be engaged to him was a wise one for the future to come. Haoh, the good news I had was for your club to take him in. Rias, you want me to take in a bomb? Haoh, a dragon bomb. Rias, still a bomb. Haoh, but you already have 2 bombs, one more won't hurt. Rias, who? Haoh, your boobs. Sana, ha 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 ha. That was nice. Konako giggled and so did the other girls, making Rias raise a few tick marks on her face. Haoh, okay, jokes aside, 1, Konako and 2, Kaiba. Haoh, although I solved Konako's problem somewhat. Kaiba's hatred is really a walking bomb. Rias, and I'm sure you are going to solve that as well. Haoh, hey? Do I look like some kind of solver to you? Rias, it depends. Right now both me and Sana are engaged to you with our wills as a mean to repay the favors. I still owe you one though. Rias, this raised a problem that you will face and will need to solve until our families accept these engagements. Haoh, so you want me to solve both problems? Both bombs? Suddenly a silence fell on the room as the temperature fell rapidly as Sana and Rias were looking at Haoh. Chapter 45, Chapter 45, A Foolish Action. Haoh sighed as he knew that up to some point he will really have to face these problems. No matter how he tried to throw the ball to her, in the end with some kind of magic it will return to him. Haoh, fine, I'll take care of both of them. Both the dragon and your families, but Kaiba is yours to handle. Sana, now, I'm wondering how will a human will do that? Haoh, you don't have to worry about that, but if you really must satisfy your curiosity then it's quite easy. Sana, What do you mean? Ho, simple, take your clothes off and stay with your pussy in plain sight wide open and I might tell you. Sana, hey? Are you kidding me? Sana was deadly pissed at his words and Rias shook her head, she knew that this will lead to them fighting. Well, hadn't she agreed to it in the interrogation and got played by him from the start till finish? Sana had a dangerous glare at her eyes that made the girls feel pity for her as they knew what it was coming. Ho, I thought I chose my words carefully, didn't you hear me? Sana, yeah, words for your funeral. Sana blazed her magic as she was really pissed, but at that moment Rias finally realized something and before she could say something, that pressure tried to crash him. At that moment their world froze. Rias looked at Sana standing there not moving an inch, and the most distinctive thing for all of them was that her magic could no longer be felt. Sana, this? Ho, sigh. Now didn't I tell you none of you can attack me in any way? Why the hell a smartass like you would try to pressure me? It was now that Sana realized that any form of magic or physical powers can be counted as attacks. She didn't even register it would be like that from simply a bit of pressure. Rias, damn, he got us again, and this time his target was her. Sana, hey, let me go. Ho, let you go? Do I seem such a nice guy to you? Ho waved his hands and instantly her body changed positions mid-air, stunning both hers and Rias who was watching. Her body now was in such a way forming a letter of W, her hands were up in the ceiling and her legs have been stretched towards the ceiling as well. Sana, what the hell is this position? Ho, obviously your punishment for attacking me. Sana saw him getting closer and closer, reaching her body before he started removing pieces of her body, leaving her in no time completely stark naked. Ho, wow, such a nice figure. Those legs, this sweet like pussy. Ho placed his hand in her pussy before rubbing it a few times, he then raised her a bit by waving his hands and got behind her as he removed his pants. Rias watched in fear, unable to do something, as the moment she would try to attack him she will be in the same position. Sana who could hear sound, she finally felt something, and when she lowered her eyes in her waist she could see his dick rubbing in her pussy. Sana, wait, what are you doing? Stop, don't do it. Ho, obviously punishing my girlfriend who tried to attack me. Sana felt fear and despair as regret as well for not actually brushing his insult earlier. It was at this moment she felt it closer and closer to her spot, which will result in his dick entering inside her. She knew that what he had told them about the space and everything was true, which meant that no one can help her. Just as she felt it of almost entering, she heard the voice of salvation. Chapter 46, Favors. Rias, it. Ho, hey? Are you kidding me? After almost entering inside her? Sana looked at Rias, who also had many emotions in her face, while Rias was looking at Ho, his face trying to read through him. Rias, let her go and I'll owe you another favor. Ho, favor? Why should I do that as you already owe me one? Rias, you said earlier, that you usually don't force others. Then aren't you forcing her now? Ho, that's only for the people who have none malicious intent towards me. But for those that do have the slightest, well, you can't say I'm a saint. Rias, did you feel any maliciousness from her when her magic spiked? Ho, yep, otherwise my gear wouldn't activate. Rias was trying her best to make a deal with him, which puzzled Sana, but as the girl with a pretty well-known intelligence, she quickly caught up in her intentions and followed. Sana, then how about I owe you a favor? You also got to feel my pussy with your hands, isn't that enough? Ho frowned at her words as he really seemed outside of wanting to do her as punishment. They saw him being in conflict and they knew they were on a good path for them, at least for now. But on the inside, he was celebrating, as that was what he was aftering from her. He wanted to make both of them owe him from one favor in case something goes wrong in the future. Ho, sigh. Fine. With all the interruption, I'm not in the mood to do it. Ho, now both of you owe me of a favor. Ho snapped his fingers and Sana fell on the ground, hitting her back as she was naked. Before they could tell something to each other, they heard Konako's voice. Konako, President, Sana-sama, both of you are a bit too naive. Rainare, ha 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 ha, that was fun to see. Middled, yep, ha 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 ha, I can't believe they got tricked so easily. Kala Warner shook her head as even them pretty much fell for his deception and everything. Both the girls saw them and recounted everything that was said and happened only to open their eyes wide open. Ho, now then Sana dear, how does it feel to be tricked a second time by someone smarter than you? Sana, you gave me a hint from the start that if I acted on my anger I would be in that position as you said? Ho, no freaking way, I didn't think that far. But I gave you all ups and down of what would happen now that you are bound to me. Ho, based on that it leads in one truth. If you accept everything I say and do it, you will never find yourself like that. Rias, you mean that even if we attack you, as long as we accept the aftermath of doing it ourselves we will be able to move normally? Ho, correct. Now I had a three-way layer planned for you. Sana, either I would have shown you my vagina, either I would have brushed it away or attack you. Ho, and you did just that. I actually wanted to make you see how it will turn out if you guys attacked me. Ho, I was hoping for you to figure this out on your own. After all, I took my time stalling as I removed your clothes and rubbing my dick in your pussy lips. Ho, but never would I imagine you owing me another favor, plus I got to see you in that position. Rainare and the rest who was hearing this had one freaking thought, how the hell can he lie like that since his target from the beginning it was the fucking favor. Chapter 47, Leaving. Sana, damn. Rias, how the hell are you managing to place so many layers upon layers with your words? Ho, that's because I'm human. In order to survive from you monsters I have to be tricky. Rainare, the monster itself calls others monsters. Konako, talk about irony. Ho, well, either way, you two can go now as I need a bit of alone time with my girls. Ho, since you two are only my girls in papers till I show you I'm worthy and clear this mess. As Ho said that to them, making them feel a bit angry that he just said he will fuck with them while they will get empty air, Ho was sweating inside him. When he was trying to trick them while truly desperate, holding himself back from piercing Sana's vagina, he almost did it but was stopped when he heard a sound notification. DxD, warning. Host is about to assault girls of the light pillars against their will. Successfully, host will have its stats revert to all 0. Unsuccessfully, host will retain his stats. Fuck, so if those that have bound to me as light pillars attack me in any form, I can only retaliate back with my hands and not my dick? And only the darkness pillars can be assaulted as I deem fit for punishments. This sucks. Now I have to carefully plan who I want to court as the light pillar and who as darkness. Rias, fine, we will leave. But before that, you had said you will help me with something. Ho, oh, you mean the attribute you have? Ho, now that I think about it, I didn't show you something, did I? Both, show us what? Ho grinned at them like an idiot, which caused them to feel some kind of bad premonition as they saw him raise his hands and murmur a word. Ho, storing. The naked Sana, who was in the process of getting herself dressed, and Rias vanished from their eyes. Both Sana and Rias landed on an empty space somewhere and were shocked when they felt the whole place change, with mountains, dark aura and many more appearing. Sana forgot to pull her underwear back on as she was in a frozen state from the density of magic here that seemed to fit her perfectly. It was the same for Rias, especially her destruction attribute inside her felt excited and actually stopped bothering her, making her feel at ease with no longer having the need to suppress it. Or it could be said that in here she could control it perfectly without having the thoughts of hurting others. Ho then withdrew them from the spaces and they appeared in the living room. Both of them were soaking in sweat. Ho was looking at Sana, who she still didn't wear her underwear, and as she was full of sweat it seemed in his eyes that she had become wet down there. Ho, well, that is exclusive to all the girls, be it light pillars or darkness pillars. Ho, since I showed you that, then don't you think it's time for you to leave? Ho, I want some time with my girls and eventually prepare to go school. Son, yes, yes. We are leaving. Rias was shocked by Sana, who this time quickly dressed up without any delays. At the same time she detected a bit of urgency in her voice. Rias, well then till we meet later on. Haoh saw them leaving without commenting about his space, and that told him one thing: they got hooked by the nose. Outside of the house, and as they were running, Rias had a frown looking at her distressful friend, who only stopped running after 10 kilometers. In front of the eyes of Rias, Sana let out a moan as she fell on the ground and squirting came from between her legs. Chapter 48, Chapter 48, Meeting Issei. Sana, ha, ha, ha. Rias, how did you reach this state? Sana, that guy's space works on certain people as doping with aphrodisiacs. Rias, then why didn't I? Rias opened her eyes wide open before she could manage to complete her words in her question. Sana, looks like it happened to you as well, but somehow brushed it off. Sana, I could tell the moment I entered there that place changes with 1000 times better density and environment, that his girl needs to rise in ranks. Rias, then what does this mean? Sana, it means that in the long run, he will become a powerhouse with 36 girls of at least ultimate class. Rias blacked out. She wasn't expecting this at all. Sana had a similar blank expression in her face before both of them stayed like that to digest everything they had seen and heard. After a few minutes Sana got up and her clothes had already dried with her magic, making her return to her usually calm mind. Sana, I have a hunch that maybe it was our best decision to annul our engagement, letting almost every spy learn of this. Rias, are you certain of that? Sana, no, but I'm certain he will be able to fight his way out and still gain more from us. Unknowing to them, Haoh was listening to them but never made a single sound in his mind, as it would reveal his trick of communicating with their thoughts. When they left, he had said to Konako and everyone else not to speak to him and distract him. He was really surprised to find out that his space worked as doping, but why it didn't work on his fallen angel? Maybe it has something to do with the bloodlines getting aroused or something. He pushed everything in the back of his mind before he went and teased a bit his girls with kisses and groping as he, Konako and Rainare had to go to the academy. Rainare tried to fight her way out of this and was defeated flatly by Haoh, as he said to her, a wife not knowing how life works in social is useless. After 30 minutes of playing around, they finally left from their house, heading slowly but steadily for the academy. Rainare, why do I have to learn all this? You are lying about this is needed to be a wife. Haoh, well, there is something I want you to do, and that might be you getting on a date with someone. Haoh, and that's assuming the worst case scenario in case my method fails. Rainare, you are giving your girl to someone else? Konako, the worst. Haoh, nope, never, I just have to awaken his gear, and the problem is that he belongs to the pervert trio. Rainare, which one? Haoh, Haoh Issei. Rainare, that pervert? No way. Konako, that pervert. Haoh, yep, that one, but I'm telling only if my plan fails. Rainare, no, seriously, that pervert? Haoh, I just said yes, that one. Konako, no pervert, she means that pervert over there by pointing at him. Haoh, damn, what is this about perverts today? Haoh finally raised his head as he was talking to them, and around 10 or so meters away from him there stood Issei looking at him while drooling from having Yuma and Konako next to him. Issei was looking at Haoh, who had the appearance of height around 1,75, weight around 70 kilos, a lean but muscular type, not too overboard, as if looking like a muscle balloon. He has black eyes and has dark reddish spiky hair. Chapter 49, Chapter 49, Kakaku. Haoh was looking at Issei, who is a high school student of average height with short spiky brown hair, with 2 short locks of hair behind his head, and light brown eyes. He could see that he wore the outfit of the Kuah Academy boys' school uniform, which consists of a blazer over a white, long-sleeved dress shirt with black highlights with a black ribbon on the collar, matching black pants, and brown dress shoes. However, Issei's uniform differs in the fact that he wears a red t-shirt underneath his open dress shirt and blazer, and wears blue and white sneakers in place of dress shoes. He was like in his memories, a fellow pervert. But unfortunately for him, no matter how many times girls got close to him, he did nothing but screaming "Oppai, oppai." In fact, he could see him now staring at Yuuma's boobs and Konako's body with lustful stars in his eyes. No, it would be accurate to say admiration towards him and desire to actually see them. Haoh turned towards Rainare, who was still pointing at his direction with a slightly open mouth. He laughed inwardly as if he had let the story go on as usual. In the end she would have gone out with him, and now you disdain him? Rainare, Haoh-kun, you are kidding me, right? Haoh, do I look like a person who jokes? Both, yes. Haoh, straight face, nevertheless that is him. Haoh, and I told you. You will only do it if my plan fails. Rainare, you said that before, but what is this plan? Both she and Konako perked up their ears waiting for him to explain, but the only thing they heard was his footsteps as he was going towards the direction of Issei. Haoh, hey, there. Issei, oh. Hey. Haoh, I've noticed you were looking at both my girlfriends. Why is that? Issei rolled his eyes out and almost blood came out from his nose when he heard from this person in front of him that both girls that many wish to court in the academy are his. Issei, both you said. Issei exclaimed loudly, and many who had gathered in the roads ahead as they headed towards the academy heard it, raising a ruckus. Haoh totally ignored it, but the two girls a little far behind had red faces and tried to divert their eyes somewhere else while also avoiding many gazes. Issei, oh, sorry, I didn't mean this if it was a secret. Haoh, don't worry, it would have come to light eventually. But you still didn't answer my question. Issei, that was because I saw her pointing at me. Haoh, I see, then it's okay, you are famous after all for showing too much lust when you see girls, and that kinda ruined your image. Haoh, everyone knows you belong to the perverted trio. Issei, of course, after all, I wish to create a harem. Issei, and seeing a small one up close ignited my desire even more. Haoh, ha 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 ha, well said, at the very least, you stay true to what you want. Although my harem with yours differs way too much, I wish you luck. Haoh then raised his hand waiting for Issei to do the same. He didn't even hesitate before shaking his hand with both his hands as he started running in happy colors. When Haoh turned around, both the girls had a scare as they looked at his natural evil smile on his face. Haoh, all according to Kakaku. DxD, main quest triggered. 1. Help Issei awaken his sacred gear. Or 2. Kill Issei and take his left hand where the core of his sacred gear lies. Rewards, 5.000 pervert points, double up stats. Chapter 50, Movement in the Underworld. As Haoh was thinking about plans for both conditions, his luck seems to slowly run out, as in a few different locations many fractions have learned that a monster has been engaged to both Sana and Rias. Somewhere unknown, with the layout of the mansions outside being seen by only a few, there existed a quadrangle with a courtyard in the middle. Outside at the entrance was a fountain with a circular flower beds around it, with many gardens in the surrounding areas. Inside the mansion, many were walking in fear to report, and at the same time, many saw how they raise a lot of camels due to them being used in events within areas governed by the clan. A few of the guards saw the patrol covering in fear for ages before going inside. Guard, my lord. What is it? Guard, the patrol came back and urgently wished to report. Now of all the times, don't they know that soon it will be Ria's wedding? Call them in. As the patrol entered inside, all of them watched Surtsks, who was a handsome man who seems to be in his early 20s. He has shoulder-length crimson-red hair and blue-green eyes inherited from his father, Zedekis, similar to Rias. Surtsks raised an eyebrow when he saw the condition his patrol members watching Rias was in. He had never seen these guys shiver in fear, and immediately his mind crossed to the most unacceptable thing in his life. Patrol, my lord. Surtsks, speak, what happened to Rias? As he listened to the report of his patrol members, he was shocked by what the hell his sister is thinking. He wasn't the only one though. Somewhere relative close from his territory, in a territory that is known for its richness in nature, and is said to boast the most of the natural reserves present amongst the few territories belonging to high-class devils. Another mansion could be seen, and around it the water was boiling and freezing at the same time from the report they were getting. Lord Satrai, are you certain that this is all you heard? Patrol, yes. Lady Satrai, if all these are true, then it means we have to deal with someone managing to stay out of everyone's sight for millions of years. Lord Satrai, it also means, he is much smarter than Sana, as she could only accept someone smarter than her. Lord Satrai, but still making both the Gremory girl and ours willingly accept his engagement. I wonder what conditions he offered. Lady Satrai, dear, whether he offered or not, now he has to face the wrath of two families. Lord Satrai, Riser Phoenix and him, right? This will become very tricky. Lady Satrai, yes, that clan will be furious, but it is a good chance, as Sana was planning to break it. After both of them sighing, they gave a few orders to them, making them bow and leave the crowd. Somewhere far away from there, where a castle could be seen, it had the emblem of the home to the members of the Phoenix family, greater in size than the Gremory mansion, which serves as the place of the ruling. The castle's outside layout is comprised of the main building with a tall building in the background, surrounded by multiple towers with flames protruding around and at the top. The front tower has embedded the phoenix emblem. There are also leafless trees that have tiny flames protruding from the tips. At the entrance is a huge golden statue of a phoenix in the middle of a fountain of fire, and at the sides, there are poles with small flames coming out on top, and also archway structures similar to an aqueduct that also have flames sprouting at the top. There, at this moment, from the interior of the castle, a large angry shout was heard, causing all flames to burst with blazing anger. Chapter 51, Chapter 51, Measures. Inside the interior of the castle, in the throne room, there laid 5 people looking angrily at the person who reported about someone getting Rias as his fiancé. The guy who had reported everything to them was having difficulties breathing as he was stared by all 5 of them, especially Riser Phoenix. Riser is a tall and handsome young man in his early 20s with short blonde hair and dark blue eyes. His outfit consists of a burgundy blazer with gold embroidery on the right, with matching pants and black dress shoes. Underneath his open blazer is a white dress shirt that is not fully buttoned, giving a slight view to his chest. His elder brother, that went by the name Rival, like his younger sibling, has blonde hair and dark blue eyes. However, unlike Riser, he wears proper noble clothing. A little girl sitting there with the name Ravel is a beautiful young girl with dark blue eyes. She has long blonde hair tied into twin tails with large, drill-like curls and blue ribbons keeping them in place. The front of her hair has several bangs hanging over her forehead, with a V-shaped fringe hanging over the bridge of her nose. Her outfit consisted of a light purple dress with dark purple accents and a blue bow at the front. At the back, 3 feather-like extensions mimicking a bird's tail protrude from the dress. And in the throne, 2 people were watching their son Riser growl at the patrol guy while pondering over what they heard. Lord Phoenix has blonde hair much like his son's, with it being spiky in the back, while Lady Phoenix looks exactly like her daughter, Ravel, in her early 20s with the same blonde hair and blue eyes, with the only exception of her hair being done up very high with ornate hair decorations. Lord Phoenix, you said that not only he took Rias but Sana as well, right? Patrol, yes. Lord Phoenix, what else? The patrol said the rest of what they had managed to feel and hear from the distance they had, leaving all of them speechless and Riser in anger. Riser, this can't pass like that. Rival, little brother, calm yourself down. Riser, hey? Lord Phoenix, he is right, Riser. We have a situation where all clans will be involved in this, the least we want is a war among us. Lady Phoenix, Satrai and Gremory will first test the waters before that clan acts up. Lord Phoenix, yes, that clan had proposed to them about Sana Satrai and they will be deadly pissed. Rival, but this is good for Sana as she didn't want the engage herself. Lord Phoenix, HMMMXXX, from what I had heard she wants a smarter partner that is able to outsmart her, and it will be safe to assume that he did just that. Lord Phoenix, which means the new person will have to face that clan in order to fully make her his. Lady Phoenix, then with Rias, it will be even more tricky as she never wanted to be engaged from her family, especially if it was someone she doesn't want next to her. Riser, even though that is the case, it doesn't change the fact that we are engaged to each other. Lord Phoenix, you are right, but I assume that for now, they will do nothing. Both of them want to see what kind of conditions he offered them in order for them to accept on their own will. Lord Phoenix, at the same time they want to pit this guy that popped out with that clan and weaken it if possible. Rival, then this matter got turned into clan's benefits. Riser, are you all telling me to swallow this down? Lord Phoenix, we are telling you to wait for a few days until we gather more info and see the attitude of the two clans. Riser, Che. Chapter 52, Chapter 52, Add a condition. Sertsk's was having a headache at this moment as he knew he would have to test the waters for the rest to see, and he wasn't the only one. Sertsk's, now this just had to pop up like this. Sertsk's, still it's interesting as someone made my little sister accept willingly. Sertsk's, send a message to the head of the Satrai clan that I will go and check things out. And that I'm inviting him to meet his new son-in-law. The guard bowed down and left from there. Unknowing to him in the Satrai clan, Lord Satrai had the same thought and ordered his own messenger to go and inform Sertsk's about his debut towards the human world. After a few hours, their own guards returned informing the two that both of them had the same thoughts as both had sent messengers to each other with the same goal. After laughing for quite a bit, both of them got up and started preparing to smash to smithereens their new son-in-law. The one in question, though, as he was in the class, started sneezing with so many people talking about him, and it wasn't pleasant. He was trying to figure out a way for him to complete the quest, which he either had to help Issei awaken it or kill him and stole it. Hey DxD, can I add a third option on the current quest? DxD, you can always add options in the quests as long as they are acceptable as results. Then what if I kill him to take his gear and let him reborn in Rias as a devil? DxD, it can be added, but host should remember that in the original plot Issei reached where he did by relying on his gear. Yet, his magic power totally sucked. But his position of the chess pieces on Rias was quite useful. I'm not a fan of him with how he was ignoring every girl that showed affection to him, but that doesn't mean I want to kill him. After all, this is the reality, not a manga version. DxD, the system bows. Was that sarcasm? DxD, yes, cause host all he can think is how to get the girls. I've updated the database of you being 1% caring and 99% of a sex fiend. Number at number $% $%. Sigh. I just don't want for unfortunate girls to be ignored. Anyway, let's see my stats. DxD, showing stats. Name, Haoh Yorion. Age, 15, 25. Health, 6750. Magic, 6750. Power, 405. Speed, 207. Defense, 270. Sacred Gear, Hikari Tayami number 32 no Hashira, 32 Pillars of Light and Darkness. Darkness Pillar 1, Rainare, Fallen Angel, 2 Wings, 2, Konako Tajao, Nikomata / Devil, Non-Stage Sage, 3, Middled, Fallen Angel, 2 Wings, 4, Kala Warner, Fallen Angel, 2 Wings. Light Pillar 1, Rias Gremory, Heiress, Fiancé, High Class Devil, 2, Sana Satrai, Heiress, Fiancé, High Class Devil. Money, 30.000 cash. It changed? DxD, correct with the interface of your gear evolving, it simplified kinda the status board. I just had thought. How long do Rainare, Kala Warner, Middled, and Konako need to practice in order to reach the next stage? DxD, depending on the person, but if I had to calculate, 20 days at most. Ho, should I actually mourn for missing their bodies that much and let them train? Ho, that's tough. DxD, with the current course of actions host has taken you would require massive amounts of magic to heal each time you get killed. Ho, fuck. Ho, well, I already have 10.000 points for now, so if anyone appears I can brush them away somehow. I think, not sure. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, Plot Armor. As everyone had taken their measures about everything that will happen in the future, Haoh was trying to find a way to let Issei live as a lesser devil and at the same time deal with the ticking bomb that has the name tag of Kaiba. Haoh, if I truly let Issei live, I wonder if the laws of the world or how many powerful readers from Earth called the laws the plot armor will help him reach a similar height. Haoh, I have to say that would be interesting, to say the least. DxD, host can take notice that the realm of DxD in actuality does revolve around Issei. Killing him would be like destroying the realm. Haoh, tell me something I haven't figured out. Haoh, it was one of the reasons I wanted to let him stay as a lesser devil. Haoh, well, even if I did kill his sorry ass, since I already changed the story by taking the two as my fiancés much earlier, it won't be that much of an impact. DxD, the system bows, to leave the crowd. Haoh, sarcasm? And where the hell have I heard this phrase before? Haoh was talking about many interesting things with the system, and soon the bell of the class ending was resounded, making him sigh as he knew perhaps a new face will pop up to ask him various things. As if someone heard his thoughts, someone opened the door and revealed a girl looking at him with stalker-like eyes, stunning many of them including him. She was a beautiful young woman with long, straight silver hair and aqua-colored eyes who appears to be in her late teens. Her body measurements are: height is 173 centimeters and body weight is close to 59 kilograms. Her school attire is similar to the girls of the school. What stunned Haoh though was the fact that this particular girl was thirsting to find a boyfriend and at the same was supposed to appear 1 or 2 years later. Furthermore, he felt a familiar aura about her. He felt a feeling he had felt before on her and didn't know why until the most trusted system that had saved his ass so far notified him about something. DxD, scanning. Done. According to the host's memory, she is Ross Weiss. DxD, on her body exists an unusual feeling that match with what the host has felt before and performed the town scanning. Haoh, ha? So the one who tried to spy at me is related to her? Haoh, at this point doesn't she belong to a fraction? Haoh, if I remember correctly, we have quite a bit of time before the original story starts or was supposed to start. Haoh, then this means that she must be the bodyguard of Odin now. Haoh, I wonder what the mighty god of Norse mythology wants with me and has taken such measures. Haoh got up and started walking towards, which made everyone in the class, especially the guys, glare him with death stares. Ross Weiss hid behind the wall and only poked her head out to see where he had gone, only to find him in front of her as he was smiling. Haoh, greetings. I believe this is the first time we met, as I don't really remember a beauty like you. Haoh, do you have something to discuss with me? Ross Weiss blanked for a second as she wasn't expecting to go to her right of the bat. She wondered what she had sown wrong. Nevertheless, she stood tall, without hiding, and looked at his face before saying at him. Ross Weiss, my employer would like to meet you in person. Chapter 54, Chapter 54, a date it is. Haoh, oh? And who would that be? Ross Weiss, you'll find out when you come with me. Haoh, with you? Ross Weiss, yes, me. Haoh, are you trying to book me for a date? Ross Weiss, yes, I'm try. Ha. Haoh, I'm sorry to say this, but I already have a few girls pestering, and although they are beauties in their own right, I can't just leave with another beauty like that, it would break their hearts. If fallen angels have any, that is. Ross Weiss blushed and opened her eyes wide open as she was pointing at him while it trembled. Ross Weiss, I'm not. Haoh, so you are not trying to book me? Ross Weiss, I am. Ho, then it's a date. Ross Weiss, no. Ho, oh come on, make up your mind, will you? You want us to go somewhere or not? Isn't that a date? Rossiest's head had become rosy all over her face and was almost steaming. She had totally lost her pace with him, that no matter what she says now it would still seem like a date. Ross Weiss, I came here to invite you as per orders of someone else. I'm a messenger and a guide if you like. Ho, I see a guide towards your heart. A date it is. Ross Weiss, yes. Ada. No. Stop that. Ho, are you sure? Ross Weiss, what do you mean? Ho, you eyes and face are shining with cuteness. You totally want to go on a date. Ross Weiss, no. Come on. As they were talking, the guys behind the clash had stars in their eyes. How the hell can he treat a Bella like that with his own pace and make her flutter as if it's nothing? Not only them, even the girls had to admit that he has some skills, and if he were to do the same to them they would probably accept without knowing how. However, none of them knew that the reason he could pull this off was that Ross Weiss really did want a boyfriend in her life. And someone hitting on her in such a way caused her to lose her momentum. Ross Weiss, fine, I don't care anymore. Ho, so a date it is. Ross Weiss, whatever, come with me. Ho then proceeded by holding hands with her, which caused her to almost stumble in her feet as she looked away. When they got out of the school with many eyes eyeing them, including Sana and Rias, they were shocked to see her here and thought of the worse. As they were walking, Ross Weiss acted really shy with everything that was going on, but turned into a serious one when she heard Ho speak casually to her. Ho, and? What does your boss? What was his name? Alright, Odin wants from me? Her hand tensed up before it was gripped by Ho, as he looked at her with no anger but lightly smiled at her. Ho, hey, don't be so serious, we are on a date after all. Well, at least until we reached our destination. Ross Weiss, you still go on about that? Ho, oh, come on, seriously? You are a Bella, and holding hand by walking next to me it kinda counts. Ho, and I can tell you want to enjoy a proper one. Ross Weiss, sigh. I'm not in a position I have to enjoy these kinds of stuff. Ross Weiss, he did say though that you were monitored with girls. Ho, that old man. He needs to learn to relax a bit. And so do you. Jokes aside, you are already a bloomed flower, have more confidence in your looks. Ho, but this doesn't tell me what the fuck he wants. Ross Weiss, like I said, I'm a messenger and a guide. How should I know? P.S. The polls are out. From both Patreon and through the comments. Dan Maki, 79, STB, 76, DxD, 64, Naruto, 52, One Piece, 36, Totug, 13, Bleach, 8, Fairy, 7. Dan Maki 1. Although I had said that Danmachi will have either way a mass release to hit 100ch. Turns out you guys want more, therefore till the end of the month Danmachi will reach 110. At the same time, I forgot Bleach is nearing 400, so at the end of the month, I will try to mass write and mass release a few of them. Chapter 55, a date it is. 2. Ho, this is getting boring. Ross Weiss, be patient. And follow me along. Ho, that's not what I meant. Ross Weiss, then what did you mean apart from reaching our destination? Ho, it's against my soul to have a Bella next to me and not go on a date. Ho, that old white hair freak one, I can wait. Ho, let's go. Ross Weiss, wah. Wait. Stop pulling my hand. Ho, just for today you are getting first-class treatment of a girlfriend. Ross Weiss blackout in her mind, her small brain got fried instantly as she was kept pulling by him. It didn't take long as they were walking through the town to reach a cafeteria where they sat down. Haoh happily sat down with her as she was still in a daze, unable to realize what just happened. She only came back when she heard his voice. Haoh, hey Ross-chan, what would you like to drink? Ross Weiss, coffee I think. Haoh, pffft, fine, fine. The waitress came and took the order of Haoh, who was smiling at Rossius and causing her to stagger in her speech. After a few minutes of coaxing her to calm herself and enjoy their time, their orders arrived. Haoh then hugged her a bit with one hand over her shoulders and started caressing her hair as he kept talking with no set subject. She kept looking at him, who only had eyes for her and didn't even glance at other beautiful girls that were either passing or were already sitting there. As she was lost in her thoughts, she felt something in her forehead, and when she lifted a bit her head she saw him kissing her. This action for her was way too intimate and started blushing and tried to speak, but her mind was racing to different kinds of thoughts. Haoh, you know, if you keep staying silent like that, how are you going to enjoy your first date with me? Haoh, since I dragged you here, then I'll see it to the end of it. Ross Weiss, but, the way you are treating me is... Haoh, Can it be you think you are not ready to be this close? Or that you think you are not pretty enough? Ross Weiss, ugh. Bo, th. She murmured in a low voice, but as he had the system that picked it up for him, he learned what she said and gave her another kiss on her hair as he hugged her from her waist, this time that almost made her jump. Haoh, pfftttt. You are way too cute. Look around you, many guys are looking at you with lovely eyes, I think. Because of how shy you are in these situations. Haoh, and are glaring at me with killing intent for having such a cute girl company. Haoh, have more confidence in yourself. If you put it in another way, date is like a battle. When she heard battle, Ross Weiss' eyes light up and waited for him to finish what he wanted to say. Haoh, if you are unable to have the confidence to keep me with you, others girls will take me away. At the same time, if I can't keep you cheerful and make you smile, others guys will take you from me. Ross Weiss thought hard about his words as she looked around and perceived killing intent and many others in the mix, but based on the situation she could tell what they were: hate, envy, excitement. But then something hit her in her mind which made her clicked and started giggling, which finally caused Haoh to smile at her with shining eyes. When she saw his eyes she blushed, and Haoh, though finally, I made her smile. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, A Date It Is. 3. Haoh, there you finally smiled. Ross Weiss, but what you said is so funny. How can they steal you from the moment you have 2 officially fiancés and 4 lovers? Haoh, pfffftt. Ha 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 ha, now that you mention it, you are right. Haoh, but right now I'm here with you. For this moment you are my girlfriend and no one else is worth more. Haoh, so be more confident and ask whatever you want to do. Ross Weiss, are you sure? Haoh, be more confident. It's your date as well, not just mine because I dragged you. Ross Weiss, then. I want to go on a roller coaster. Haoh, roller coaster? Ross Weiss, what is that bad? I knew it. Haoh, no, on the contrary, I was thinking that I haven't gone on a date there. Haoh, so it will be between us. Our little date secret. Ross Weiss blushed when she heard the passion which he talked about their own secret, and she could feel her heart beat with excitement. It didn't take long to finish their drinks, and Haoh paid for them as they left for their next stop. True to her first desire, Haoh truly took her in an amusement park and went from stall to stall trying many things, which eventually led to the roller coaster. They went to the reception where tickets were been sold and booked too, but to their disappointment, it was after 4 rounds. Each round was about 10 to 20 minutes, which they had to wait 40 to 80 minutes. Haoh saw Ross Weiss kinda down and did something daring which started her and also caused others to feel awed by his boldness. He went behind her and by catching her waist as he bends his head down, he lifted her up and placed her thighs over his shoulder as he was holding her waist. Although this strained him a bit, it was worth it. Ross Weiss was shocked, and before she could say something he heard his words. Haoh, now. My queen is thirsty for some. throwing couples off balance. Who is brave enough to face her? His shout was so loud that caused many to look at them and were amused. The guards had started to move towards them but then heard a message from the walkie-talkie. Let them have some fun. Just like this amusement park, they are offering amusing sight for the gallery. Oh. Wait. One of you go as the referee and charge the pairs additionally fee of 1.000 cash for each participant. Set it as the winner gains 25% back from the total amount. Guard, yes sir. True to the big boss words, everyone was stunned when the organizer of the park decided to make this officially and many entered wanting to boast to both their boyfriends or girlfriends and the opposing team. Guard, since we gained approval then in order not to hurt people we will change the rules a bit. Guard, each of the 16 pairs will hold a piece of cloth tied up in their head. Guard, the ones who loses them are disqualified. While the one who gained the most is the winner. Haoh smiled and thanked whoever helped them at that spur of the moment. He turned towards the bashful Ross Weiss and spoke up which made her even more embarrassed. Haoh, now my queen. The battlefield of our love will commence shortly. Many saw Rossius's face getting completely red and her attire didn't help much as she was wearing the academy uniform since she had infiltrated the school and didn't count on any of this. The other boys also joined the fray, with words, "You must be joking, my queen will become the winner of this contest, her knight will make sure for her achieve that." What followed was series of phrases that ignited the fighting intent on each and every girl on their shoulders. Chapter 57, Chapter 57, Last Man Standing. As each boyfriend tried to coax their girls with their own version of 8-year-old syndrome of knights and queens, their fire in their eyes grew stronger and stronger. Guard, ready. Guard, go. Erg. Many guys rushed with their girls for their first target, which was the one who started the fight, leaving Haoh and Ross Weiss speechless. Ross Weiss had been frozen when she saw many people rushing at her and feeling their fighting intent, while Haoh was thinking in high speed how to pass all this. It would be uncool to be the first couple to lose, right? He gripped her thighs over his shoulders and sidestepped back and forward, creating a zigzag line, avoiding almost half of them, but the other half was coming to him and tried to catch the headband from Ross Weiss' head. Unable to react, Ross Weiss saw two hands trying to grab her and felt the taste of losing inches away from her head. Unfortunately for the other party, they lost sight of her, instantly puzzling all of them. They heard a gasp, and as they passed from there they looked down and saw Haoh sweating badly as he had to bend down with his knees, making them lose them in sight. The reason he was sweating was that the burden of lifting both of them up was enormous. He was so close to making both of them fall and lose. Haoh, with his veins popping out in his head, he managed to stand up again while he was heavily panting, making all teams look at him as a freak. You need incredible power to do what he did now, and the guys who were holding their girls had fear in their eyes. They all thought the same thing at the same time. How much does he want her to win? Ross Weiss, who saw and felt all that perfectly, felt a few strings inside her being tugged and turned towards the couples who were ready for a fight and smiled lightly at them. They saw her glint in her eyes and knew that she finally got serious. But they were gobsmacked when they heard what she said to her boyfriend. Ross Weiss, moo. You dragged me all the way here in a date I didn't ask, and now you're gonna make us lose? Can't you just give up and go to a normal one? Haoh, a normal one? You must be joking. With a beauty like you here, it's only proper to have a crown. Haoh, furthermore, I would be an insult towards the other potential queens to drop out now. Ross Weiss, but you dragged us into this mess. Haoh, you are misunderstanding something here, Ross Weiss. As he said that, all of them stopped moving to hear what he had to say, and Ross Weiss waited as she was curious as well. Haoh, all of us here accepted the fight because we already see you as queens in our hearts. I told you right? Haoh, a date can be a battle. If we can't be worthy of yourselves, other girls will try to court us and vice versa. Haoh, so what are you waiting for? This is a battle to prove yourselves to your queens. Make your queen be the winner. His speech reignited the flames in the eyes of the boys and respect started sprouting inside them. Yes, this is the highlight for them to become knights in their hearts and conquer them completely. Many who were outside started frowning as they didn't get the chance to show their manliness in front of their girls and could see in their eyes awe about him trying to impress her by going against all the odds of losing and take her heart. This was the moment that Ross Weiss finally saw the expectations inside the girls in front of her through their eyes. Furthermore, she could see the awe they had about Haoh. All the girls that were up in the sky had the same thought, my boyfriend will be the last man standing and I'll make sure of it. P.S. Up to September 2nd, 19 you can vote here on the comment or through Patreon in the poll, and at the 10th the polls will be out. Please take note that Fairy Tail at 10 or 15 of the month will get a mass release of 6 or 8 chapters for hitting 300. So, in reality, you will get 3 mass release. Thank you all. Chapter 58, Chapter 58, Winner. Haoh, that's right, GER fired up. Haoh, listen well to these words. Haoh, go beyond. Just as he finished speaking he twisted his body as a couple had managed to get behind him and almost touched Ross Weiss' headband. Haoh, not so easy. Ross Weiss, you. Ross Weiss screamed from the sudden turn and lost. She almost suffered but was saved once again by Haoh, who was both smiling and sweating at the same time. She looked as he kept dodging the others and she could see them smiling and determined to win. For what? For them? She remembered his words that they are already unique queens in their hearts and losing is not an option to their knights. At that moment she felt her height shift as 2 couples appeared and flanked Haoh, and while he tried to avoid it he missteps his leg on the floor, causing him to slip slightly. She saw him with fire in his eyes and that fire managed to tug her strings in her heart before, without realizing it, she raised her hands and sfew. Couple 1, hey? How? Couple 2, what the hell? The S-guard and the rest were shocked beyond their words to describe what they saw. It was like a sleeping warrior that had bathed in the blood of countless battles awakened. They only saw her eyes open lightly and then her hands moved so slowly yet so fast that naturally made their 2 headbands leave their heads only to be seen in her hands. Haoh, god damn it, we lost. Haoh, sorry Ross Weiss. Everyone turned at his face and saw frustration in his eyes and sadness as he didn't realize what her queen had done above his head. Haoh was expecting a few mocking words as he was the one who started it, however, he heard nothing. He lifted his head up and saw them all with shocked faces and everyone was looking a bit upwards than his face. When he lifted slightly his head up he saw a demon. Or an angel smiling at him. At least that's how it seemed until they heard her talking. Ross Weiss, how long are you going to stand there? Ross Weiss, aren't you supposed to treat me like a queen? Haoh, but in the end, we lost. Ross Weiss, we lost. How? Ross Weiss, weren't the rules of the fight saying that we need the other's couple headband? Ross Weiss, look, I have mine and I got 2. Does this count as our lose? All of them thought she is an idiot. She was at the start, she is now as well. Haoh was shocked to see that she managed to counter at that moment and pulled us through. Haoh, ha, you can do it after all. Haoh, yosh, time to win this. Haoh gripped her thighs and started running after one couple after another, with Ross Weiss managing to get more headbands as she smiled doing so. Up to some point, many gave up going up against her and started fighting between them as a mean to get the so-called second place. 30 minutes later the S-guard who was watching announced the final fight: Haoh and Ross Weiss versus a couple that had managed to retain 5 headbands from the 2 demons in front of them. Haoh had long stopped feeling his shoulders and so did the other guy, but they refused to scream the taboo words, "God damn, you're heavy." As if brother fought a war together, they realized each other predicament and with their eyes, they discussed that this will be the final charge. Gripping the thighs of their queens they yelled and charged at each other, and so did the girls. Everyone sucked a deep breath seeing the final clash. 2 knights, 2 queens clashed as they passed by each other and stopped a few meters away from each other. They could see that the headband on Ross Weiss was slightly moved, while the other queen had been removed. Chapter 59, meeting Odin. They finally saw who the winner was, and the other couple collapsed as they were exhausted. However, the second queen, who looking at her knight who tried so hard with fevery eyes. Seeing her gaze, he smiled with the brightest one he could, make her blush a bit, and poked his shoulder. Many from the gallery who saw that started going boo-hoo, as they realized that he may have lost the battle, but he won her heart, and he will eat tonight a very nice sweet fruit. The S-Guard went close to Haoh and Ross Weiss and announced that they were the winners of this fight before crowning them the money, 25% of what they had gathered as a fee. As they got the money, Ross Weiss got down from his shoulders and Haoh hugged her from her waist and left from there towards a place where almost none could see them. Haoh, that was so tiring. Ross Weiss, you were the one who started it. Haoh, yeah, but look at you, all smiles now. Totally worth it. When Ross Weiss heard that, she puffed her cheeks and pouted as she looked away. She kept feeling a few strings tugging inside her and didn't know what that meant. Haoh, whoa. It's almost dark. Ross Weiss, Odin will kill me. Haoh, nah. At most he will harass you for a bit. He is a lecher after all. Ross Weiss, how do you know that? Haoh, hey? Didn't I tell you in the start? What does the old man want from me? Ross Weiss, ugh. You are his long-lost child? Haoh, pfffttt ha 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 ha, that was hilarious. Ross Weiss, Then how? Haoh, I just know him. Well, then we stayed here for too much. Ross Weiss, and whose fault is that? Haoh, oi, old man. Since you were kind enough to let us roam free, how about you teleport us there and stop staring at Ross Weiss revealing clothes? Ross Weiss, nah. Che. The moment a disgruntled and annoying voice was sounded in their ears, a magic circle appeared and made both of them vanish as they reappeared in a dining room with many chairs and a long table. On the far side of the table, Haoh could see an elderly man with long, grey hair, and a matching beard. He wore a gold and white monocle over his left eye, without the addition of a chain. He knew immediately that it was Odin, who wore a robe, which was short with blue with a gold lining on the top and bottom of the collar, the sleeves of the robe, and at the front of his robes all the way down to the bottom of the robe. The rest of his robe is white with matching shoes. Odin also wore a golden and black hat, which is sectioned off into 5 mini sections that sport either the color black or gold. The top, middle, and the bottom is golden, and the sections in black are below and above the middle one. The black section features blue orbs at the ordinal points, north, east, west, south, and between the blue orbs are red dots. Haoh, and here you are pretending to eat. Wait, are those freaking bags of cliffhanger? Odin, ha 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 ha, you can beg now boy, there won't be any for you. Odin, there is only enough for my beautiful Ross Weiss. Haoh, damn you geezer. This is pure torture. Odin, who had the brightest idea of going to date while I had ordered and was kept waiting here. Haoh, and who was the one that placed illusions on the guards and the owner just so you can keep watching Ross Weiss' thighs and legs along with her jiggling breasts when she was in my shoulders. Odin, grr, fucking brat. You got to feel every part of her body with your hands. I can at least feast on her. Haoh, no you can't, you one-eye freak. She is my girlfriend. Chapter 60, Getting Burn. Odin, since when? Haoh, since I met her. Odin, but that was you being invited here. Haoh, nope, that was me taking my girl for a date. Odin, che. Since you continue acting like that, then I have no choice. Odin, I will use my ultimate magic. Haoh, oh yeah. Bring it. As Odin and Haoh kept staring with daggers at each other, Ross Weiss started sweating as she thought that Haoh will die today if Odin gets serious. She saw Haoh raising his middle finger at Odin and challenging him, which caused a heat to be ignited in her body. Before she could say anything, 2 hands grabbed her shoulders and turned back to see who it was. When she saw 11 more people with 6 of them looking at the play in front of them with poker faces, she was stunned. However, she could feel from one of them hostility, and with what she went through earlier her pride as a girl got tugged. Odin, behold! My ultimate magic! Odin, summoning your girls to beat you up. Ho, straight face, _. Odin glowed with magic when he said all that and looked majestic, and shit was about to happen as it pointed that way, but Ho only saw his magic die down with nothing wrong in the vicinity and looked at him as if he was an idiot. Ho, system, I have 10.000 points, right? DxD, correct, host does have that much. Ho, are they enough to kill him? DxD, host surely has lost his mind. You need 100 times more to at least gain the means to fight on equal ground. Ho, then will the aura thing work? DxD, not quite. As when Odin gave his left eye away to the Mimisbrunner, it gave him the ability to become familiar with many types of demonic powers, magic, and other spells. Ho, so you mean he will realize it through his perception? But wasn't the trick supposed to be to mess with their senses into believing I'm a monster? DxD, yes, that was the trick and it will work on him, but the longer the host stays in front of him the more familiar he will become with the trick unmasking it. DxD, originally 5.000 points would have lasted you 1 minute, but with Odin in front, it will amount to 30 seconds. Ho, fuck. Will it work if I use the rest as well? DxD, nope, still 30 seconds. Ho, do we have anything in the store to increase my stats? DxD, nothing with 5.000. Ho, can I at least do it like last time? 10 seconds now, 10 later, and so on? DxD, host might be able to hold on a bit longer with this method, maybe 10 more seconds. Ho, then stay on standby. DxD, affirmative. Returning to the reality in front of him as only a split second had passed, and even Odin didn't realize he was talking with something else. As he realized that he knew he had a higher chance than normal to win one over Odin, however at that moment he felt something tugging his back. Ho, not now, Ross Weiss, I'm trying to kill this old man. Even though he spoke up he still kept feeling his clothes getting tugged. He spoke again and again, but eventually, veins popped up in his head before he turned around, causing his face to be distorted in horror. Rainare was in front of him with a smile on her face that he intercepted as pure evil, ready to devour him whole. Behind her was Kala Warner, Middled, Konako, Rias, Sana, Kaiba, Akeno Heimjima, Tsubaki Shinra, Tsubasa Yura and Momo Hanakai. Rainare, now since we were all summoned here, care to say who is your new girlfriend again? At that moment he knew they heard him declare Ross Weiss as his girl and possibly pissed many in the process. Chapter 61, True Objective. Ho, meet my new girlfriend. She is right there. Ho, having no way to get out of an enraged Rainare, he decided to tell the truth honestly. Well, almost. Everyone turned to look at Ross Weiss, who had a kinda rosy face from him pointing at her before she became shy and started pouting as she yelled at him. Ross Weiss, who is your girl? You were the one who dragged me around. Ho, but you enjoyed the date, didn't you? Ross Weiss, Ho, and why are you jealous? Haven't I treat you well the bit of time we were together? Rainare, well, my ass. You keep bringing girls and neglecting me as your first. Ho, but I ate you like yesterday. Ho, not just you, Middled and Kala Warner as well. Rossius's face became red with steam coming out of her ears as her mind drifted off to both of them doing this and that, with Ho eating her up. At that moment Ho felt a bit of pressure rising up, and when he looked, ignoring the scolding from Rainare, he now saw the two who were next to Sana much clearer than earlier, where he was surprised. She was Momo Hanakai, a young beautiful girl with white hair and blue-green eyes, and always mostly wears a Kyoah Academy girls' school uniform. The other girl is Tsubaki, is a young bespectacled woman with long straight black hair that extends all the way down to her knees, with split bangs and heterochromic eyes, with a violet left eye and a light brown right eye. Her eyes were the real deal, as in the anime it was both light brown, but seeing her in front of him she had a certain mystery with those eyes. In addition to her wearing the Haoh Academy girls' school uniform, she also wore blue, semi-rimmed glasses with square lenses. He had suspected that they got invited secretly by the old man when they left the school with Ross Weiss, and they probably watched the whole date thing. Both of them looked at Haoh with piercing eyes as if they wanted him to stay like that where he stands and not come closer to him. Odin, I see. It seems I won't see young beautiful girls fighting over a guy. Haoh, old man, I'm actually tired. The only thing today I enjoyed was my time with Ross Weiss. Haoh, so could you move on? Odin, ha 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 ha, you truly like that lash over there and I thought you were pretending. Haoh, why I wouldn't? She is pretty and cute. Odin, anyway you are right, let's move on. As he said that, everyone made serious faces except Haoh, who didn't care at all for this meeting. Before Odin spoke up again. Odin, I gathered you here for a single reason alone. Odin, you. Haoh, me? Not you? Odin, why me? Of course it's you. Haoh, fine, why did you gathered us here for me? Am I supposed to marry someone today? Odin, that would be fun in its own way, but no. Odin, you awakened your gear and then evolved it, granting you unimaginable useless powers. Haoh, hey? Haoh, oi old man, are you blind? Odin, well, partially, but still your powers are useless. Haoh, whether they are or not, that's up to me to decide. And I'm starting to lose my patience here. Odin, ha 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 ha, a mere mortal that has barely any power, awakened the great gear able to bend time and space and travel beyond the known realms into the unknown, has converted that power to bind girls. Haoh, what of it? Every girl who heard this became stunned as they looked at disbelief about the original powers of the gear hidden within him and thought that maybe the Norse god Odin will try and take it from him. Unfortunately, reality is a bitch, and Ross Weiss sighed as she knew where this was going. And her thoughts were confirmed when Odin yelled his lungs out of his body. Odin, I'm so freaking jealous. Chapter 62, Chapter 62, Mocking. All of them watched as Odin threw a tantrum while Haoh was looking with a poker face, since he knew where this will lead to. All the other girls except Ross Weiss had their mouths wide open from the ethics Odin was doing. Many thought if he could cry rivers of blood for the injustice he was yelling that happened to him, they would have seen it already. Haoh, old man. You brought me here to hear your rattling. Odin, what rattling? You freaking lucky bastard. Haoh, don't you know that gears evolve with their host's desires? Haoh, it sucks you didn't have the requirements to do the same. Hey. Odin, what requirements? Haoh, you think it was easy to change it towards binding girls? Obviously not, there are tons of requirements. Haoh, now stop acting like you can't fuck a pussy yourself and start talking on why you brought me here. Odin, you shitty brat. Good. I hope your dick never gets up again. Haoh, don't compare mine to yours, old man. What can you do with that withered small seed full of cringes inside your pants? Haoh, at best you can read a few magazines or look at Ross Weiss' ass and boobs. But not anymore, she is mine. All the girls saw was a miserable horny old man, and a calm Haoh who, no matter what they said, he always had a comeback, pissing of Odin even more. They looked at Ross Weiss, who had a bitter face as she eventually looked around as if this has nothing to do with her. They kept throwing jabs at each other until they both got tired and kept staring at each other while murmuring. This pervert is a strong one. Odin, ha, we will continue this later. Haoh, finally you lost. Odin, I won't comment on this and continue on with my purpose in calling you here. Odin, do you know that the news of you taking Rias and Sana traveled to all dimensions? Haoh, what about it? Odin, the Citrai and Gremory clans are preparing to invade the real world for investigation. Haoh, I know that, and? Odin, do you know about their previous engagement? Haoh, old man, get to the point, I know all these things. Odin, fine. The Phoenix clan and the Snake clan is deadly pissed about the whole situation. Odin, from what I know they are preparing forces to hunt you down. Haoh, one of the so-called Undying Chicken, and the other the so-called crawling insects. Odin, they are snakes. Ho, insects in my eyes. Ho, just let them come. I will make sure they will learn my powers. Odin, but aren't you human? Ho, that's what you think, that's what they think. And that's what I want them to think. All the girls behind him started sweating, especially those that were already bounded to him, as they knew that he was really human. And they knew that with what he said, it would be their magic as a way for him to be healed constantly. They all looked at each other with bitter faces, as they knew that if in the chance he dies while they are not within his domain, he will drain their magic while they are fighting to make them lose. Odin, I have the ability to familiarize myself with auras within seconds. Odin, and you, no matter what you say, even if you had used an artifact to hide your powers, I would have seen through it. Odin, unless some bullshit useless imaginary master of yours appears. Odin was talking with a mocking tone as he was waving his hand, but as he was looking through his eye and abilities in Haoh position, each word seemed like a mountain crashing on him. Chapter 63, Chapter 63, The Worst Nightmare of a Pervert. When Odin finished his half-ass phrase, he could no longer speak from what he was seeing and feeling through the eyes of Haoh. Everyone saw Odin, the almighty god that has lived for countless years, trying to speak, but nothing came out of his mouth. It was worse for him as he started sweating. As all this was happening, Haoh heard his system notification. DxD, initiating protocol. DxD, taking control of host's soul and body. DxD, individual tiny speck dust self-proclaimed god, has insulted the DxD system. DxD, initiating face slapping. Although Haoh was hearing this at the same time, he appeared in a dark space with a screen in front, watching at the face of Odin. Haoh, hey! Where is the popcorn? DxD. Haoh, fine, I'll just watch from here. The eyes of Haoh changed as he kept looking at Odin, as it was the system taking over for the greatest face slap in history. Haoh, DxD, what's wrong? Did with your dick you lost your tongue as well? Odin desperately tried to speak, but in front of those eyes and the sudden change in tone of his voice was enough to convince him that Haoh truly tricked everyone. But the most irrefutable evidence he had was that looking in his eyes, he couldn't use any magic ability or whatever he had in his arsenal. The entity he sweared and insulted now came and proved by slapping his face that he was not imaginary or useless. Odin, wait. My dick? Odin finally looked down and saw the plump thing in his pants being sacked, and the worst premonition came to his mind. He placed his hand there slowly and squeezed. That was when his face finally changed colors, as his little wee-wee was gone. Haoh, who was watching from inside, he placed his hands in his dick and clenched them as if he was protecting a treasure, screaming, "My precious is still here." He lifted his head up as he had become deathly white with lifeless eyes and noticed that the girls were having a normal expression. It was then he realized that either this was an illusion or space froze up. Odin, Sir. My king. Or my queen. My wee-wee. Haoh, DxD, what should I do? Haoh, DxD, how about you turn Ross Weiss over by terminating any contract you might have? Odin, done. Haoh felt his body returning to normal and saw the deadly face of Odin as he wanted to laugh, but as he remembered that he lost his dick, he got shivers thinking that it might happen to him. DxD System has helped host get another girl for his perverted dick. Using 5.000 points, remaining ones 5.000. When Haoh heard this, he wasn't sure if he was glad or sad. But the one across him had a happy face, as if he had become a father, feeling his dick again, and looked at Haoh in awe and fear. Odin, do those idiots know? At this point, the space returned to normal, and as they remembered that Odin shitted bricks for some reason, they heard him asking a simple question which greatly puzzled them. Haoh, I believe I already told you what I want them to think. Although I would be in kinda a better position if I don't have to. You know. Haoh, I do have a few tricks that might work, but still. Odin looked at his eyes and saw that he was the one he was arguing about, and many thoughts flashed in his mind, including about what happened, which will stay buried in his heart. Having reached a conclusion, both of them, as if they were talking only with their eyes, started laughing, and each one kept raising the volume higher and higher. Odin, that would be interesting to see their reactions. Also, can I take a few spoils? You know my hips are rusty. Ho, sure, I'll give you a heads up on who I'm aftering so that you don't cross me. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, Collaboration. All who were watching had question marks, with two of them thinking of what might have truly transpired and reached in a sudden somewhat alliance. Odin, I will lose a beautiful virgin flower. Ho, don't worry old man, she will be in my good hands. Odin, yeah right. Ross Weiss, Sir Odin, what will you lose? Odin, my mind with how things have turned out. Ross Weiss, what does this mean? Odin, it means that you are free from my services. Ross Weiss, come again. Odin, well, I was watching you while you were on the date with him, which caused you to smile as bright as you have ever smiled. Odin, so I decided to free you from my services and support you in marrying him. Boom. A few auras flared up when they heard his words, and the first one to react was Rainaray, as she screamed while pointing at Ross Weiss. Rainaray, he is mine. Everyone turned to see the beet red Rainaray as she was venting at Ross Weiss. Ross Weiss, on the other hand, was stunned as she didn't know how things progressed that far for marriage. They went on a date and had a bit of war with other couples, but nothing major. But this bitch in front of her declaring he is hers turned her thoughts and strings upside down. Ross Weiss, yours? He is clearly smitten with me. Rainaray, since when? Ross Weiss, haven't you heard him calling me his? Veins popped in Rainaray's head, but she could beat Ross Weiss as she was way stronger. At that moment Sana and Rias entered the fray and changed the subject before everything goes down the drain. Rias, so Sir Odin, why did you brought up here as well? Sana, yes, if nothing more we have to prepare for the coming of our clan. Odin, oh, about that don't worry, I'll lend you a hand. Odin looked with a split gaze that only a pervert would have been able to catch and scanned Akeno, Tsubaki, Subasa, and Momo as if he is lusting for them, and looked back at Ho. All this happened at a split second, and Ho, getting his meaning, he lightly averted his eyes, almost instantly indicating that they will become his in the future, leaving Odin with nothing to play. Well, almost nothing, he still had his dick, which was thankful now that he was thinking about it. Rias, do you mean to tell us that you have called us here in order to warn us? Sana, or that to tell us that you will stand by our side? Odin, original speaking, I called everyone here so that we can discuss the four clans and also get to know each other. Odin, however, seeing how the boys' gear works with my eyes, I decided to help you. Rias, why? Odin, I would be more fun to see their old faces shiver. Odin didn't say anything more, but Akeno and Sana managed to get the underlying meaning of his words and were perplexed about this. Especially Sana, as she knew Ho, she didn't know what tricks he will use to make them shiver. Ho, anyway old man, teleport everyone back, as since my fiancés here are tired they should go and rest while I take care of everything. Rias, are you trying to throw us out? Ho, someone had said they will accept me once I throw back all problems that are troubling them. Ho, so this is my job. As for you two, you should lean in the bed waiting for me. Ho, while Rainaray and the rest will show Rosswise around the house. Sana, ha 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 ha, I would love to see what trickery you will use. As Sana said her interesting words, she and her pawns vanished in blindly light that later cover Rias as well and the rest. Chapter 65, Chapter 65, A Plan. Ho was watching them being engulfed in a blinding light as they vanished from there before he turned with a stern face towards Odin. Ho, so any plan to make all clans back off? Odin, you didn't really had any plan, right? Ho, unless they wish to insult my master and lose their dicks forever. Then no, I don't. Odin, so your magic is way below average for a human mage, that is. Ho, I haven't really asked anyone, but how you can tell? Odin, how is your master defining your magic? Ho, with numbers. Last time I checked in a special artifact the number of 6750 came out. Odin, What was the original number? Haoh, 500. Odin, gee. That low? Haoh, care to tell me? Odin, since he is using numbers then I guess he or she loves games. A normal human as a level 1 has around 2000 dormant points of magic. Odin, after it becomes something akin to mage class with training. It's close to 20.000 points which should be close to level 10. Haoh, wait, with this logic I'm a level 3? Odin, technically you have 1/3 of a newly average human mage. Haoh, so I'm worse than someone who just started training after becoming a mage? Haoh smiled bitterly. Then is a non-human that is living his life like a simple civilian has 2000 points of magic, then he had 1/4 of that? Was it because he had changed his gift pack? It needed magic power? Odin, also usually speaking, your other traits like speed, strength, endurance should amount as a balance to similar numbers. Haoh, fuck. Odin, ugh. No? Then how are you even alive? Haoh, anyway I have a basic outline on where I stand now. Back to our topic. What about the clans? Odin, we can either try to bluff them by raising somehow your aura to match at least theirs or... Haoh, I can actually do that now, but I can only keep this trick of mine for almost a minute. It won't be enough. Odin, or you can directly ditch the girls. Haoh, hey? Perhaps losing your dick for a few seconds wasn't enough. Odin, I was joking, it was a little whiny joke. Odin, but your magic and probably other traits are something undesirable here. Haoh, I know, it's like trying to look at both sides and in front of you. Oh? Wait. That's it. Odin, what? Haoh, ha 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 ha, old man, your first idea with my trick will really make us look at all directions. Odin, what do you? Oh? Ha 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 ha, now that you pointed out you are right. As they were laughing, Haoh was talking to his system and see if it was feasible. Haoh, if I have an artifact to raise my aura to match theirs, will I be able to mess easier with their senses and extend the time limit from 1 minute? DxD, it is possible to do so. However, I would advise host not to match theirs but find a middle line. Haoh, what do you mean? DxD, for example, if they are high-class devils then make your aura at middle class, with that your aura will be more compressed, when it will spike to the true devil level at least that's how they will feel it. Haoh, how so? DxD, let's just say they will feel it more refined and rampage at the same time. Haoh, old man, do you have a surefire way to make my appearance reach middle class devil in terms of aura? Odin, that's easy. I can give you a pill that can only be used once per month to increase your aura. Haoh, old man, are you sure you are talking for the right pill? Odin, yeah, I have it here, look. Straight face, Haoh, that's just a plain safe pill for girls. Chapter 66, Arrival. After insulting Odin with whatever was coming in his mind for pulling out such a pill, he finally waited for a bit and saw the pill, which was scanned by the system this time. DxD, this pill hold the powers of stars, enabling anyone who consumes it to be masked by their aura and show powers similar to them. Haoh, it's really vague. But if I get it right, stars are far away yet they can be seen and be felt sometimes. Haoh, so it will give me the power to shine brightly and make them feel as if my powers are vast like the sky? DxD, close enough, but that's it. Haoh, then by using the illusion to mess with their senses I can amplify that to higher ends. Odin, abababgu. Haoh, hey. Odin, ababozat. Lely it on. An hour it tater on. About that, take it now and use it later on. Haoh, can't you just speak normally? Odin, why did you throw the glass at me? Haoh, I thought you would dodge it, not eat it between your legs. Odin, traitor. Haoh, anyway I'm aftering Sana's sister Seraphal Leviathan and Riser's sister as well. Ravel Phoenix. Ho, although depending on their attitude I can also give them up. Odin, out of curiosity which other girls are you aftering? Ho, Ingvild Leviathan, Zenobia Quarta, Irina Shadu, Coriana Andre Alphas, Nyx, Gabriel, Graphia Lucifuge, Seek Vera Agars, Jean and Yasaka for now. Odin, are you nuts? Odin, are you trying to start the next supernatural war? Ho, for the pleasure of my dick everything counts. Ho, either ride along and save the girls that will take collateral damage while you pump them with your hips, or stay here for an eternity and pump your hand. Odin, math number dollar at dollar ER, that's brilliant. Ho, to stay and play with your dick? Only you know. I'm going back to my girls. He started walking towards the entrance, but then he remembered something. How the hell is he going to reach the other side of the town? He was slowly coming here with Ross Weiss, but when they had crossed 1/4 of the road trip they went in a date and then they got teleported here. Ho, old man, care to send me back? Odin, Fine. Just make sure to tell me when those girls appear. Ho, ha, so you do want to exercise your hips. Don't worry, I will tell you. At that moment a light burst from his feet as it was travelling through his body and finally passed through his hair, all the while Odin watching him vanish. Odin, monster. What kind of monster takes the wee-wee of others? Odin, I better go and practice with it. I need to shape up. While Odin was going towards his royal room with flying colors, Ho appeared in his room where a giant battle was taking place on who will sleep with him tonight. Being in no mood to actually argue with them, and because he really wanted to vent a bit, he took Kala Warner and middled inside as the other two were fighting each other, only to realize Ho and the other two had started moaning. Above the Haoh Academy 4 portals opened up and many figures came out as they landed on the rooftop of the school building. Oh? Did we all arrived at the same time from different tunnels, Surtsks? Lord Satrai. It seems so, that's the case. Lord Satrai, in the end you couldn't resist not to come here. Riser Phoenix. Riser, I came to take back my wife. Both of them frowned, and more so did the last person. It would be best for you to shut up, Riser. Riser, what did you say, you freaking crawling lizard? A hand appeared out of nowhere and smacked Riser away as he crashed in a few walls away from them. More portals had opened up, revealing many more individuals. If anyone were to see the line-up they would think they were trying to wage war. Chapter 67, Powerhouses. After 30 or so minutes, many people arrived on their respective sides. A laugher was heard through the area above the Haoh Academy where they had gathered. Lord Satrai, haha, now I've seen everything, the old man is here. Surtsks, Sir Odin, what are you doing here? Odin, what you said. Suddenly 4 portals appeared and you guys came out, and then 4 more and these guys came out. Odin, I kinda love the girls of this human world and wanted to see if a war will be raged on. Riser, there will be one if that shit doesn't give me back my fiancé. You are truly an idiot. Odin, and you must be from the Snake Clan, right? How should I call you? Viper will do. Odin, I see, Viper, out of everyone here you are the calmest, why is that? Viper, Sana had made it clear to me that she would marry someone smarter than her. Viper, I don't hold a candle to her intelligence, so I want to see who had managed to rope her in. Lord Satrai, oh? So you won't take action at all? Viper, only if she was forced. Ha, good young man, I already like you. Everyone watched as a new magic circle flared up next to them, and from there a tall man appeared. Everyone was shocked to see someone be in his 20s with an average build, black hair, golden bangs and black goatee. He also possessed 12 jet black feathered wings that grew out from his back. He wore a V-neck maroon long coat with a wide, open high collar that opens up at the hem. The long coat also featured 2 black belts around the waist and 4 black bands on each arm, 2 of the bands at the wrist and the other 2 near the elbow. He wore grey slacks and brown shoes. Odin, Azazel, and not only he. Oh, I was found out. Not that I wanted to hide. Odin, Michael. A second circle opened and a handsome-looking man with long blonde hair and green eyes appeared. Like Azazel, he has 12 wings growing from his back, and unlike other angels whose wings are white, his wings are colored gold. He wore a red robe with a gold cross on the front of his white alb. He has golden shoulder plates with a white sash and a golden halo set above his head. Odin, ha 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 ha, how is Gabriel? Michael, resting I guess. Odin, how I would love to go with her. Michael, I would leave it up to her. Odin, I see. But I don't have a death wish. So why the both of you came here? Azazel, well, I lost connection with 3 fallen angels and I wanted to investigate a bit. Michael, I'm concerned about all of them going off. Odin, Zaxa now it won't be so bad. Azazel, you are speaking as if you have met him. All of them stared at the old man who had a huge grin in his mouth indicating he truly did. Azazel, ha 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 ha. I didn't expect anything different from you. Michael, indeed. Lord Satrai, sigh. So anything we should watch out for? The moment Lord Satrai said these words, the air around Odin changed and his face became one of depth. Odin, never pissed off him off. Riser, hey? The hell with him. He stole my fiancée, his fiancée, and you are telling us not to piss him off? Azazel, AI, it seems you are truly an idiot. Michael, indeed it appears so. Odin, ha 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 ha. Kid, as far as I know none of them wanted the whole engagement thing. Odin, if he has forced them then go ahead, piss him off. However, if he didn't, many are going to lose their little wee-wee. P.S. This was written from the phone, so excuse any grammar mistakes. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, Getting Received. Azazel, ha 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 ha, our little wee-wee. Michael, you have no manners. Odin, what? I said it with everyone in consideration in my mind. I could just say your dicks. Lord Satrai, we get it, we get it. Sertsks, well then where would our little friend be? Viper, we stayed here for too long. Riser, Che. He is just hiding. I wouldn't be so sure of that. Everyone turned to see 4 girls having just arrived to hear what Riser had said, and Riser, seeing who had arrived, was excited. Riser, Rias. My beautiful Rias. Lord Satrai, Sana. Azazel, Rainaray. Odin, Rossias Chan. Rias, greetings. We have come here to guide you. Sertsks, Rias. Rias, what is it, brother? Sertsks, are you serious about all this? Rias, I see the spies never mentioned to any of you how we engaged to him. Sana, that's to be expected since they run with their tails in their backs. Rainaray, ha 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 ha, that was so fun. Ross Weiss, sigh. Can we finish everything we came here for? Sertsks, can you girls explain a bit about the whole situation? Rias, it's nothing major. Sana, we lost in a simple game, we participated on our own will and the results I'm sure everyone knows them. Lord Satrai, you mean you were forced? Riser, ha 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 ha, I knew it. I'm gonna burn this insect to the ground. Sertsks, Rias. Rias, sigh. As Sana said, we got curious about the hidden person that decided to show up and our curiosity got the better of us. Rias, nevertheless, we have more freedom than before and our powers have increased since the little time we became engaged. Michael, indeed the elements around you and Sana seems more controlled, but for Rainaray. Azazel, ha 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 ha, I can't believe the little girl actually did it with him and it brought her more refinement. Viper, but the other girl. Ross Weiss, I recently joined as his girl, so I haven't even gotten the chance to know him that well or how to control my powers with much more precise. Odin, I can vouch for that. Michael, it's true from the 4 girls in front of us, only one has lost her chastity. Azazel, ha 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 ha, now I'm even more curious about the kid. Azazel, Rainaray, can I assume that Kala Warner and Middlet are the same as you? Rainaray, yeah, like you hadn't figured this out already. Rias, I would like to say that staying here would be pointless. Sana, so how about we move towards the meeting? Sertsks, now that you mention it, where is the meeting? Rias, it's in a pocket dimension used for the games existed within the school. Sana, in other words, it's where you stand. Lord Satrai, so how do we enter inside? Viper, did he calculate where we would appear and arrange this place? Sertsks, wait, this means he simply guessed we would appear here and have sent you back first to arrange everything? Rias, not quite, he had a few things on his mind, and as we had club activities needed to be finished, he had sent us back earlier. Sana, then Lord Sertsks. You guys appeared a few minutes after we returned to our school. Rainaray, I was the one who notifies him of your arrival, and then he told us to make this a suitable meeting place. Sana, we tried our best to do so within the next 40 minutes to do just that. Michael, then lead the way. Rosswise, before that, I would like to make something clear. He is incredibly pissed off at the moment. Azazel and Odin caught on about the hint she gave them, and Odin started sweating while he was trying to think what he did when he sent everyone back in their places or rooms. If they take into notice that it's nighttime right now and having a few beautiful girls in his room, Azazel wanted to laugh, but seeing Odin's sweat beads in his forehead, he held back. Chapter 69, Meeting with Haoh. Rainaray, well, since you had guessed when we returned into our home. Rainaray, we were fighting to decide who will sleep with him tonight, but end up eventually all of us sneaking in the bed. Odin, Holy Mother. A guy with 6 beauties? Rainaray, actually it is 7. But only 4 of us were fighting to sleep with him, as Rias, Sana, and Konako had to do a few things in their club rooms, so they returned earlier. Rainaray, then you guys came and made his mood go highway. He sent me to investigate, and as I knew it was you, people, then I notified him as I said earlier. Rias, and as we told earlier, he said to prepare a meeting place. Sana, but the point is that in the end, he didn't get to sleep with any of his current girls. Odin was sweating as he knew that they were telling the truth with a few mixes of lies, but mostly truths. As he was the one who sent them to their school and in his house. Outside he seemed a bit pale, and everyone who saw him thought that this guy might be really powerful to cause him to sweat. However, on the inside, he was laughing at their misery, especially if his master takes part in this. Lord Satrai, sigh. What's done is done. Viper, yes, everyone would be pissed if they got interrupted in that timing. Riser, ha 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 ha, is that a phrase called cock-blocked? Michael, vulgar as always. Sertsks, either way we came, and since he went out of his activities to create a meeting, lead the way. Azazel, this will be a lot of fun. Rias and Sana waved their hand and said together, follow us, and started walking through the corridors down and finally reached Rias' club room, where all of them entered through the door. However, even if it seemed that way, in reality, the moment they stepped inside, the whole place was changed in a similar environment, but everything was purple in color. The walls, the chairs, the sky, everything was purple. This told them that they had entered another dimension through Ria's club room. They looked towards the office, and there stood a young man with black eyes and dark reddish spiky hair. All of them were stunned, as next to him was Konako with her ears and tail, as he is petting her head while eating steaks from the restaurant Cliffhanger. Rias, Haoh, we brought them here after we talked for a bit. Haoh, I see, so, in the end, they didn't seem satisfied. Hey. Azazel, ha 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 ha, what a quite young man you are. Michael, indeed. Haoh, why all the leaders of their respective factions are here. Lord Satrai, so you do know us? Haoh, I truly do know you. Apart from a few selective guests, why are a chicken and a lizard here? Azazel's mouth smirked, and so was Odin, as they wanted to laugh right about now, as for the two that ate shit from him just now, veins popped up in every corner of their faces. Riser, what did you say, you fucker? Viper, HMMNN, that's right, I don't think I heard correctly. Michael, now please calm down. Michael, Sir Ho. We simply came here to see your stance against all factions. Sirtsks, and at the same time to learn what you did and made those two switch their engagement to you from those two you just insulted. Ho, oh, so they are the losers who need their parents' abilities to court a girl. Everyone's eyes twitched at this comment as they knew it was partially true, but the two of them reached their breaking point as they leaked killing intent along with their auras. Both Azazel, Michael, and Odin, who were clearer than the others as they simply came to watch a show that might cause a war in the devil clans, all thought, those two are so screwed. Chapter 70, The Power of the Gear. Ho, HOH? What's this? Did the truth hurt? Viper, I don't know about this bird brain over here, but I didn't use my family's connection. Ho, are you sure? Cause it looked to me she was preparing her chess members to fight yours in a rate game for her freedom. Ho, that pretty much shows that your family was holding her somehow, either by your orders or other people. Viper, I had realized that and therefore was ready to accept the challenge. Riser, $$number ER. Are you slandering my family? Ho, if you can't even figure that out, then probably you're worse than a chicken. Riser, I'll kill you. Riser raised his hands and flames burst from there as they highly compressed in his palms. However, at that moment Ho smiled as he released his aura as a mid-class devil, enraging Riser that such a lesser bastard stole his fiancée. Ho, I believe this much will be enough to shut you up. Riser, go and die. Sirtsks, Lord Satrai, and Michael were ready to intervene, but then they saw Sana and Rias along with everyone else, including Odin and Azazel, with calm expressions as if they already knew the outcome. When the flames reached Ho, they suddenly died down as Riser lost all the color in his face before a ripping sound registered in their minds. Viper, who was next to Riser, didn't even see a thing yet. When he turned around, he saw, and not only him, everyone saw Riser missing a part of his chest. It was then that blood started spurting from the hole in his body while the pain hit him. Riser, ah. My heart. Ho, pipe down will you? I only ripped it, you are still alive, no? Amidst his screams, they heard his words, and then they saw a beating heart in front of the office where he was sitting while petting Konako with his clean hand. While with the other he was holding the bloody heart. Ho, though I'm impressed, I let my guard down and got light burns in my hand. Ho, ugh. Master will kill me. This was child play, yet I let myself getting burned. Out of everyone here, only Odin and the girls saw what happened. The moment Riser threw his flames, Ho died from the temperature. Then, with 4 of his current bound girls being here and the space frozen, his wounds healed up almost instantly and jumped in the sea of fire while using a few points like 1.000. While he still has 4.000, he ripped his heart and sat in his position while healing the rest of the burns, leaving a few in his hands. Riser didn't understand what happened as he had both hands raised up and wasn't looking at his chest but straight up, therefore, he missed his figure as it was clad in his flames. Pulling this stunt off, Ho decided to use his space freeze ability that comes with his death while tricking everyone off with his aura and placing empathy on his master, in other words, the DxD system. Sirtsks, what was that? Viper, I didn't even see or felt anything. Michael, and you would have never seen anything. It was instant. Azazel, yes. Within a split second, he bypassed half his flames, ripped his heart out and sat down. Odin, now do you understand why I said, don't piss him off? And he is lucky he got his heart ripped out and still be alive. Odin, if he wanted he could have cut off our heads before we even registered what happened. Michael, Sir Odin, have you fought with him? Odin, fought? That wasn't even a fight. In an instant, I lost the reason I'm called a god in bed and at the same time pervert. Chapter 71, Chapter 71, Getting to a Conclusion. Everyone there stayed silent when Odin said how he lost and Viper with Riser clenched their family line. Lord Satrai, excuse me Sir Ho. Ho, You can speak freely. Lord Satrai, all of us have gathered here mostly for two reasons. Sirtsks, the first to make sure our family members weren't forced in this situation. Azazel, and for the last part if you belong to any terrorist organization that wished to plunge this world in chaos. Ho, I see. You can rest assured that I'm a one-man army, same for my master as well. Ho, he does have a few things to do here and there but because he is busy he will always be sending me in his place. Michael, could we have the privilege of learning anything about him? Ho, let's just say he was the one who taught the first god and devil or Satan. Everyone paled at his words as in the whole history of devils and angels, no one knew who had taught the two of them even before the war had happened. Viper now looked at Ho as he was a freak of nature and so was Riser along with hatred in his eyes. Ho, moving on. Raineray and the other two fallen angels tried to kill me, I got pissed at them and placed a curse mark on them bounding their souls to me. Azazel, that's why I lost contact through their souls? Ho, as if a lousy trick like that could block my curse. Lord Satrai, what about Sana and Rias? Ho, since they willingly followed me I gave them a blessing mark that still bounds them to me. Rias, thanks to that, we are becoming stronger and stronger. Sana, furthermore after a few other perks as gains we decided to devote ourselves to him. Azazel, a curse mark and a blessing mark? Can I study them? Ho, sure someone like you, who have messed and created countless counterfeits sacred gears will want to gain knowledge. Ho, Raineray, show him your mark. Raineray, why me? Ho, just do it, the faster we finish here the better. Raineray, Muhu, fine, here. Raineray brushed her hair with her hands sideways revealing her neck as she showed a dark triangle with a circle in the center. Azazel was stunned because he could feel tangible strings from it coiling around with every movement she made. He never expected such a simple design to be so complex. Ho, now then is there anything else? Sirtsks, well, can you give him back his heart? He is slowly dying here. Ho looked at Riser who kept burning with his flames the hole in his chest in order not to bleed to death, but that only gave him a few more minutes nothing else. Ho, sure I can do that, here catch. Ho threw his heart like junk at him and Riser caught it as he placed it in the hole and the flames started healing him at a visible rate. Ho, if it wasn't for his bloodline he would have died the moment I ripped his heart. Michael, since you don't belong to any of the organization threatening to destroy the world we will treat you as neutral. Lord Satrai, since my daughter has decided on her own to be with you I can't say much on this. Sirtsks looked towards Rias who had an expression that this is her stand from her family and sighed as he knew he would have to deal with future problems. Viper didn't say much as he knew that eventually, he would have duked it out with Sana and possibly lose. He also knew that she herself didn't want this from the get-go and sighed. However, someone had swallowed his hatred and fanned it slowly with his flames. Chapter 72, Chapter 72, Tricked or Not? Ho, then is there anything else we want to be said here? Michael, from the part of the angels as their leader I have nothing else to ask. Odin, I only came here for the fun of it. Azazel, I did so as well. Ho, I'm not sure if this meeting can be counted as fun. Azazel, no, on the contrary, I met an interesting young man and a bit of knowledge. Lord Satrai, as for me I came to check about Sana's situation. Sirtsks, I came to check my little sister's situation. Rias, no one asked you though. Ho, this leaves Viper and Riser. Both of them tensed up when they heard their names as his attention shifted to them and even though hate was concealed in Riser's eyes he said nothing for now. Ho, Viper, as far as I had seen and learned about your clan, you people are the most overbearing yet when the situation arises you are the most understanding. Viper and everyone else was surprised by his words and waited to see what he will say next, especially Viper as he focused solely on him right now. Ho, I had seen your attitude towards Sana for this whole ordeal, and I know you yourself didn't force this upon her. Ho, for this reason, and if we add the fact that you were engaged in words, I will help you one time in your life. And be warned, this count only for you, not your clan. Viper opened his eyes wide open as he knew what this entails for him, and many of them had shocked expressions, including Riser, who even though burned in hate he wasn't an idiot. The truth was that he wanted Rias for her rare attribute, causing him to reach a power beyond his current self. Ho, as for you, Riser. Riser suddenly started shivering as he thought about possibly dying right here and now. Ho, you haven't even realized the true powers of your flames yet, you wish to rule the world just with your attitude and forcing others? Boom! Ho's aura started flaring up, reaching an unimaginable amount of levels, being violent and falling upon him. Ho used his last 4.000 points to mess with their senses for a few seconds, since he knew that these people wouldn't attack him as they finished their objectives. 5.000 points were enough for him to mess with them for 60 seconds, but as he had used 1.000 points, the only thing that he could do now is mess with them for 48 seconds. Riser wasn't the only one who got to feel his aura. Every one of his guests did, and all of them paled as they tried to use their powers and resist this. However, since their senses were in chaos right now, they couldn't control their magic, and all of them thought he is suppressing them. However, Ho made a fatal error and was caught up by Azazel as he saw Odin lightly struggle, but he still couldn't explain anything about this. Viper and Riser kneeled on the ground, thinking that this aura is way too heavy for them, before it vanished as 15 seconds have passed. Ho, AI, my master will kill me. I got a bit too pissed off. Riser character took a 180 degrees change as he saw his chance to become stronger and remained kneeled on the ground before asking. Riser, sir, what did you mean about my flames? Ho, I already told you the fault of your flames, realizing the rest is your job. Ho, now if you excuse my rudeness, well, not really. You interrupted me in my time with the girls, and all of us need to keep our image at school. Ho, in short, this meeting is over. Please leave. Chapter 73, Chapter 73, Third White Pillar. Azazel, ha 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 ha, well, sorry about that. Odin, how should we know you were busy? Michael, this was our mistake. Lord Citrai, since we got our answers, we will leave and possibly meet in the future. Ho, do send a messenger first, I don't want to be called while I'm having activities next time. Sirtsks, well, we will also leave for now, but do take note that after I report to our father, he will probably make me an emissary and will have to stay here. Ho, like I said, send a messenger first. Ho then looked towards Viper and Riser, who stood up and clasped their fists in respect together before backing away. Ho, well then, Rias, Sana, guide them outside. Both of them sighed and felt relieved that this was ended in peaceful manners, as they didn't know what would have happened if things went south. Rias, follow us. Sana, this way, please. As they were guided outside, Ho cradled Konako, and Rainare pouted as she went to be cradled as well. Ross Weiss, who was silent the whole time, felt as he was left alone, seeing the three hugging and petting each other. Ho, oh, right, Ross Weiss. Ross Weiss, now you remember me? Ho, I didn't really ask before, no, it would be more accurate to say that I knew you were my girl. Ho, but let me ask officially. Would you like to be my girlfriend? While Ho was talking earlier about the marks, it suddenly hit him that Ross Weiss didn't get the light pillar mark. Even though his system helped him taking her from Odin. And while these few seconds that he was hugging two girls, he saw her eyes as if she had lost something, and therefore decided to make this official. The moment he asked this, Rossius' eyes shined for a brief moment but then died down, as she knew he had many girls in his life and possible won't stop there. Ross Weiss didn't know what she was feeling right now. She knew that he is someone special both to her and as a person, but the thought of having more girls somewhat irked her. Ho, can it be you don't want to? Ross Weiss shook her head at his words, and this made him realize the reason for her hesitation. He stood up as he smiled at Rainare and Konako. The two, even though pouted, they still let him go and walked towards Ross Weiss. When he reached close enough, he gave her a hug along with a kiss on her lips, making her eyes spin in dizziness. Ross Weiss, what are you doing? Ho, what you say? I'm showering a beautiful girl with light kisses for a way to tell her she already has a place in my heart. Ross Weiss, Nan. Ho, will you become one of my many wives? Boom. Her mind blanked as she became blank with a red face being hugged by him, and in her state she nodded only to come back in her senses a few seconds later. As she thought, she agreed she wanted the earth to open up and swallowed her, but that was enough for the system to register as a light pillar, and felt something tickling in her neck. Ross Weiss, hey? Why is there? Ho, this mark is the proof you want to be with me and shows I also want to be with you. Rainaray, hey. She got her kiss. And hug. I want a few of those as well. Konako, even though didn't say anything, but her tail shifting left and right and her ears twitching told him she wanted more petting. Rossius's eyes twitched and hugged his arm, declaring war to them that today he is hers and only hers. Since she entered the dance, why not take advantage of it? Chapter 74, Azazel. Outside, the powerhouses had left the dimension and were standing on top of the school, with each one having a different expression. Michael, well then I will take my leave. Azazel, I will as well, as I want to try and see if I can create something like your marks. Odin, sigh. I have to go back without Rossius-chan. Lord Satrai, it looks like all of us are some kind of loss. Surtsks, it depends on how you see the loss. Surtsks, well then Rias, I'll head back and probably visit soon. Rias, nope, don't come back. Sana, Rias is right, we can take care of ourselves. Viper, even though we were together in name only, I truly liked you and wanted to try for us. Sana, yeah, but I never liked you, not even fancy you. I at least fancy Ho for now. Riser, Che. Let's go. Lord Satrai, I will possible send someone to look after you. Sana, no need. As they said their words, everyone opened their own portals and started walking to where they belong. Soon only Sana and Rias were left standing there looking at each other before Sana broke the silence. Sana, was I the only one who thought he will mark Riser as well? Rias, it seems we thought the same. It also seems that he can't bind guys but can still use the freezing space to his advantage. Rias, still to die to activate it, I wonder how he keeps his sanity intact. Sana, perhaps it's due to this that he gathers girls to vent up? Rias, who knows? Sana, he never said to return back, right? So we can ditch him, right? Rias, yes, we could, but who is going to let him out of the dimension? Sana, ugh. Sana, fine, let's go back. As Sana said these words, she went back along with Rias, failing to notice someone in the sky watching with an amused expression in his face. What are you still doing here? Azazel? Azazel, ha 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 ha, Odin, hey? What's the matter? Odin, I asked a question. Azazel, now after making sure those foolish people left, I simply walked inside my portal, then close it and then reopening and reappeared here. Odin, both of us knows that it wasn't such an amateur mistake as mislocation. Azazel, ha 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 ha, fine. I give your face is scary and you are actually using a barrier to conceal both of us. Azazel, I was simply interested in the kid. Although I have no idea what kind of skill he used to burst with that kind of aura. But I am certain of something else. Odin, and what would that be? Azazel, everything was fake. If he truly had that kind of aura, the dimension would have burst apart. Odin, sigh. How did you figure it out? Azazel, apart from what I already said, your acting needs a bit of work. Odin, fuck. Now he is going to kill me. Azazel, oi. Why is your face so pale? Azazel was shocked by Odin's face becoming pale while lightly clenching his thighs, and was shocked even more when he removed his eye patch. Azazel knew about his eye, and he also knew that when Odin removes it someone will die or at least will have nightmares for fucking it up. Odin, out of respect towards your credits I will drop this here, however, let me give you a warning. Azazel's face became serious instead of the easygoing one he had up till now, and he realized that perhaps not everything was lies. Odin, never insult his master in front of him. Seeing the deadly pale and serious Odin, Azazel was now curious about the master this kid said. However, as he also knew the credits of Odin, he promised himself not to say anything in front of him and slowly uncover everything. Chapter 75, Chapter 75, Plans. As the two giants talked with each other inside the dimension, Haoh was being crushed by three girls from every possible side. Rainaray, back off, he is mine. Konako, no, mine. Naya. Ross Weiss, I'm his future wife. Haoh, girls, all of you will marry me eventually, don't fight. All three, shut up. Naya. Haoh shrugged his shoulders, but nevertheless, he moved his hands around their bodies, making them flinch as he passed from sensitive spots. Haoh, instead of playing here, why don't we go back to our house? Rainaray, but if we go there, Middle and Kala Warner will kick in and we will have to fight one against all to see who will be the winner. Konako, I have work with the president. Naya. Haoh, which by the way, where are they? If you are looking for us, then we just arrived. Haoh, oh. Rias, Sana, where have you two been? Haoh, come on, join us. Sana, as if. Haoh, hey? What do you mean by that? Didn't you two said that I have to fend them off so that you can officially become mine? Rias, did you forget that you have to solve the problem of the red dragon? Haoh, nope, I didn't. In fact, I already formed a plan of action which in the end I will need to cash one of your favors. You do owe me two and Sana one. Sana, damn you. Rias, what do you want me to do? Haoh, I'm gonna take his sacred gear, but for that to happen he needs to die. Rias, then you want me to resurrect him as my devil pawn? Why? Haoh, because, oh, if I tell you it will ruin the fun now, wouldn't it? Haoh, just resurrect him as a devil and you will see the rest later on. Rias, sigh. Fine. Sana, by the way, how long are you going to grope Rainaray's boobs and Rossweiss thighs while rubbing your face with Konako's hair? Haoh, jealous? Sana, no way. Rias, we just came back to let you four outside. Haoh, how thoughtful of you. After a few seconds, Haoh managed to get up, and so did the girls as they lightly fixed their clothes before looking at Rias and Sana. Haoh, sorry for the wait, no, can we leave? Sana, sure, and never come back. Haoh, that's cruel. I guess you don't want to enter the space. Sana flinched when she heard that, as her body lightly trembled with the idea of going there, as it acts as an aphrodisiac for her body. Haoh, well, technically speaking, you two whenever wish to train, you can directly come to me and you can enter there. Haoh, we are going to become a big family after all. And do take note that I will take liberties, after all, you both are my fiancés. Sana, che. Rias, follow us and you will leave this place. Haoh, no fun in teasing at all. Rainaray, they both are virgins, so what did you expect to say? Haoh, you were as well a few days ago. Rainaray, damn. Hearing speaking like that casually, Rossius's face become beet red while Konako had a light blush on her face. Rias and Sana almost fell down when they heard Rainaray directly declaring they are virgins and were at loss of words. Fortunately, it didn't take long to reach outside of the dimension. Sana, you, how can you discuss something like this as if nothing going on? Haoh, hey? Sana, don't me. Haoh, I obviously can because I appreciate every part of a girl's body. Or are you going to say you don't like your body? Haoh, if you start hating your own body then you have a few complexes, it's better if you look at it now that you can. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, Returning. Sana, who said I don't like my body? Haoh, then why can't I talk about my girlfriend's body? Sana, oh, forget it. Rias, by the way, when are you going to help me with my attribute? Ho, for that, you either have to enter the space as it calms it down or constantly sleeps with a male next to you. Ho, but for the latter, it will take much longer. Rias, that works as well? Ho, well, I don't know the details, but your attribute leans at extreme yang while you are a girl, therefore, you have more problems controlling it. Ho, it is more suitable for guys. Ho, or when our engagement is finalized you can also enter my gear's space and train there, as it will be customized according to the bound mate's needs. Rias, I see. Rias, when are you going to solve the other problems? Ho, apart from Issei there are more problems? Rias, Kaiba and one more. Ho, I never said I will solve those two you are talking about, I only promised to fend off your families and solve the problem of Issei. Ho, I could if you owe me a favor for each one though. Rias, then forget it. Something tells me your favors are not going to sit well with me. Ho, you will see in the future. Rainare, hey, hey. Stop talking with your fake girls and let's go. Ho, sure. Rias and Sana were watching with somewhat complex expression in their faces as Rainare with Roswies having hugged one arm each walking away with Ho. Konako, President, are we going to stand here for a long time? After a few minutes of being in their thoughts, Konako broke the silence, startling both of them as they turned to look at Konako, who had reverted back to her usual somewhat cold attitude. Rias, I keep wondering how you fell for him. Konako, not really fell for him, it was due to being in heat from the sage energy as I entered his space. Konako, since I let loose at that time, I can't really go back now. Furthermore, I feel like I will lose his petting if I do so. Rias, so you mean you don't have feelings for him? Konako, I do have one. Not to lose to other girls as I ended up being his second mate. Rias and Sana were watched looking at the fighting spirit of Konako bursting from her eyes, and they were also somewhat affected them. Sana, wait, doesn't that mean that if we go by Konako's words we have won over the others but at the same time lost to them? Rias, I'm starting to have a headache thinking about all this. Konako, yet. I won over President in something. Rias almost stumbled when she heard this, and Sana started laughing at her as Konako was lightly smiling. Rias. Rias, Akeno. Akeno, what happened here? Even though you told me not to worry, I was actually worrying. With Akeno appearance, Kaiba followed, and so the peerage of Sana came asking if they are all right. It took them around 10 minutes to explain almost everything to them. Akeno, so now you are engaged to him? Rias, not yet, as we have to see how my father and mother will react to all this, but with Big Brother there I don't think there will be any drawbacks. Sana, as for me, my father personally came and even Viper did as well. From what I managed to read through their expressions, I'm pretty much guaranteed his. Akeno, so a random guy with a sacred gear has rounded up 2 of the 3 beauties and most popular girls in the Kyoah Academy. Rias, only the future will tell, if he gets the 3rd one as well. Akeno, foo, foo, foo. That would be interesting in its own right. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, Under the Starry Night. As they were talking about possible future temptations, Ho was in his way towards home, where he was walking with 2 beauties as they kept arguing about who will sleep in his bed. Ho, while you decide all that, I have a question. Rainare, about what? Ho, it's 2 in the midnight and I'm kinda hungry. Will the restaurant be open? Ho, furthermore, why either of you teleports us there? Rainare, it's night, under the starry sky with a full moon along with 2 girls in your arms. Ho, well, we have time for dates, so no complaining, and especially you, Rainare. Last time we went on one you almost killed me. Rainare, that was how it went? Ho, yeah, and then I forcefully took you and made you mine. Rainare, don't you know that girls like the man to be a badass? Ho, yeah, sure. What they want is someone with deep pockets. Ross Weiss, you two get along really well. Both? Nah, you are imagining it. Ross wise, no, you are on the same sync. Both, fuck. Rainiray, by the way, ho. As of now, you have 4 dark pillars and 3 light pillars, meaning you can bind 25 more girls, right? Ho, yeah, why you ask? Ross Weiss, why do you need so many girls? Ho, well, it was my dream to build a harem, and not just having girls and looking at them by playing with them and treating them how they deserved. Ho, but after I awakened my gear this become reality, and at the same time you could say a curse. Rainiray, is it because you have to die to bind them to the darkness? Ho, yes, and not only that. The area around me freezes regardless of who kills me, so that doesn't I mean I will die 16 times and be done with. Ho, furthermore, I need more girls so I can heal faster and also be in their constant embrace so I can somewhat relieve my sanity from being killed over and over. Rainiray, ha 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 ha, imagine if your gear was leaning towards guys. Ho, blurg. Ross Weiss, god damn it Rainiray. Rainiray, ugh. Sorry? Ho, it's fine. Blurg. No entry for you. In my room today. Rainiray, nu. Ross Weiss, so who will enter your room tonight? Ho, my beautiful Rossius-chan. Ross Weiss, me? Rainiray, no. I want to come as well. Who will lick my pussy? Ho facepalmed himself and Ross Weiss pretended she didn't know her as the two picked up their pace, leaving her behind while 5 to 6 people in the area were looking at her. Just as Ho though those people are dead, he was surprised when he turned around and saw her with a flushed face before running forward and past them heading for home first. Ho, I never knew she could be this embarrassed. Ross Weiss, well technically she is also an angel that leans to the good side and has developed feelings for you, strong ones I would say. Ho, but her pride as fallen angel refuses to openly admit that and slips away with her tongue like that. Ho, it's fine when we are alone, but she usually slips up when people are around us. Ross Weiss, I believe with given time she will realize it, but for now as a girl, she doesn't want to lose to others. Ho, oh? Then what about my beautiful Rossius-chan? Ross Weiss, I too. Ho, ha 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 ha, so cute. I look forward to our bedtime, just the two of us. Ho looked at the flustered Ross Weiss, who had her eyes spinning by his words as he rushed forward while pulling her hand, bringing her back to her senses. Ho, let's go. Ross Weiss, don't pull. I'm coming. Chapter 78, Fighting for the Spot. It took them a bit of effort to reach Rainiray, who had stopped a few hundreds of meters ahead as she inhaled oxygen to calm herself from the blunder she made. At that moment when she turned around to see if Ho is following her, she saw him running with Ross Weiss while passing her, but not before she heard his words. Ho, human style running towards home, the last one if forbidden to enter the room. Rainiray was stunned and so did Ross Weiss, and both they thought, yeah, but you are pulling me her. As if he knew what they were thinking, Ho let the hand of Ross Weiss, causing her to misstep and almost falling down as he continued running with all his might. Ho, ha 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 ha, turns out both of you are going to lose. Both girls were offended, as if a puny weak human can surpass them even as they run with human standards, and at the same time a fire ignited inside them, a fire with a few words: not to lose to this bitch. Both of them took positions and run forward like humans trying to surpass Ho in his own town. No matter how many meters run, they had lost his figure and were shocked. How should they know he knew the alleys upside down, cutting half the way forward? But even so, they refused to lose to each other. Perhaps Ho cheated and they were right. However, they raced with each other and tried to reach the door of the house even by an inch closer. It took them 20 minutes to run there. In American Samoa they finally pushed their hands forward, the door opened, stunning them as they fell right on top of Ho. Ho, Guaa. Kala Warner, damn it, and we were about to eat him. Middled, fuck, we lost our chance. Ho, Gu. Girls, this hurts. Rainiray, who won? Ross Weiss also looked at Haoh with expectations in her eyes, thinking that she beat Rainiray. Too bad both of them were disappointed as Kala Warner pointed at their chests. They looked down and saw Haoh groping both of them with his hands and were stunned for a bit before Rainiray realized what happened. Rainiray, we both reached at the same time and fell on his hands? Kala Warner, bingo. Middled, but you didn't stop your momentum and crashed on him while all of you fell on the floor. By the way, is he okay? Kala Warner, well, for now, get up and get ready to eat as we had ordered from Cliff Kun Food. We will find out later who will spend time with him in the bedroom. Haoh, about that, the easiest will be to play Janken. Everyone's eyes shined at his words, and just as he sat down to wobble up the food, the four of them looked at each other before yelling. All four, Janken Pon. Kala Warner, damn. Middled, fuck. Rainiray, no. Ross Weiss, I won? I won. I won. Haoh looked while eating towards them as Ross Weiss had a happy face and the others had sad ones, but looking at their eyes he could tell they were up to something very bad and dirty. After that all of them sat down and started eating and drinking as well, which reminded Haoh of something. Ross Weiss doesn't go well with alcohol now, is she? He went forward and regulated her drinks in order to make her both enjoy it and not get drunk on their first day inside the room. Thankful he managed to do it, and Ross Weiss only made a bit of light head, but she still had her senses and knew what was to come. It took them almost half an hour to finish all their food and go to their own rooms or sleeping place, as many slept on the couches. The three fallen angels saw Haoh with a bashful Ross Weiss enter inside the room and had evil smiles on their faces. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, Lustful Room. Haoh pulled with a smile on his face Ross Weiss inside the room, and she followed behind with her face being like a tomato while her heart was beating faster than normal. When Haoh closed the door he went forward and hugged her while petting her hair in order to calm her down, as he could see she started becoming dazed from both her nervously and the alcohol she had started making her feeling very hot. Haoh, here, this will calm you down. Chew. Haoh didn't give her any time to answer back and kissed her lips as he tasted them while rubbing her back with one hand and playing with her hair with the other. Ross Weiss, even though she was nervous and kinda hesitant seeing his careness towards her, somewhat calmed her down and with trembling hand hugged him back. Haoh opened lightly his eyes at this move of hers and withdrew his lips from hers. Haoh, see? It's not that bad. Ross Weiss, While still hugging with each other, Haoh was still rubbing her back and caressing her hair while she was hugging him from his waist as her mind drifted through all sorts of things. After a while, Ross Weiss took the initiative and lightly kissed him, this time in his cheeks, which was adorable as her face was rosy from being embarrassed. Haoh followed up with a kiss on his own and Ross Weiss kisses him again. For a few minutes this went on and on until they both burst in a small laughing from their exchange. Haoh, better? Ross Weiss, I'm not that scared like before. Thank you. Haoh, I want my girl to feel safe here with me in this place. If you think that's the most you can do now, we can also fall asleep together. Haoh saw her, shook her head before her eyes had a burning sensation in them and was kinda stunned by her answer. Ross Weiss, eventually it would happen. What I felt now I would have felt it then. Nothing changes except the fact you may have added more girls. Haoh, then. Haoh sealed her lips again, but this time he kissed with a deeper passion as he also pushed his tongue inside her mouth, tangled it with her tongue. This caused her to be jolted for a bit before she felt his hands running through her body as she started feeling something leaving her. Haoh, as he was kissing her, started removing her clothes one piece at a time, and slowly after 2 minutes he removed everything including her bra, revealing 2 well-versed boobs. Ross Weiss, even though she decided to go through this, she was even redder than before now that she didn't have any clothes and was with her silk underwear. Seeing Haoh appreciate her beauty made her almost ready to explode from steam, but before she did that she jumped on him and started removing his clothes while yelling with a smiling yet bashful face, "It's not fair that only I'm undressed." When she managed to take off all his clothes she was shocked when she saw the puff-up underwear he had, and when she looked at him she smiled evilly as he was also embarrassed being stared like that. Seeing him like that, she tried to also remove his underwear, and Haoh, not wanting to be the first to be undressed, pulled her underwear. As both of them refused to wild, the end result was ripped. Kaie. Aig. Bam. Both of them ripped each other underwear while falling from the bed and landed in each other upside down. When they both realized the position they were, Haoh exclaimed, seeing her tiny pink pussy, while Ross Weiss had her eyes spinning by his dick poking in her cheek. Chapter 80, Lustful Room 2. Ross Weiss' eyes started spinning around and her breath became ragged from the smell of his dick poking in her cheeks. At the same time, Haoh caught her waist and brought her closer to his face as he started licking her pussy with his tongue and sucking it with his lips. Ross Weiss, aha! What are you doing? It's dirty down there. Slurp slurp. MMMNNN. Haoh didn't answer her and put more force into his actions, causing Ross Weiss to moan as she clenched her fists. At that moment she felt something poking in her mouth, and when she came back to her senses she saw his dick twitching while he was eating her down there. Although she was a virgin, through Odin's teasing and many times expeditions he had with other girls in his room, she knew a few things, but she was always afraid to move towards a relationship. Not to mention everyone looked at her like hungry wolves. As she thought about her time she spent with Haoh and how he treated her so far, she decided to move forward. She lightly touched his dick with her fingers, causing Haoh's waist to lightly jolted as he was immersed himself eating her juices. Seeing his reaction, she went further ahead and licked it with her tongue, causing Haoh to be jolted again, albeit a bit more violent. It was then she decided to put it slowly all in her mouth and started from the tip and slowly moved her mouth up and down, sucking his dick. Soon sounds of licking and moan from both parties were what was heard inside the room, until both of them started shivering, and the one who got it worse was Ross Weiss, as it was her first time climaxing like that. She started violently shaking as juices overflowed from her pussy towards Haoh's mouth, while she could feel hot liquid coming out of his dick, almost causing her to choke if she didn't swallow it. Haoh, ha, ha, half. That was intense. Ross Weiss got up and started hitting him with lightly girly weakly punches in his chest while having tearing eyes before Haoh hugged her and whispered to her. Haoh, sorry, was that too much for you? Unknowing to her, she was sitting in his lap with his dick under her, but as she was still hitting him, Haoh didn't do anything to her and waited for her to calm down. Ross Weiss, else. Haoh, else? Ross Weiss, what else? Haoh, Ross Weiss, what else do we do? When she said that, as Haoh for once didn't understand her, she became embarrassed and sunk her face in his chest. He then smiled at her and raised her waist before placing his dick directly under her pussy, poking her with his tip as it slowly started slipping inside her wet vagina. This caused her to moan a bit and started raising her volume until all of his dick was completely inside her and a small trail of blood could be seen in his thigh as it had dripped down. Ross Weiss, it hurts. Haoh, I know, it's your first time. Tell me when you want me to move. Ross Weiss, They stayed like that connected for a few seconds before she made a gesture to him to start moving, and as he did she started to moan in pain and pleasure. Haoh went slowly and eventually started picking up his speed as time passed, with Rossius-chan moaning more and more. At some point, Haoh got into it more than he should have and thrust with a bit more power, hitting her womb inside, causing her to tear up and bite his shoulder for retaliation. Haoh, ha 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 ha. Sorry. Haoh, you are so cute. He started showering her with kisses and praises, frying her brain in the process as both of them started shivering, but as lost they were in their little deed they ignored it, and eventually both of them screamed as they came into each other's embrace. Haoh, Ross Weiss, Chapter 81, Pillow. Both of them came while they were connected in each other's embrace. Ross Weiss had a fevery look and a lead smile as she could feel her inside getting filled with his semen. They stayed like that for a few minutes with no signs of his dick getting down before the door burst open and three figures rushed in, bringing back to their senses. Rainaray, now, it's my turn. Haoh saw the three in their human forms stark naked standing there with Rainiere getting closer to Ross Weiss as she slowly removed her from his dick. Ross Weiss, what are you doing? Rainiere, you got your dose. It's our turn now. Haoh was speechless seeing them fight like cats, and without warning, he went behind Rainiere and thrust his dick in her pussy, which wasn't that wet. The pain of inserting without proper warm-up jolted her as she jumped forward and fell on Ross Weiss' boobs. Rainiere, aerg. Not so rough. Qurn. Haoh didn't stop there. Since they came inside and wanted him to eat their pussies, he was more than welcome to do so. He grabbed her thighs, and with each thrust he also put power in pulling her, resulting in his dick going deeper and deeper. Soon her eyes dazed while saliva dripped from her mouth, making Ross Weiss wet in her boobs. He started feeling her insides tighten, and he was also at his limit before he lifts her waist up with one hand and pulled her with the other while thrusting inside her one last time. Rainiere, as she let out a loud groan, she squirted while making Ross Weiss under her full of her love juice. Haoh then turned towards Kala Warner and middled, and what followed was for the next few hours countless moans from inside the room until an alarm went off. Haoh tried to reach his phone and shut it down until he noticed it was time to go for school and thought about what he should do. On one side he had the freaking school life, and on the other, he had 4 naked girls sleeping soundlessly from the rematch all of them had after he did Middlet and Kala Warner. At that moment, with every aroma that was released in their bodies, Rossi Iwas acted like she was drunk and charged at him, taking the lead. This pissed off the others and entered a second round as well. However, one by one started falling over to sleep, and Haoh wasn't an exception. Struggling inside him, he got up and sighed as he knew he had to deal with Issei when the time comes and taste Sana and Rias. Therefore, why not do it now than later? Who knows when something comes up? I remember that after Issei was turned into a devil, the story started involving around him, and therefore many girls appeared in succession. While he was thinking about how to go around this, he entered the bath and started washing up himself, even though he was kinda reluctant to wash the smell of 4 beauties. It took him 10 seconds to do so and went out in order to get dressed. The moment he did so, he saw Ross Weiss with half-opened eyes looking around and was amused by this. He saw her lightly sniffing here and there while half-walking in her sleep going towards the bath where he had entered earlier. When she reached about a few cm away from him and before she entered the bath, she stopped and turned her head towards him before hugging him with a smile on her face as she whispered. "Ross Weiss, pillow. My pillow. Haoh, there goes my plan to go finish my quest today. With such cuteness overload, how can I ditch her?" Chapter 82, Fiancés. A few days have passed since the lustful night all of them had, and since then each time Haoh was returning to his home from the academy he was dead tired but still energetic enough to caress his wild girls. At some point, Rias and Sana went to find him, but he rejected them as he was tired, earning scornful looks from the two. Konako also went at some point to find him as she wanted to enter the space inside his gear. When Haoh heard her request, he thought of something and called everyone together on the 10th day in his house. Now on his living room, sitting in, you could say, round table, except it was square, all of his pillars. "Rias, you refused us a few days ago and then you called us to meet today? Sana, was there a reason for both occasions?" "Haoh, well, last time I was tired because of these girls' hunger." "Rainiere, hey! You were also hungry." "Haoh, okay, guilty." "Ross Weiss, we now pass the verdict on you. Konako, 20 bags of cliffhanger food. Middlet, 30. Kala Warner, 35. Sana, can we also vote? If so, 45. Rias, 50. Rainiere, 60. Haoh, fuck. Haoh, Rainiere, your call." "Rainiere, yet. Rias, enough with the food, but do take more steaks." "Haoh, well, I called everyone here because Konako asked me to send her in her training space." "Sana, you mean inside your gear?" "Haoh, yes. Since she did, I thought I should tell you that the magic there, as you may have noticed, it's 1000 times denser." "Haoh, by my calculations, if you train there for 10 to 20 days all of you will advance to the next level. Rias, next level? Sana, you mean Rainare will get another pair of wings? Rias, wait, that's possible? Ho, would I have called here for jokes? Ho, my gear has customized spaces exclusively for all of you in order to reach ultimate class and above. All, above? Ross Weiss, wait, what stands above the ultimate classes? Ho, that is for me to know and you people to find out. Ho, the only problem is that you guys will vanish for that amount of time. Rias, so what you wanted to say is that even if the magic there is 1000 denser the time is not. Ho, unfortunately times flows normally so whoever vanishes first, I will miss her dearly. Rainare, so after we eat the food I ordered we can decide who will enter? Ho, obviously one will be Konako as she had asked me first. Rainare, I need you here to bait Issei and the same can be said for Rias as I need you to reincarnate him into a devil. Sana, this means. Ho, Sai. That everyone else can enter as well including you Sana. Since I will have here 2 of my girls here there won't be a major problem. Rias, hey? What makes you think I will lay with you in the bed? Ho, nothing, but that doesn't mean we can't go on a date once I solve Issei's problem. Rias, you can wait for our families to send an answer first. Ho, ha. Life sucks. However, as if their families heard their talk 2 magic circles appeared out of nowhere and a tall figure appeared with another from behind her that impressed Ho as it was a girl and dressed in a maid outfit. From the other circle, only a figure passed through which pleased Ho as they were delivering more girls to his pillars. Rias, brother. Grafia-san. Sana, ugh. Sirafal, what are you doing here? All 3, we came to see our new in-law. Sirafal, and Sana, haven't I told you to call me big sis? Grafia, isn't the same for me Rias? Both, Ho, ha 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 ha, that's what you get for opening your mouth Rias. Ding dong. Rainare, a. The food. Ho, and since we were getting hungry and we do have guests let's all eat together as a family. Chapter 83, Casual Talk. As they were sitting on the table Ho was stealing glances at Sirafal and Grafia with no care about Sora and Rias giving him the death penalty if he moves on them. On the other side, his girls had focused solely on the food that their favor delivery man Cian had brought which was actually shocked to see that Ho expanded his harem and raised his thumb up as he left. Sirtsks, as I had told Rias, when I reported back to our father he was more than happy to renew her engagement with you since it was with her will. Ho, glad to know it. By the way, what happened in the other clans? Sirafal, if you are talking about the Citri since Dad had come personally after talking it with Mom they both agreed. Ho, I was talking about the Snake Clan and the Phoenix Clan. Ho, and actually I'm curious why the both of you are dressed like a maid and a magic girl? Sirtsks, to answer the first question, there was a bit of scuffle in the Snake Clan but as the young master personal ended the whispers I don't think there would be a problem. Sirtsks, and god damn it this steak is superb, how the hell, do they make these? Ho, I don't know if it's truly the end of them. And yes I can't get enough of them. Rias, big brother please be careful with your words especially on the table. Sirtsks and Ho looked at her and all the other girls who had sauce in their mouths while licking their lips and both of them started laughing. Grafia, on the other hand, was sitting politely down and with a handkerchief, as she was wiping her lips away not minding the stares Ho was giving her. Sirafal, I wear magical clothes because I like magical girl Milky Spiral 7 especially Miltan. So call me Satan girl. Grafia, I dress up as a maid because it's my purpose to serve my husband. Sirtsks, Grafia heard the light note of Sirtsks and turned to look at Ho who now had a cold look on his face which sent shivers down her spine. Sirtsks, I'm sorry for her lies, but you can't expect her to say something so sensitive in the open even if you know why. Ho, I do know why she is serving you. What I want to know is why a maid outfit. Graphia, I'm sorry for my wording back then. But isn't it common for those to serve to wear maid outfit? Ho, fair enough. Sirtsks, if you would be so kind as to answer my question. Ho, yeah, I am human. Boom. 3 spoons fell down on the floor while the rest had grins in their faces. Sana though had a huge one as she had also being tricked nicely by him. Ho, Ho, isn't that what you wanted to ask? Sirtsks, how? A human with nil traces of magic. Ho, apparently according to Odin, since my master places values on numbers, meaning he could everything as numbers, a normal human has a dormant power of 2000 magic, which is like you said non-existence. Ho, I had started at 500 and now I'm around 6.750. Sirtsks, in other words, you are close enough to mage trainees when they start their training but still weaker? Ho, after they become low-class mages they have around 20.000 points, so you can say I have 1/3. Sirtsks, with no training? Ho, only in bed. Sirtsks, no offense but to be so weak and trick us, that's some serious achievement there. Sirtsks, as for the bed part. Isn't that obvious as you have so many girls? Rias, big brother, you took this surprisingly easy. Sirtsks, well, after we left something struck us. If he were to truly release that amount of energy the dimension would have breaked apart. Sirtsks, so everyone had their doubts, but the fact that you ripped Riser's heart without us realizing it, that can't be faked. Chapter 84, Chapter 84, More Girls. Ho, you are right, that can't be faked, but this doesn't mean I can keep pulling this off. Sirtsks, should you really say something like that to me? Ho, sure, you will be my brother-in-law. Sirtsks, sigh. So carefree I see. Ho, well, before I move on with Rias, I need to take care of something else first, and I think I let it unattended for quite a bit of time. Sirtsks, since it's Rias' problem, do you need any help? Ho, not really. Rainare, delicious. With Rainare's voice sounding in the living room as they sat on the table, the two looked at the stuffed girls and then at the empty plates. A scream of despair was heard inside their souls as there was nothing left to eat. Ho, time passed quite nicely with the food gone and all the talk. Sirtsks, yet. I guess we will have to find a place to stay then. Rias, stay here? Sirtsks, yes, our father told us to monitor a few things including him. Sirafal, same for me, but I guess little sis will take me in. Sana and Rias, Ho, sorry to say this, but Sana is going to help me with something, therefore for almost a month she will be out of town, specific location unknown. Sana blinked her eyes at Ho, but then she remembered about the space in his gear where she could hide or go when there are annoying people. Sana, AAA. That's right, we were talking about it before you people came in. Unfortunately, I will be missing for close to a month. Sirafal, now way. Sana, sorry about that, Sirafal, so for now you would have to possibly go back. Sirafal, boo. Sana, really sorry. Rias and Ho were watching them talking before Sirafal pouted her cheeks with moist eyes and Sana had a happy expression. She managed to convince her older sister to go back. Although Ho knew that Sana didn't dislike Sirafal, he knew that she acts this way in order to protect her from perverts by getting her away. She is just too overprotective. As he was thinking about this, something clicked on his mind. Aren't I a pervert? Seeing the scene in front of him and thinking this, he suddenly made a grin appear on his face, and the 3 fallen angels who saw this thought at the same time. Sigh. Another girl will fall in his hands. Ho, well, since all of you have come to the real world, for starters you can all stay with me. Ho, since all of the girls will leave, my house will be left almost empty. It might not be enough, but I can be the host for 2 to 3 days. Seraphal's teary eyes shined with the light of hope as she turned away from Sana and looked at Ho with pleading eyes to stay here. Ho, now don't give me the puppy eyes. We are going to be a family eventually, so of course, I would help you with any way I can. Sirtsks, are you sure? Ho, Yes, you three can stay here for a few days. At the same time you can start looking for your houses. Graphia, we will do as young master wants. All in the room, young master? Even Ho had his eyes twitching a bit as he wasn't expecting this. Rias was twitching even more because she knew her fate, which she agreed had been permanently sealed. She looked around and saw all his girls so far and sighed inwardly. Before she could just resign completely though, she thought of something and spoke up to Ho as if not noticing the volume of her voice. Rias, hey, since our relationship has been set in stone and you also have Konako as your girl, when are you going to take Akino as well? Chapter 85, Chapter 85, WTF. Ho, What's this? Rias, you heard what you heard. Ho, I know that, I just didn't expect for you to sell her like that to me. Rias, she is the only one I have left in my peerage. I kind of feel bad leaving her out of this. Ho, don't worry, after we deal with the current situation I will see to it. Ho, well then all of you can go. Sana, so soon? Ho, why you miss me already? Sana, no. Ho, well the more serious you take your task the faster you people will return. Now does anyone else have to say any words? Seeing that none spoke up, Ho waved his hands and middled. Kala Warner, Konako, Ross Weiss and Sana vanished from the room, shocking the three guests. All three of them had their senses on their limits to see what he will pull off and actually found nothing. Ho, Sirtsks, don't look so down, everyone had their secrets. Sirtsks, sigh. Turns out you really are more than you let others see. Ho, Nat, I'm just a human that craves for girls. Rainaray, PFFFFFTTTT, ah ha 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 ha, that was the best joke ever. Ho, but I am human. And I do have girls. Rainaray, ah. Rainaray, sorry, sometimes I forget about your race with so many surprises you have. Ho, sigh. Well, for today everyone can go to their bed in this house. Which, now that I remember, do I have more beds? Rainaray, nope, it's pretty normal. You do have 3 couches though, and I think they are portable. Ho, oh, right, I had bought them for their ability to fit with each other, creating a large round bed. Ho, how did I forget about that? Rias, possibly because you feel more at home in a normal bed, that 3 of them becoming 1. Plus it's the living room. Rainaray, no, I'm sure it was because he had thought he will never sleep with a girl. Ho, cough, cough, cough. The point is, Sirtsks, you can use the 2 and create a medium bed, while the last one will go to Sirafal. Sirtsks, don't worry, we will create a barrier that blocks both sounds and space between the couches. Ho, something akin to a portable subspace? Sirtsks, you can say similar. Ho, then I and the girls will leave you and go to rest, as we have a few tasks tomorrow to take care. Leaving everything to their own rights, Ho left for his room with Rainaray, and after Rias bowed she sighed before following as well. When she entered inside she thought the 2 would do many inappropriate things, but to her surprise, they were simply laying there waiting for her. Rainaray, just for today we will behave. But next time, when the issue of that pervert is solved, prepare to be eaten. Rias sighed when she heard Rainaray and went to remove her clothes. While she was doing so she remembered something and turned to see Ho, who was looking at her. Rias, will this really help to control my element better? Ho, you will find out in the morning. Rias sighed again and knew he was right. She took all of her clothes and left her bottom underwear on her body before she laid at the right side with Ho on the middle and Rainaray on his left. He hugged them both before wishing good night and fell asleep as he was squeezed by their pillows. Soon enough after, the girls looked at each other for a few seconds. While it felt minutes for them, they also fell asleep. Waking up in the morning, Ho found himself been hugged by the both of them, and he actually had someone's nipple in his mouth. Ignoring that for now, he found out he could no longer move as he was being sandwiched by 2 girls using him as a full body pillow. Ho, WTF? Chapter 86, Chapter 86, Target. Haoh tried to get out of the bed and he was unable to do so. His whole body felt like he had sex for hours and hours before it laid limbless on the bed. He hated this feeling of suffocation, the feeling of a mountain bane pressed on his body. It's another thing of waking up with two girls on each hand hugging him, he actually liked that, and another to wake up and being so roughed up. He tried again and again and the result was nothing. Haoh, wake the fuck up. Upon reaching his limit he screamed in their minds, causing both of them to be jolted awake and fall off the bed as Haoh groaned from the pain he was feeling. Rainiray, what the fuck was that furor? Oh. Oops. Haoh, I swear I'm gonna kill you. Rainiray, Why? You woke up with two beauties with you under them. You should be happy. Haoh, I would be if you two were sleeping normally and actually teased me by giving a few kissed in my lips to wake me up. One from each side. Haoh, oh my body hurts like hell. Haoh, and how comes you were also on top of Rainiray trying to suffocate me? Haoh turned his gaze to Rias, who have been watching him getting up while his body made crack sounds and had a complicated expression on her face. Rias, I don't know, it felt good having a pillow to sleep. Haoh, and you freaking used me. Rias, what I'm surprised though is you keeping your hands off. Snap. Rainiray tried to gesture to Rias with her fingers in her mouth doing shhhh sounds that indicated to stop talking to him. However, contrary to Rainiray's fear, Haoh quickly calmed down his broken nerves and finally could feel his whole body again as he stood up and started getting dressed. Haoh, I will keep that comment of yours for a later date. Haoh, now get dressed, we have a job to do. Rainiray, sigh. Yes. Both of them saw Haoh leaving from the room and Rainiray looked at Rias as if she was an idiot and her doubts came to be true when she heard her. Rias, what comment? Rainiray, do you actually have any common sense? Rainiray, ponder deeply on this and find the answer on your own. Rainiray snapped her fingers and she reverted back to being Yuuma while clothes appeared and got dressed to a simply lovable schoolgirl. She left the room and waited for Rias to get dressed as she waited in the leaving room with Haoh, Grafia, Sirafal, and Surtsks. They kept talking with each other as well as having some coffee. Turns out Grafia woke up earlier and used his kitchen. After 30 minutes have passed, Rias came out in the academy uniform and while greeting everyone she sat down and drank a bit of coffee as well. Haoh, well then, you three can stay here or go and see what the town has to offer. Haoh, as we have a bit of work in the academy we will be late in our way back home. Surtsks, I see, then take care of Rias for me. Haoh, sigh, I will later on. Haoh got up and started walking in order to leave from the front door and behind him, Rainiray and then Rias followed. For the next hour or so as they walked sightseeing every corner of the streets, they finally arrived in the academy gates, causing many to look at them. The herd whispers as they lusted the girls and many others being jealous of Haoh for being handsome in their eyes and an enemy for taking 2 flowers. Whoa! Senpai! You went above yourself and added one more. Haoh curled his lips and then formed a smile on his face as he turned and saw his target a few meters away from the gate. Chapter 87, Chapter 87, Wielders of Power. As Issei was getting closer, Haoh smiled as he checked his log about the quest he currently had. DxD, main quest triggered. 1. Help Issei awaken his sacred gear. Or 2. Kill Issei and take his left hand where the core of his sacred gear lies. Rewards, 5.000 pervert points, double up stats. Haoh grinned as he thought of baiting him by becoming a hero to a girl's heart, and it wasn't so difficult. Haoh, well, you know, if you save a girl in distress you might gain her heart. What can I do about it? Issei, really that works? Haoh, of course it works. How do you think I got so many girls? Haoh, by fishing? Rainiray, who was now Yuuma, and Rias rolled their eyes at his comment and thought the same thing. Yes, as he literally hooked everyone with his gear. Nevertheless, they could see stars in Issei's eyes and something more appreciation, but for what? Issei, really? Damn it! I wish I was strong enough to save the poor beauties of our academy that ended in that accident. Issei, no one deserves being hospitalized or having surgery, but most of all losing their loved one and everything they had. Now it was Haoh's time to have something above his head and in his eyes, and turns out those things were question marks. He turned towards Rainare and Rias, and both of them had wry smiles, as they knew what incident he was talking about. They started explaining to him that roughly 2 months ago, under a road trip of the academy, they went to a few museums, but not all could make it, and none from their factions of supernatural, be it Rias, Yuma, or Sana's side, went for their own jobs. This resulted in the bus to trail off as it was raining and fall of a cliff. As this was their territory, this left a mark on them, not that they cared, but they could use the opportunity to complete many devil contracts and wishes they may had. Haoh started talking with Rainare as Rias was explaining as best as she could without mention any of the devils and such to Issei. For now, he learned that this was actually caused by someone former associated with Rainare and threw the blame to her. The one who caused that accident was Fried Selzen, causing Haoh to narrow his eyes, asking more info about him. As he learned everything in his mind, he turned towards Issei, who had said he wanted the power to save girls like those poor souls that ended up in the hospital, and grinned. Haoh, then what would you do if you had some kind of power? Issei rushed to their aid at the fastest possible time. Hearing this, Haoh places his hand over his shoulder and started dragging Issei away from his girls, making it seem as he didn't want them to hear their manly conversation. Haoh, say, what do you think of villains and heroes? Issei, villains are simply guys that were twisted by the wrong people, wrong time and place, while heroes were guided by the right people as they were sought in the right time and place. Haoh twitched his lips as he truly hadn't thought of that kind of answer, and now that he heard it, it was actually somewhat true. Haoh, what about dark heroes? Issei, that's kinda hard. I guess people who were twisted by others and are making sure their fate to never be caused again by either good or bad guys. At this point, even Issei struggled to come up with an answer and didn't even know if what he said was right or wrong. Haoh, ha 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 ha, good one. No idea if it's true though. Chapter 88, Issei's uneasiness. Haoh, now, think about how many girls would come for you if you were some kind of those characters. Issei, unfortunately this is all a dream. Haoh, I see, meet in the park after school, you will see something quite amazing. Issei, like what? Haoh, who knows? Issei, well fine, I'll see you then. Haoh watched as Issei left from there, going towards his own class, as Rias and Rainare got close to him, asking what he will do. Haoh, nothing much. Kill him and then revive him. Haoh, doing so I will take his gear and also let you revive him, granting him devil powers in hopes he can complete his dream. Rias, are you sure he will come? Haoh, possibly, otherwise I will have Rainare chase him and kill him. But if I do that in such a way, it might cause him some kind of trauma for girls. Rainare, so how are you going to kill him exactly? Haoh, haven't thought about that yet. I still have a few hours to do so. Rias, do you want me to order Kaiba to do it secretly? Haoh, can he kill him over a distance and make it seem like a gang fight? Rainare, you mean as if all of us are in danger because we got in the wrong place at the wrong time? Haoh, yeah. Rias, I'll talk to him and send him to you for the briefing. Haoh, good. As the three finalized their plans, they also left for their own classes, and soon 3 hours passed. In the door of Class 3A someone arrived outside and opened the door as he looked around and called through the classmates there. Hey, is Haoh here? Haoh, oh, Yuto. Come in. Yuto, I came because Rias filled me in. Haoh, and? Can you make it seem that way? Yuto, I will try and contact a few people, at most 4 to 5 I know from our work, and get them on the show. Haoh, sure, just make sure to hide the fact why we are doing this. Yuto, I know. Haoh, good. In about 3 to 4 hours we will gather at the park a few km away from here. Yuto, then we will meet there. Yuto left from the class after talking a bit more with Haoh and also finalized the last steps of their plan. Soon the classes ended and Haoh had arrived at the entrance of the academy, but he didn't wait long as Rias and Yuma arrived, and soon Issei made his appearance having his doubts. Haoh, what's wrong? Issei, I feel uneasy for some reason. Haoh, hey man, don't jinx our surprise. Issei, I know, but that's how I feel. Haoh, don't worry, I'm here, and it's not like we are going to an unknown place. You are passing from the park to go home if I'm not mistaken. Issei, only when I take a long walk towards the home which ends up me going for a huge circle. Haoh, no worries. Issei, so what is the surprise? Haoh, haven't I told you I want to show you something? Issei, yeah, but what? Haoh, something about superpowers. Issei, are you a kid? Rainare, pfffftttt. Ha 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 ha. Rias, giggle. Giggle. Haoh raised an eyebrow at them while Issei was confused why they were laughing. They eventually arrived in the park and Haoh noticed something and stopped. Haoh, this? Issei, senpai? Issei saw Haoh's face change colors and turned around to them and pushed them down as he yelled at the three of them. Haoh, get down. Issei saw the pained expression on Haoh's face before a huge gush of blood sprayed from his back protecting the girls, and it was then that he also felt pain from his abdomen and his left hand. Issei, When he looked, he saw his hand being slowly falling down while a dagger appeared in his abdomen, but not before he saw a few daggers in Haoh's back as well. Chapter 89, completed. Issei couldn't mutter a single word as he also saw Haoh being impaled with daggers while protecting the girls. What surprised him though was that the girls had a rageful expression before he passed out. Rainare, who the fuck has the guts of attacking us? Rias, these daggers don't belong to Yuto. Rias, we need to leave. Haoh, hey you two. Rainare, are you okay? Haoh, hurry up and prepare for battle. Both, hey? Haoh, these daggers are poisoned. Haoh, unfortunately it's not Yuto who attacked us. Haoh struggled to get up and slowly walked towards Issei, who was bleeding down hard, as his hand was chopped off. Haoh smiled wryly as he didn't know if he was lucky or not that Issei's intended hand was cut off, helping him achieve his purpose. Just as he bent down and caught Issei's hand, Rainare appeared behind him and blocked a few dozens of silent needles that were going straight for him. If the light bulb didn't reflect its light in the needles, she wouldn't have seen them. Rias Buku. Rias, Yuto. At this moment Yuto appeared as he felt something odd at the point they were waiting and came towards the direction he felt something was off. Yuto, what happened? We were waiting at the meeting point. Just as he finished his question, he pulled out a sword and deflected a few daggers as well, leaving him with a frown on his face as he turned towards the other guys who were with him. Yuto, I'm really sorry for this, guys. I will pay what I promised. You can leave, as this is probably something related to Gremory. As those guys nodded, they immediately vanished through the shadows beneath them, and then he turned again towards Rias. Rias, Yuto, keep deflecting anything that comes in our way, as I need to help Issei before it's too late. Yuto, yes. Sword Birth. Yuto activated his Scared Greer, as it has the ability to create an infinite number of demon swords with multiple properties at his disposal. Doing so, many blades and swords appeared through the surface of the ground. When a dagger passed through them, as if a homing effect took place, a sword charged at it and deflected it from its original trajectory. After deflected a few dozens, he realized that most of them were heading towards Haoh. Haoh, on the other hand, the moment he caught Issei's left hand, he heard his system. DxD, main quest completed. 1. Help Issei awaken his sacred gear. Or 2. Kill Issei and take his left hand where the core of his sacred gear lies. Rewards, 5.000 pervert points, double up stats. DxD, showing stats. Name, Haoh Yorion. Age, 15, 25. Health, 6750 13.500. Magic, 6750 13.500. Power, 405 810. Speed, 207 414. Defense, 270 540. Sacred Gear, Hikari Tayami No. 32 no Hashira, 32 Pillars of Light and Darkness. Darkness Pillar 1, Rainare, Fallen Angel, 2 Wings, 2, Konako Tajao, Nikomata / Devil, Non-Stage Sage, 3, Middled, Fallen Angel, 2 Wings, 4, Kala Warner, Fallen Angel, 2 Wings. Light Pillar 1, Rias Gremory, Eris, Fiancé, High Class Devil, 2, Sana Satrai, Eris, Fiancé, High Class Devil, 3, Ross Weiss, Valkyrie. Money, 14.600 cash. Ho, How come I completed it since I didn't kill him? Ho asked his system as he watched Issei's hand dissolve, revealing a green pearl staying in his hand. DxD, it was count as complete since you guided him to his death. Rias, is that his sacred gear? Ho, yes. Which I will keep for my own uses. Ho, did you find out who attacked us? Rias, there is only one clan that is so adept at daggers, needles and poison, and that is the Snake Clan. Ho, it looks like they wish to be annihilated. Rias, whatever you want, but first let's save him. Chapter 90, Reviving Issei. Rias bent down on Issei and placed her hands on his chest as she channeled her magic, which caused a red circle to appear beneath them. Just as the circle glowed and passed through Issei while shrinking and landed in her hands, a dark red piece appeared from the small circle in her hands. At the same time, Ho could see the wounds of Issei being healed at a rapid rate as Rias was feeding him her magic, trying to establish a contract. Yuado and Rainare, who were defending them from any incoming attacks, had their guard on high alert as they didn't know how many of the Snake Clan had come. Just as they thought of that, they immediately regretted it as they jinxed it. They heard footsteps coming from within the darkness along with a few voices. Hey! Isn't that the kid who messed Viper-san marriage? Oh? Is that Rias? Well, performing a ceremony for someone unimportant right in our faces. Ho, and why are the unimportant one like you people are here? Ho, I believe I had already solved everything with Viper. You may have done so. But as his cousin, I refuse for our clan to take such a loss. Ho, cousin or not, I will give you 10 seconds to get the hell out of my face. Ha, did you heard that, Cobra-san? Cobra? Axa, a kid that doesn't know the world threatens us. Anaconda-san. Anaconda, just like Mamba-san had said, he will not give us any face and null his engagement with Sana. Cobra, what do you think, Python? Python, I feel nothing from him at the moment. Either he is not serious or he is incredibly weak. Ho, say weak your first, bitch. Rainare, wait, in the same logic you had stated just now, are you saying I'm weak? Ho, I said bitch, not first girl. Rainare, but I was quite the bitch before. Ho, that was before you became my first girl. Ho started sweating as he was getting a deadly stare from Rainare before he saw her lightly blush and turned her head away, thinking, did I dodge a bullet? Seeing their interactions, the 4 people of the Snake Clan had solemn faces from being ignored as he was flirty with her. Anaconda, who had a small build similar to a 10-year-old child, black hair and green eyes, suddenly charged at him as he was holding a dagger and a crazy look on his face. Just as he was about to reach him and make him have a taste of his poison, a huge red pillar got raised from where Rias was standing, and all of them thought, when did she complete the ritual? Cobra and Python turned to Ho and Rainare and saw huge grins in their faces and realized they had been had by their little small bitch stalling plan. However, only the 2 knew that they didn't have such an intention. It simply worked in the favor. They watched as the pillar died down and from within it, Issei was floating in the air, having been restored completely, and even the missing arm was back on. Issei then fell down and hit his head on the ground as he opened his eyes and started screaming in pain. It took him a few seconds to realize all the people around him, and when he saw the girls and Haoh doing fine, especially Haoh, since he remembered he was wounded from the daggers, but he saw nothing. How should he know that his body healed when he completed his quest? Haoh, Issei, save everything you have in your mind for later. Haoh, we have to deal with them first. Chapter 91, Chapter 91, AOE. Issei, hearing the words Haoh said and finally registering everything that had been going on, he swallowed back his words while looking at the 4 people in front that were half humans and half snakes. Anaconda, you guys tricked us so that Rias can finish her reincarnation ritual. Haoh, think about what you want. Haoh, the fact remains that if you don't get your snakes' asses out of here, I don't mind making you snakes kebabs. Cobra, you little shitting human. Python, stop it. Cobra, but. Python, no buts. Haoh, we have come here for the sole purpose of annulling the engagement with Sana, and I think you have no intention on doing that. Haoh, that's about right. However, I'm curious, who is the 4th guy behind you? Python, he is Garter and always talk when there is an emergency. Haoh, I see. Rias, then you can kindly return back, as neither I nor Sana will break the engagement we choose for ourselves. Rias, also Sana was about to challenge Viper in a rating game, and I'm sure you know he would have lost. Python, yes, I'm sure of that. And in fact, I wouldn't have any problem accepting it, as it would have been fair and square. Haoh, but you can't accept the fact that I nulled through everything with Viper. I'm pretty sure he was also fed up with dorks like you controlling his life. Haoh, now, the talks are over. The engagement that been cancelled, and I'm sure Viper kept his promise. Haoh, you 4 have 2 choices. Begone or die. As he said that, from his body a tyrannical pressure befell them as his face distorted to inhuman levels to show how angry he was, of course with the help of his system. DxD, host has used 5.000 pervert points. Remained 10. DxD, host has 55 seconds for the plan trick them. While he was emitting such an aura, Haoh was thinking in his mind that at this rate he will never be able to gather any perverted points for future uses. Garter, what are you all doing? Cobra, ha? Python, Anaconda, what? Haoh popped his eyes as he could clearly see them shaking, and with just a shout from Garter they snapped out of his little trick. He stopped emitting his aura and then focused his eyes on that Garter that was looking at him with red eyes. Haoh, impressive to handle so much pressure. Should I add more? Garter, you call that pressure? It barely tickled me. Haoh, then let's see how much you can take. He used it again, but this time he focused it solely on him and kept raising it and raising it. At first it seems like it wasn't working, but moments later he started sweating slowly as his eyes widened more and more. Haoh, what's wrong? Can't take any more? Even though he played the tough guy, Haoh wanted to cry right now. He had 20 seconds left and tried all possible messing with his senses on emulating that he had such an aura. What this trick with the system actually do was mess up with the senses of the other, mess a bit more, and you can make it appear as if Haoh possesses quite the power. Just as his trick ended from being out of time, Garter, who was catching his head with one hand as he was in pain from messing with his senses like that for so long, suddenly threw a few daggers so skillfully that made everyone guard up against them. The others, who finally regained their senses, saw Yuto deflecting a few along with Rias and Rainare, while 2 of them found their target. One hit the center of his chest while the other his hand, which the green orb was located, making it flew from his hand and landed on top of his own sacred gear, causing a thunderous roar to be resounded as everything who heard it blacked out. Chapter 92, Chapter 92, The Dragon of Domination. When the green orb landed on Haoh's chest, specifically where his heart was, and at the same time his sacred gear, a roar was released from the colliding of these 2, and everyone, be it angel, human, fallen angel or many other races who had managed to hear it, passed out. Issei, Yuuto, Rias, and Rainare immediately passed out, and those that were inside the spaces and training felt the magic inside them suddenly vanish. Sana, WH. What happened? Middled, Ho. Ho. Are you there? Kala Warner, did he died? No, that can't be, otherwise he would use our magic. Ross Weiss, for healing himself, but I don't feel anything different. Konako, President. Ho. Everyone's head started creating their own version of theories on what might have happened, while Ho was currently gaping as what he was seeing in front of him. Ho, holy shit, is that Drake? Drake was sitting in front of him on a large floating island that spurted golden lava. He is a dragon with the appearance of a large red western dragon, with a long neck and green eyes. He also has red and golden spikes throughout his body. Drake, interesting concept. Ho, what exactly? Drake, I was wondering how a mortal like you managed to rip me off from my host, as he had nil chances of activating the orb. I was simply waiting for his death until I found the next one. Drake, however you. This changes everything. Ho, I would love to follow on the shit you are talking about, but you see I have no time, my girls outside might be in danger. Drake, don't worry about them. The moment the two gears collided, your ceiling space activated and froze everything in 200m with you as the center. Ho, oh, in other words, a 400 meters domain. Wait, when did it reach so high? Ho, oh, never mind. Your point? Drake, my point is this space here hold the same as the one outside, meaning here is 2 hours while outside none will tell a difference. Ho, okay. So? You finally got the chance to be freed from the gear, from what I have been able to make out, since you are speaking in riddles. Ho, and something about my position changes, that correct? Drake, yes, I intended to use the collision as a way to free my soul from the gear, but before I could do that, my soul scanned yours and learned everything. Ho, oh, great. And? Faster, old man. Drake, old man. How dare you? I'm a bona fide 100% girl. Ho, pipe down, you little bitch. My ears hurt. Get to the freaking point. Drake, che. Since I know this realm is simply a joke to where you are destined to go, I will bond with your sacred gear. Ho, oya. And what will I gain from that? Drake, you are really greedy, aren't you? Drake, then again, wanting to fuck all girls in this realm is somewhat greedy. Ho, hey, not all. DxD. DxD, starting fusion of the two sacred gears. Drake, underscore. Ho, system. That was trolling, right? Why did you click dots only? Oi. Oi. Drake, I guess the so-called god of this world will tell you the perks of the fusion brr. For now, let me formally introduce myself. Ho saw Drake shining with a red color as he or she, as it claimed, started shrinking down from there, making his eyes pop out. Slowly but surely, a girl in her late teens of average height, with fair skin, green eyes, and dark red burgundy hair appeared before him. Her hair stopped growing at shoulder length, with the addition of elbow-length bangs that frame both sides of her face. A part of the front hair is rolled up to her horns on top of her head, while a bit hangs down on each side. Her attire consists of a high-collared, low-cut red corset with short, light green puffy sleeves worn underneath a sleeveless, magenta trench coat that flares behind her, being shorter and pleated in the front, and black, elbow-length, white with green stripes gloves with gold bracelets above them. Below that, she wears red high-heeled pumps and black thigh-high stockings connected to a skirt by suspenders. In addition to this, she wears a red neck choker and an emerald-crested, golden cross-shaped medallion hanging in her boobs. Greetings again. My name is... Chapter 93, Chapter 93, The New Powers. Greetings again. My name is... Akari Dominion. Ho, okay. Akari, what okay? Is that all? Ho, that's your name. What you expect me to say? Or more like, do you expect me to suck up to you? Akari, But don't that usually happens when you want power? Ho, for me, power is to last longer in bed. Ho, and no offense, but where the hell could I do that with you? You are just a soul. Carrie, say that again. Ho, pipe down, damn it. Ho, give it up. You read a part of my soul, right? So I guess you got the memories of this world in order for you to willingly be so acceptive of this situation. Ho, then you should know how thirsty those girls are. Carrie couldn't say anything to retort back, as in reality when they fused she only managed to get memories of this world as Issei's sacred gear and a few other things related to the third plane. It also made sense to her how easy was it for her and Albion to claim what others might call divinities from the so-called god of this world. The answer came naturally to her when she saw the memories of Ho. There was never a god in this world, it was simply an avatar made by those on higher planes to set the fucking background. What domination? She never dominated anything. When she stole the principles of domination, her body was destroyed and was forced to live as a soul inside a gauntlet. And this continued over and over for freaking idiots to train themselves. Carrie, you might say that, but I'm sure you will find a way to recreate my body. Ho, oh? Why you think so? Carrie, you will leave a beautiful soul wonder all alone and trapped in here forever? Carrie, that's not your style, right? Ho, ha 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 ha, totally right. You can be sure I will take everyone in this world and have them pass through my bedroom. Ho, people like us who get to go to our desired world always dreamed of taking every girl. Of course, a few will get specific treatment while others will get what they deserve. Carrie, like the thing you did to Middlet? Ho, you are talking about scaring her to death? Yeah, many girls are way too bitchy and it's time someone to teach them they are only good for sucking a dick when necessary. Ho, this applies here and on the above world. After all, who knows what girls I will meet there and from which realm? DxD, ding. Just as Ho's mind started drifting beyond his capabilities now, as he started thinking about all the bitches he will meet up there, his system notification brought him back. DxD, the fusion of the two gears were completed. DxD, new abilities unlocked. DxD, tattoo of the host around his heart gained a green magic engraving circle with black and white runes. DxD, host gained additionals commands boosted gear pillar white number pillar darkness number transfer attribute. DxD, when host activated his sacred gear. His new tattoo will glow similar to how the orb on Issei's hand glowed. It will also glow when talking with Carrie. DxD, when host activates the pillar commands, host's eyes will change to white and black. From there, depending on the number, the symbols of I, 2, 3, 4, V, 6, 7, 8, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, XX, XXI, will appear. DxD, on the eye that represents the white pillar the symbols will be black and vice versa. DxD, the command transfer attribute enables host to use a single attack from the skill set of the said attribute. Ho, holy shit! Carrie, isn't your sacred gear way too overpower? Chapter 94, Chapter 94, First Taste. Ho, wait. Ho, what about Balance Breaker? Ho, what about Juggernaut Drive? Ho, what about my sex scene of chanting the incantation of it? Carrie, _ DxD, _ Carrie, are you for real? A weakling like you wants to tap on balance breakers so soon? DxD, host's balance breaker of the first sacred gear remains the same. DxD, host's balance breaker of boosted gear is a bit different than normal. DxD, as for host's juggernaut drive, host needs to achieve both balances breakers. Ho, no. Carrie, well, it's not that bad. Furthermore, shouldn't you go out and save your girls? Carrie, plus test what you got? Ho, sigh. Then bye. Ho's figure vanished from where he was standing, Akari then felt the space she was being filled with magic and transformed to match her tastes. Akari, why didn't you tell him that we are currently in the center space of his gear? Akari, where you know me and his girls will meet when he achieves balance breaker. DxD, host is not a total idiot, he will figure it out. Akari, I hope you are right. The memories I got when I scanned him were filtered by you, right? Akari, in order for me to learn what would have gone down if I had stayed with Issei and also the truth about the above plane. DxD, in every realm, every will or system that governs that place, are extremely picky on who they let out info. Akari, I should be honored then? DxD, nah, technically this realm starts forward with Issei and your awakening with little info of the back. Akari, so you mean out of everyone's background that was created originally by those guys when this realm was born giving us a purpose you chose me because of what? DxD, sexiness for my host's tastes. Akari, _ DxD. Coming back to reality after a heated talking section, Haoh found himself awakening and the moment he did so did Rias, Rainare, and everyone else. It wasn't just them, their enemies also woke up, they all though the same thing, why did we blacked out and fell on the ground? They didn't know how much time passed but they knew their target was alive and kicking, having a grin on his face. Haoh, what's up with those stupid faces of yours? Haven't you had a taste of my power yet? Haoh, if so here are some more from me. Haoh, boosted gear. As he yelled the name of his gear, shocking Uto, Rias, and Rainare as they knew the truth on who it originally belongs to, they watched shirt was shredded in pieces, revealing his black tattoo along with a new one around it with a green ancient circle along with white and black symbols. They were shocked even more when his eyes changed colors, with the left one being white while the right one becoming black. Haoh, ha 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 ha, tremble before me, trashes. Anaconda, you fucking degenerate. Cobra, since you wish to act brave, then die. Python, stop. Before Python could shout at them as he was still in a daze from the earlier blankness, he felt every fiber of his being screaming at him to run away. Haoh, pillar white N. I. Boost. Rias, hey. Rias, who was about to intercept them from getting what they want, suddenly felt a power surge running through her veins, causing her to rush at them at double her speed before kicking them with double the force out of their trajectory. Both of them crashed backwards a few meters away as they were bleeding, since they didn't calculate the force behind her kick to be so strong. As she landed, she checked herself up and saw on her hand a white mark with the letter I on it. She looked back at Haoh and noticed that on the eye that was completely white he had a similar mark but black in color. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, OP as my fucking ass. Haoh, how do you like that, motherfuckers? Haoh, this is my power. Tremble before it. Anaconda got up along with Cobra and both of them spat a mouthful of blood while glaring at Haoh, who was mocking them. Anaconda, all you fucker did was make her a tad bit stronger. Cobra, you fucker will die. Python, both of you stop. Haoh, why stop when we can continue? Rainare. Haoh, pillar darkness N. I. Boost. Rainare, I feel it. I feel the power inside me. Rainare created countless purple spears of light and sent them towards them. Everyone was shocked to see the originally 10 cm and 2 meters long spear become 20 cm, but nothing for becoming longer. Garter, don't stand there, move. The moment Garter spoke to them, they snapped back to reality and barely avoided the incoming threats. Garter, is she for real? Unlike most fallen angels who wield only one light spear, she is skilled enough to create several light spears in her arsenal. Boom! 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 Anaconda, what the hell is up with that kind of power? Rainare, yay. Haoh. More, give me more. Everyone looked at her weirdly, both allies and enemies, which caused her to ponder why. After she managed to think what she had said and link the dots, she blushed and averted her eyes. Haoh, no worries later in bed. Rainare, die. Ho, sometime eventually. Ho, for now, however. Are you ready for my ultimate ability? Everyone gulped as they heard these words, especially the people from the Snake Clan who had no idea what he will do anymore. Ho, Pillar Darkness N. I, transfer attribute. Transfer. Ho, behold my Gung near. BZZZ. BZ, 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 BZ. Silence fell on the park where they were currently in, and Rainare was holding back her laughter while everyone thought he is a fucking idiot. When she took Rainare's attribute, it enabled him to use an attack of the said target skill set. However, Rainare only has one attack. Veins popped up in his head as what came out in his hands, and his whole body was not spears, but small coiling needles crackling from being around 3 centimeters each. Anaconda, ha 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 ha. Python, is that your idea of Gungnir? Garter, what a joke. Ho was still in a dazed state as he was getting more and more pissed by this farce he just did, and it increases when Rainare couldn't hold it in anymore and burst in tears while laughing as well. But the peak of it was when he heard A Carrie's voice for the green ancient circle in his chest, as she had also been laughing inside him. A Carrie, ha 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 ha, the Gungnir. Ha 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 ha. Ho finally exploded, and with killing intent in his eyes, he threw the needles forward as something they will never forget in their lives happened. Boost. Transfer. Boost. Transfer. With 4 mechanical voices resounding from Ho's spot, everyone saw the needles becoming bigger in length from 3 to 6 and finally 12 centimeters with 1 centimeter height. Not only that, but they suddenly accelerated, and before they knew it, Anaconda and Cobra, who kept laughing, were pierced by 3 each while the others never found their targets. Anaconda, Pua. Cobra, ugh. Python, what the hell happened? Ho used this chance and raised his fingers before clenching them into a fist and raised his middle finger at them. Ho, ha 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 ha. Eat that shit to your anus. Although he himself didn't know what had happened, he could take a bit of guess but decided to mock them back first. Rias looked at her left hand, and the white mark with the letter I on it had long vanished. She looked at Rainare, and in her right hand there existed a black mark of the letter I. She turned and looked at them before she spoke out. Rias, with 2 of your core members injured, how about you leave this place? Chapter 96, Chapter 96, an unknown variant. Python, Che. Garter, retreat. It seems we didn't gather enough info. Anaconda, wait. Cobra, we can still fuck him up. Garter, no. Retreat. His abilities are way too weird. Python, do as he says. Cobra, fuck. Anaconda, you won't escape the next time. Ho, at that time protect you asses before I screw you over and have snake steaks. As irking as his words were, feeling the gaze of Garter, everyone had to back off before he lashes out on them. A few greens like portals opened up and they passed inside, but not before Anaconda raised his middle finger at Ho, pissing him off. After making sure everyone left, Ho finally fell on his ass on the ground as he was deadly tired. Rias and Rainare went closer to him to ask about what had happened, and Yuuto got close to Issei, who was still trying to understand what the fuck had happened. After pestering Ho for a bit, he told them to leave this place and go back to the club room and also get the others. Issei followed behind because he was curious about all this, as he saw at some point Rainare and Rias with amazing powers showing off. A few minutes earlier, somewhere far away from there in endless darkness, surrounded by nothing more than different types of rocks illuminating the place, a figure was training there as white and silver light flashed by from his body. Suddenly the light died down, as a shadow landed down as he stared at the infinite and beyond. Why did you dispel the training? Vali. My rival has awakened. Vali, the Red Dragon Emperor of Domination? Yes, however, something is odd. Vali, what do you mean? I sensed the boosted gear leaving its host and then it vanished. I couldn't feel it anymore until a few seconds later a similar but different feeling came to me. Volley, what feeling Albion? Albion, it is as if Drake degraded the boosted gear to match the host, or actually the host managed to evolve it further. Volley, is that possible? Albion, no, it's suicide for the host and the chances are so nil, that they are practical zero. Albion, for example, it would be like 0.000000001%. Albion, however, what I don't understand is how it removed itself from the host. Volley, when did this happen? Albion, around a minute ago. Volley, from what we know, the only way to remove a sacred gear from the host, is for that person to die. Albion, that's true. However. Ugh, this is so confusing. Volley, can it be, someone went after the host before he awakened the gear, taking it for himself and then activated on his body? Volley, we both know that this is happening a lot. Then since it wasn't through reincarnation that the gear manifested in someone it degraded? Albion, or possibly because of the said person was stronger than the previous one the gear evolved. Volley, interesting. If it's the former, the moment we will meet I will kill him and wait for a rival to appear. Volley, if it's the latter, things will not be boring anymore. Volley, let's return back to our headquarters and inform everyone of this. Volley, I believe even Off-Eyes will be interested. Volley activated his gear divine dividing that took the form of a pair of wings on Volley's back that enabled him to float upwards before reaching light speed, vanishing from his spot. Back to the club room, Issei had stars in his eyes listening to everything Rias and Haoh was explaining and at the same time seeing so many beautiful girls around him. Haoh, however, had it a bit worse since he could feel a certain someone looking at him with enmity, jealousy and many more emotions. Chapter 97, Chapter 97, Sleep or Not. As they were explaining things to Issei, someone started walking towards Haoh who had no idea about what will come in his way. So you managed to fool everyone and take Rias, Konako, and Sana to your side. Haoh, Oh, Akeno. Haoh, why jealous? A sadist as yourself wants to take a ride? Akeno, phew, since you think you know my character, am I supposed to come and punish you? Akeno, by rights, if I'm a sadist as you are claiming, then does that making you a masochist? Haoh, Nat, I'm a fellow sadist watching others getting trashed around, tricked and inflicting pain by my actions. Rainare, who heard that, decided to tease him about it and joined the fray with a smile on her face. Rainare, are you sure you are not a masochist? How many times you have died since you met me? Haoh, well, you know. That is because of my gear, nothing more, nothing less. Rainare, really? Akeno, even your girl doesn't believe you. Haoh, Rainare, ha. You are so cute when someone teases you. Haoh, I would like to see your face when I tease you in the bed. Rainare blushed at his words, causing Akeno, who watched the little words fight, have a little but chilling smile on her face. Rias, who had finished telling Issei about most of the things he needs to digest now, also went towards Haoh, who was speaking with Akeno and Rainare. Rias, right, Haoh, what was that earlier? You know the boost in our powers? Haoh, the power of love I have for you. Akeno, oh my! A direct proposal. Can I bring a wedding dress? Rainare, shoo, get out of here. Haoh will only marry me. Haoh, why only you? What about the others? Rainare, don't care, I'm your first. Rias, back to outpoint. What was that? Haoh, you are no fun, you know that. Anyway, it was the booster gear. It fused with my original gear and gave me the ability to boost your overall strength. Haoh, usually speaking, every 10 seconds I can use a boost on one of the girls I have bound to me as a pillar. Haoh, from the earlier situation it seems I can wait for 20 or more seconds and use 2 of them at the same time. Rainare, what about the Gungnir part you messed up? Ha. Haoh, that wasn't my fault. I got another ability called Transfer Attribute which enables me to use one of your attacks. Rias, however, it seems you misunderstood it and thought you would use it with the same power as us? Haoh, yes. But in the end, the attack used my magic to fuel and came out as needles. Haoh, however, by powering the same person again and transferring it to me, the needles grew. Akeno, Rias-chan, you have a few things to explain to me. Rias sighed and started telling everything Akeno didn't know yet. She knew they had entered in a relationship and had some kind of contract but didn't know the specifics. When she learned about the training ground inside his gear being customized for her use, she was shocked, especially about the part being 1000 times denser in magic. Rias told her that both her and Konako were already being bound to him. Akeno, how can someone bound herself to you? Rainare, easy sleep with him. Haoh, don't listen to her. Rainare, like I'm wrong. Haoh, ugh. Although it's true that I wish to treat the ones I'm binding as my girlfriends and potential wives, it hasn't come to the point where I need her to spiel with me so I can bind her. Haoh, and I have no idea why it sounded so illogical. Rainare, ha 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 ha. Rainare, what he means is there are two ways for two to enter, either by becoming a darkness pillar or light pillar. Both have their up and downs. As if you wish to sleep with him, that can happen at a later date. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, 8th Pillar. Haoh, for the light pillar, you have to willingly wish to be bound to my gear. Haoh, as for the darkness pillar, you have to actually kill me to enter in its rank. Akeno, kill you? Haoh, it's a long story. Just know those are the requirements. Haoh, furthermore, as it was said before about the sleeping part, I prefer binding girls I like and treat them as my girlfriends. Haoh, in more simpler words, build a harem. Akeno, so by me entering that would mean I will also enter your harem. Haoh, it's not set in stone, but so far, with the exception of Rias and Sana, I have done the deed with the others, so they are officially in my harem. Akeno, Rias, how come you didn't jump on him? Rias, ugh. I wanted for my family to accept the changes that long happened first. Akeno looked at Rias and smiled as she thought that she will eventually fall in his harem category. Thinking far and wide in the future, Akeno, who had learned a few things, decided it wasn't bad to enter his bound girls in his gear. Furthermore, she had a feeling that her sadist side will conquer Haoh and have her all on her own. Unaware to her, Haoh pretty much knew what she was thinking and smiled inwardly while Akari inside him was speechless. Although she had seen how they treated Issei in his memories, she had seen that these girls seriously need a dildo. From what she had seen, Rias didn't have qualms of even giving her virginity to someone she didn't know just to avoid a marriage her clan arranged. Akeno always had a smile on her face, thinking she has everything in her control. Well, and from the fallen angel side, only Kala Warner could be said earn her tiny respect, as she was the only rational to think her options without consequences. Even the Valkyrie girl always screamed and got depressed each time people flaunt their boyfriends here and there. She had a feeling that Akeno will become the biggest masochist ever known in his hands. Akeno, then how do I become a light pillar? The moment her words left her mouth, Haoh got a notification. At the same time, Akeno felt something tickling her in her neck as a white triangle symbol appeared there. Ignoring the questioned look Akeno had, he looked at the system and was shocked to see he had actually completed a hidden quest. DxD, Akeno Himejima, has chosen to be bound on her own will. Lucky bastard host. DxD, hidden quest completed. Bind all girls of a known peerage in your gear, repeatable, rewards, 10.000 pervert points, double stats up. DxD, showing stats. Name, Haoh Yorion. Age, 15, 25. Health, 13.500 27.000. Magic, 13.500 27.000. Power, 810 1.620. Speed, 414 818. Defense, 541.080. Sacred Gear, Hikari to Yami number 32 no Hashira, 32 Pillars of Light and Darkness. Darkness Pillar 1, Rainare, Fallen Angel, 2 wings, 2, Konako to Jiao, Nikomata / Devil, Non-Stage Sage, 3, Middled, Fallen Angel, 2 wings, 4, Kala Warner, Fallen Angel, 2 wings. Light Pillar 1, Rias Gremory, Eris, Fiancé, High Class Devil, 2, Sana Satrai, Eris, Fiancé, High Class Devil, 3, Ross Weiss, Valkyrie, 4, Akeno Heimjima, Devil / Fallen Angel, Low Ranked. Money, 14.600 cash. Everyone suddenly felt a small burst coming from Haoh and looked at him with pensive looks. Haoh looked at them and brushed the matter aside. Haoh, turns out that balancing my pillars raised my powers by double the amount. Haoh, if I were to use the earlier scale of when we fought, the spears of Rainare would now be on the size of 6 centimeters without boosting again. Haoh, this means that if I boost and transfer twice like before, the spears will become 24 centimeters long.